The once existing world of magic included 4 countries, 20 nations, and several races. This world was called Rondel, but the age of magic and weapons had long since passed. Now Rondel is a world of highly magical technologies, and this time is called the era of magical progress. The time has come when communication devices and portals have appeared through which people can travel significant distances. Despite this progress, Rondel remained feudal, with kings and nobles ruling the countries. But even so, the era of magical progress was called the Golden Age of Rondel. And on the day before the new century, something happened that turned the world upside down. The Archmage of Rondel announced his will. Many people watched as he said that he had hidden his legacy of power, knowledge, and wealth in different corners of the world. People listened intently to his speech when he said that those who found these treasures would take his place. He was the great sorcerer and founder of Rondella, and he contributed to the establishment of this world as a techno-magical civilization. And now, the Archduke of a growing empire, the supreme wizard of the Ninth Circle, Manuel Lucas, has shaken the world with his will. He had no children or heir, and now whoever manages to find his destiny will receive everything. All of the Archmage's legacy will fall into the hands of the Seeker. So people began to chase after Lucas's destiny, and there was constant news about it. They talked about Lucas's dungeon, which is located in the Dragon Wasteland. Some searched for Lucas's treasures, hidden in the Alliance of Elysium, a well-known offshore country. Some rushed to Lucas's heavenly fortress, located in the Storm Sea in the center of the world. So all the people, regardless of nationality, race, or rank, set out in search of the fate of the Archmage Lucas. People discussed rumors about the whereabouts of the fate for a long time. Some heard that it was in one place, while others heard that it was in a completely different place. Many people conducted investigations, but no one could find Lucas's destiny. They found no clues that could lead to the Archmage's destiny. And only after 20 years, a young man standing near a large screen in a remote place heard that he had found Manuel Lucas's destiny. He touched the screen with his hands and finally understood that he had received the fate of the Archmage. Meanwhile, at Lawrence Castle, the servants asked young Master Adrian if he was going to the study. He replied that he wanted to put away the books he had already read. The servant told the young master that he could just say the word, and they would put the books away. But the second son of Viscount Lawrence, Adrian, replied that he needn't worry, as he wanted to find a certain book. He thought that he had been reborn in the body of Adrian Lawrence, but at the same time, he remembered his past life. In his past life, he had served in the army, and with only a month left before mobilization, the truck he was riding in overturned, and he passed away. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer Kim Min-gi in the Republic of South Korea. He was now Adrian Lawrence, and was in the Kingdom of Rheingard. Before that, he had lived in a middle-class environment, but now he was the second son of a wealthy viscount and lived on an estate. Those around him recognized him as very talented, because while his peers were preoccupied with games, Adrian eagerly sought knowledge. He gratefully accepted compliments and understood that he exceeded the expectations of those around him and his father. But Rondel was a civilization that was technically more advanced than humanity in the 21st century, and knowledge of human science did not help Adrian. In this situation, he simply had to improve his qualifications. Sitting for long hours with his books, he understood that he had to continue to behave as if he were a genius. But one day, a tragedy occurred, and when his family and servants gathered around him, Adrian realized that this life was not as easy as it had seemed at first. He was only 7 years old at the time, and someone had already tried to poison him. But the servants arrived in time and called a doctor. After a while, he was lying in his bed, and the doctor told the maid that he was very lucky and that they had arrived in time. She asked who had done it. The doctor did not answer, although the culprit was obvious to everyone. And then the first wife of Viscount Lawrence, Anna Lawrence, approached the bed. She called his name, and Adrian, who was already falling asleep, opened his eyes. Anna Lawrence said she was very scared for him and asked how he was feeling. She was a noblewoman, and Adrian understood that he was a thorn in her side, not only because he was the son of a commoner, but also because his father loved Adrian more than her son. Adrian was angry at the terribly backward political system in this world, which was far ahead in terms of technology. After all, he couldn't expose Anna without evidence, and he didn't understand why his father wasn't doing anything. Surely he must suspect her. It was then that Adrian realized that his father was simply turning a blind eye to it, and stopped pretending to be a young prodigy. When Adrian was 20, he went into a virtual reality capsule store. The girl behind the counter bowed her head and greeted him. The second salesperson asked her if she knew him, and if he might be some kind of celebrity. She explained that he was the second son of Viscount Lawrence. Her partner was surprised, and realized that he was one of the owners of these lands. He began to discuss how he was dressed simply, but then Adrian asked the salespeople to help him. He needed Chronicle Online point cards, which he couldn't find on the shelves. The girl said that they were only sold at the cash register, and then asked how many he would take. Adrian replied that he would take them all. The salespeople bowed to Adrian as he left, thanking him for his purchase. After he left, the girl swung at the newcomer and said that he should get a grip because insulting a nobleman was punishable. He asked why he hadn't sent a servant to the store. She replied that she didn't know and that she was also frightened when she first saw him. Then the young man asked how often he came, and the girl replied that he came 2 or 3 times a month. She explained that the gentleman must be very fond of online games, as he had bought 5 million in-game currency, while Adrian was walking with the bag and thinking that in Korean won, it would also be about 5 million. The servant approached him. Addressing the young gentleman, he said that they had been informed that young Mr. Cedric had come to his house. His mother, Sylvia Lawrence, met him near the house and was very happy that he had finally arrived. Hugging his mother, Adrian said he had arrived and asked where his brother was. Behind them appeared Adrian's half-brother, Cedric Lawrence. He said that he must be out of his mind, wandering around the city on foot without a car. Adrian's mother was upset by these words, and he looked at Cedric and thought that he was annoying him. But he continued to say that since he was the son of a nobleman, he should at least once take care of his family's reputation. Adrian thought it best not to argue, otherwise this concert might drag on. He said aloud that he was sorry and had been imprudent. Adrian promised that it would not happen again, and Cedric smiled. Then, in front of his mother and servants, he said that a commoner of mixed blood had no reason to be proud. Without responding to this remark, Adrian asked why his brother had come. Cedric replied that their father wanted him to take charge of a certain matter. He asked his brother if he had heard of Far's distributions. Adrian knew that the nobles of Rondel were both oligarchs and statesmen. Naturally, the nobles owned many businesses, and Far's Distributions was a mining company owned by the Lawrence family. Adrian understood why Cedric had broken into his house, and knew that his brother was greedy and incompetent. But he said aloud that he understood everything and would not make any claims. Cedric admitted that he was glad his brother had figured it out so quickly. Adrian said that if that was all, he would ask him to leave. He took his purchases out of the bag and showed his brother that he had bought loot in online games. Seeing this and hearing his brother's words, Cedric laughed, which greatly puzzled Adrian. Then, getting ready to leave, he patted him on the shoulder and said that he was doing a good job and should continue doing it. Then Adrian's mother approached him and asked if he was sure he should have refused. He replied that he was sure of his decision. He added that in this situation, it was simply better for him not to get involved. When he entered the house, he told the servant who greeted him that he was going to play, and asked to be disturbed only if something very important came up. After the poisoning attempt, Adrian stopped pursuing his studies and distanced himself from everyone, including his own servants. He thought that his father did not need the son of a commoner who was not a genius, and that was why he had grown cold towards him. It was thanks to this that Adrian no longer found himself in situations that were dangerous to his life. He lived like a shadow for 10 years, and then left the estate with his mother. He knew that the new servants whispered that he had once been considered a genius, but had become so because of poisoning. They believed that he groveled before Lord Cedric and lived in his own fantasy world. In reality, he had exiled himself from his family. Adrian knew that most of the servants in their new home were supporters of Anna's older wife, and so even at home, he had to think about what he said out loud. He knew that they thought he was in a desperate situation, and that all he could do was escape from reality. When Adrian entered his room, he saw virtual reality glasses lying on the table. He picked them up and thought about how the people around him believed that playing online games was an escape from reality. Putting on the glasses, he thought that it was all nonsense and entered Chronicle Online. The system notified him that he had cleared one level of the quest of destiny. The character began to load and synchronize with his body. Adrian said that since everyone wanted to spy on him, why not do it in the virtual world? After all, the abilities he acquired were reflected in reality. It all started 10 years ago when he enrolled in the Royal Academy. He found something unexpected while writing a paper on Manuel Lucas. He found Lucas's family credo, which could only be interpreted with one English word: what? Adrian did not understand how the Archmage could know English and began to wonder about his origins. But he dismissed these thoughts as there was insufficient evidence, and it was probably just a coincidence. However, it soon became clear to Adrian that the Archduke was indeed an Earthling. After all, his last words were that he would like to walk along the California beach with Mary again, and all these words were recorded. The butler who recorded all the Archduke's words did not understand what place he was talking about and had never heard of California Beach. But he wrote that he did not omit this from his biography because he believed that everything this remarkable man said was very important. Reading this biography, Adrian understood that the Archduke's last words were recorded as they were, and that there could be no coincidence. From all this, young Adrian concluded that the great Archmage Rondella was an Earthling like himself. Adrian continued his investigation, and the fact that he was from the world of humans was very useful to him. After all, his task was to find the destiny that Manuel had left to his descendants. In the end, he succeeded, and Adrian obtained Manuel Lucas's destiny, He was very happy to have found it, and thought that now he would live a life of luxury. But his joy was interrupted when someone approached him from behind and said that he was rejoicing too soon. Then they threw a weapon at him, slightly injuring Adrian, who turned around to see who it was. Adrian said he was hurt and called the attacker a freak. It became clear that when he found the Archmage's destiny, the real suffering began. He paused for a moment, unsure whether he should get involved at all. After all, Manuel Lucas's fate was hidden in the virtual world, and although this world is outwardly indistinguishable from reality, it is still a game, and there is no feeling of pain in it. But he felt the pain, and every fight came at a high price. After all, when a person receives the fate of an Archmage, their body is transported into the game reality. And now, in this game world, he was facing a goblin he had to fight, and Adrian stood with his weapon at the ready, thinking that if he told anyone about this, they would hardly believe him. After thinking for another second, he struck the goblin, and the system announced that he had reached level 10 and could now change his occupation. It also informed him that he had completed the first level of the Quest of Destiny. Next came a notification that the chief god, Ariel, had transported him to a secret place. Reading the data, he thought that he had finally reached level 10 and cleared the first level. The system announced that his abilities were affecting reality. Adrian thought that synchronization had not been apparent in reality for a long time. Then he turned around and saw a door behind him. The system asked if he wanted to go up to the second floor of Manuel Lucas's magic tower. Grabbing the door handle, Adrian said that of course he wanted to. Passing through the door, he realized he had entered the Archmage's office. There was nothing on the first floor, but here everything was different. There were thousands of books on the shelves, and he also saw a chest with treasures. The system notified him that he had received 5 trillion loot. He could receive the amount in virtual currency. Finally, it was like a real reward, but it was a pity that he couldn't withdraw it as real money. The system notified him that a circle had appeared, and he was getting a job as a mage. It warned him not to leave the game, otherwise his physical body would be damaged. Before that, he had seen health and mana points, but it was completely different to feel magical energy in real life. He felt the mana swirling in his chest. Looking at the bookshelves, Adrian thought that since the first circle had been created, he should learn the spells that corresponded to it. He turned to the system, which asked him which book he wanted to find. He found this convenient, as there were many books, and he would not be able to read them all in many years. Adrian began reading the books, realizing that this was what the library of humanity's greatest magician should be like. But the process was painful for him. It always gave Adrian a severe headache. In games, it was convenient to read books by instantly downloading their content, but he felt nauseous and in pain when recording information in his brain. Finally, he reached the last book. It was about hiding the circle and the amount of mana. He thought that this skill was the one he needed most, and he had a feeling that they knew the circumstances in which he lived. He decided to read the book about hiding the circle. When he started reading, he felt even worse, and his head spun violently. But when he finished, he laughed and thought that he had not hoped to reach the level of Manuel Lucas. Lying on the floor, he thought that this was a microscopic step, and that he just wanted to live with his mother in comfort, prosperity, and safety, and was ready to do anything for it. The next day, training was held on the estate's training ground. Weiss, a confidant and knight of the personal guard, admitted that the master was much more resilient than he had thought. Adrian was surprised by his words, and he said he was surprised when he wanted to train with weapons. The young man said that he had been feeling out of shape lately. He himself thought that he was doing it for the game, because real training would affect his character. He realized that he needed to improve his endurance when he experienced a real fight firsthand. The magic circle was developing, and Adrian could feel it, and his endurance was growing. He understood that the level increase was immediately reflected in the real world. Fortunately, he solved the problem of hiding the magic circle by learning a spell that would prevent knights with such abilities from recognizing his mana. Seeing that he was happy, Weiss asked if something good had happened in his life. Adrian thought that it must be written all over his face. He replied to Weiss that he had simply received a nice reward in the game. The others present thought that Weiss was also strange, and did not understand why he was so friendly with this insignificant person. Hearing this, Weiss became angry and called them scoundrels, but Adrian calmed him down, asking him not to pay attention to them. Weiss bowed to him, and Adrian thought that he was pleased that he was worried about him, not knowing that he was only pretending to be harmless. He said he was going to play, but he was thinking about how he needed to look so that Cedric and his mother Anna would not see him as a threat. Entering the game, he found himself back in the library and decided that he was once again convinced that his stats were indeed real. He thought that in order to get even more gold and abilities, he needed to spend everything he had. He opened the catalog and started buying upgrades, thinking that all of this would have been useful earlier, but the catalog was unavailable until level 10. Most importantly, he found a companion who could fight enemies for him. But this companion would take away the experience he would have gained by fighting himself. He began to choose a companion, deciding to choose the best one, no matter the cost. But he invested 30 million won and still couldn't find a companion to his liking. Then his attention was drawn to Arcia, Arcia, the heavenly steel companion shield-bearer who carries the shield of God. He saw this companion for the first time and decided that she was new. She was top-notch, even among other unique companions, and he realized that she was an excellent choice for him, and he confirmed that he wanted to take this companion. The system clarified that this companion was chosen once and for all, which surprised Adrian greatly, because previously it was possible to change companions at any time. He thought about it. It seemed like a restriction that applied to events, but he figured that as a wizard, he wouldn't need another companion. Finally, he made up his mind, and the system began registering the companion. Adrian closed his eyes because everything was happening too brightly, unlike before. After a while, a girl named Arcia Heavenly Steel appeared before him. Looking at her, Adrian thought that she had a blank expression, as if he had summoned some kind of golem that only had the appearance of a human. But in the end, he decided that it didn't matter, and suggested that his companion go train. During this training, Arcia fought for him, while Adrian only directed her, using magical weapons. So he leveled up to level 20, and considered the hunt a success because he had a tank with him. He thought that even if he lost experience, it didn't feel like it was anything significant, although his companion would need more experience later on. After a while, a notification came that he had spent 15 hours in the game. The system recommended that he log out and rest. Realizing that he had been playing for a very long time, he decided to log out, thinking that perhaps it would be easier for him to practice magic in real life. Stretching, he decided that the day had been very productive and wanted to rest a little and then go to the playground. Turning around, he saw Arcia standing in his room and was even a little startled at the sight of her. After regaining his composure a little, Adrian cautiously asked who she was. Arcia replied, calling him Sir, that she was his companion, but he said that was not what he meant. He clarified that he meant how she could leave the game with him. She replied that she understood everything, and that he wanted to know how she could materialize in his world. Adrian replied that this was indeed the case, and thought that she understood everything, since she could distinguish between the game and reality. She explained that she was a homunculus, an android created by Archduke Manuel Lucas, and Adrian realized that she was part of his legacy. Clutching his head, Adrian thought that if he had known, he would have chosen a different companion. But he asked her for her stats in this world. Arcia said that some of them were closed and would open as his level increased. At most, she could equal a grandmaster in strength. Looking at her, he realized that she could compete with the strongest in the world in terms of strength and magic. He thought that Manuel Lucas had created a high-level monster, but having such a loyal, strong, and capable companion would be good. Only now, Adrian was faced with the task of finding a place for her in this world. He asked if she had the ability to be stealthy or conceal her magic. She replied that she did not have stealth, but she could conceal her mana. Adrian asked her to do so, and saw that the protective field around the armor had disappeared, as had the mana. This way, the knights would not be able to recognize her. Now he wondered what to do next, realizing that things couldn't get any worse. He had no choice but to destroy his reputation. After a while, everyone in the house was talking about some girl visiting Adrian, and the servants caught them in his room. And that wasn't all, because now they were together all the time. His mother was already asking when they would get married, and said that it was okay if she was a commoner. While everyone was discussing him, Adrian reached level 30, and his reward was the opening of the 3rd floor of Manuel Lucas's magic tower. Meanwhile, he thought he should pretend that a foolish young nobleman had brought a strange woman into the house, and then no one would guess who she was. Then, turning to Arcia, he asked what happened to her body when she was in the game. She replied that her body switches to eco mode, and she is as if asleep. But for his safety, she always has an alert system turned on. Adrian clarified that if something bad happened in reality, she would react immediately and call him. She confirmed his guess. Then there was a loud noise, and they realized that the 2nd level of the Quest of Destiny had begun, in which they had to defeat the orc Kantz, who was already standing before them. Turning to Adrian, the orc said that if he sent him to the other world, he would increase his level. At that moment, the system announced that the use of one-time attacks was prohibited during this battle, but it was precisely these techniques that had saved Adrian. He thought that Manuel Lucas wanted his heir to be strong, and understood that defeating the orc would be difficult. Therefore, he turned to Arcia for help. Meanwhile, the orc began attacking them, shouting that he would send the humans to the other world. He struck, but Arcia deftly covered herself and Adrian with her shield, and the orc was unable to harm them. Adrian took advantage of his opponent's confusion and used a magical weapon against him. He did not miss, and the magical blow hit the orc directly in the eyes, causing critical damage. Adrian was wearing magic-enhancing robes and artifacts, which made his spells many times stronger than they would have been in the first round. He decided that if this monster was not his level, he would just shoot it. But before he could finish thinking that, the orc struck again, and Arcia once more covered them with her shield. Adrian saw that the enemy had a huge amount of health points, but it was obvious that he was seriously injured. When the orc Cans swung his weapon again, Adrian thought he was a strong man. Standing behind Arcia, he thought it was good that she was with him. Otherwise, he would have been sent to the other world with one blow. Adrian admitted that the attack of such an enemy frightened him, because he had already been to the other world once before. But gathering his thoughts, he nevertheless began to use his magical ability to dig. After that, the ground beneath the orc opened up, and he, not understanding what was happening, began to sink into it. He fell, and Adrian thought that at this level, he must not let fear overcome him. He ordered Arcia not to let the orc get up, as Adrian intended to cast a spell on him. He began to use magical attacks against his opponent, but the orc was able to withstand them. After Adrian's attack, the orc had a few minor injuries, but he was still standing in front of them. Arcia and Adrian stood and looked at the orc, and he smiled and said that the monster was very stubborn. And when he swung again to strike, Adrian said that it would be better for him to put down his weapon and try to go hand to hand. He delivered another magical blow, and the system announced that the orc had been defeated, and the second level of the Quest of Destiny had been cleared. The third floor of Lucas's tower was now open. Meanwhile, Viscount Lawrence was looking thoughtfully out the window in his office. At that moment, his wife Anna entered the office and asked what he was thinking about. Viscount Adrian Rayford Lawrence turned away from the window and looked at her. Approaching him, Anna told her husband that he was here, all alone. She suggested that he was upset because Adrian had brought a commoner to the estate. But instead of answering, he gave her a letter, which was a notice of the start of the conscription campaign. She read that Viscount Lawrence was to report to the command of the Western group of fighters, with the advanced units of knights and infantry. Anna was very frightened after reading the letter, and asked her husband if he was going to send Cedric to fight. She asked him to send Adrian, who was good for nothing but playing with toys. Perhaps then, he would justify his right to be called Lawrence. Rayford replied that she had not even thought about him all this time, and now she wanted him to sacrifice himself. Anna objected that he had wanted this himself, and had enjoyed a carefree life until now. Then the Viscount asked if she really thought so. Anna pretended not to understand what he was talking about. Looking at her seriously, he said that Cedric was the heir to his estate, and that he would provide her and her father-in-law with everything they needed. Therefore, he asked her to accept his decision with complete obedience. She thought about it, and Rayford explained that he would send Adrian away as she requested, but upon his return, he would be granted complete independence. He added that nothing should threaten Adrian and Sylvia anymore. There should be no spying and no planted servants. Turning back to the window, he summed up that he considered this to be fair. The next day, Adrian trained with Weiss again. Arcia was with them. After the training session, Weiss told his master that he had become very strong over the past few days, thanks to the training. Adrian smiled, thinking that this was natural, since he had been leveling up, and had already reached level 30 and completed the second level of the Quest of Destiny. He liked the reward for this quest because he received a lot of gold, a second circle of magic, and even a hidden storage space. It was an invisible space where he could store things, and it could be used not only for personal inventory. The statistics in the game were reflected in reality, so he could become a mage with the physical strength of a knight. Perhaps he could even become stronger than Lucas. Adrian had already rested and told Weiss that they could continue, but at that moment a servant approached and addressed the young master. He said that his lordship the Viscount was summoning him, and Adrian was very surprised by this. A couple of days later, he arrived with his mother at the Lawrence estate and met with his father in his office. Cedric was also there, shouting at his father that this weakling could not represent their family in battle. Now Adrian understood why his father had called him. His father replied to Cedric that he was the sole heir to the estate and could not risk it. Then Sylvia turned to Rayford and asked if it was really possible to risk Adrian. The Viscount replied that the heir was more valuable than the other children. Adrian thought about his father calling him to say this, and he was angry, but he decided that it wasn't so bad after all. He thought he could take his VR glasses with him, and no one would interfere with his gaming, thanks to his position. But the most important thing was that when he left, he would finally be able to escape Anna's supervision. Then Adrian told his father that he understood everything and agreed to go to the battlefield and be the representative of their family. When he said this, Cedric turned and looked at him angrily, and Viscount Rayford, sitting at his desk with his head bowed, thanked his son. Cedric said he respected his father's decision, but warned his brother that if he disgraced the family in battle, he would not let it go. Adrian thought this was ridiculous, since he was saying this to his brother, who was going into battle in his place. But he said aloud that he would do everything in his power. He was about to leave, but his father asked him to stay because he wanted to talk to him. They went outside, and when Adrian saw that his father had even dismissed the guards, He thought that he wanted to say something without witnesses. Viscount Rayford was silent for a while, and then Adrian asked him what he wanted to say. His father said that if he returned safely, he would move him and Sylvia to the royal lands. This would be his reward for going in Cedric's place. Adrian thought that Anna would never have allowed him to leave her control. He wondered how she had agreed to it, but for now, he couldn't trust his father, so he said he understood and needed to think about it. The Viscount understood that his son did not trust him, and said so directly. Adrian replied that first he needed to return from the battlefield unharmed. Rayford said that was right, and reached into the inside pocket of his doublet. Taking something out, he handed it to his son, saying it was for him. Adrian asked what it was. They were protective field rings. Since teleportation was impossible on the battlefield, this was all his father could do for him. Thinking about the fact that his father had given him very valuable artifacts, Adrian thanked him, and the Viscount asked him to always be on the alert. Turning around, he saw Anna and Cedric standing behind the door, and thought that these shameless jerks were naturally peeping. The Viscount also saw them, and told his son that he would take care of Sylvia, and that he needed to take care of himself. Thinking about how his father's reaction had been a shock when they tried to poison him, but that he was still the only one he could trust, Adrian promised to return. He added that he trusted his father. His father, in turn, thanked his son for that. Later that evening, Viscount Rayford was sitting in his office when he got a really bad headache. He activated a magic ring that was capable of reducing the pain. All this time after the conversation, he thought only of his son, Adrian. Rayford knew that since he had been poisoned, he had been acting this way on purpose. At the same time, Adrian tried to reassure his mother, saying that he could stand up for himself, but she was afraid that Anna would send mercenaries after him on the battlefield. He replied that it was even better that way, because the more crimes they committed, the easier it would be to eliminate them in the future. His mother asked what he was talking about. She was afraid that they might be overheard, but Adrian said that Arcia was standing guard at the door. Looking at his worried, crying mother, he said he would not tolerate it any longer. He added that he would soon put an end to all this, and that she just needed to wait a little longer. 2 days later, at Lawrence's training camp, the servant Harmon turned to the young master and asked who the lady was. Arcia was standing next to Adrian in uniform, and he asked the servant if he did not know her. He knew that she was the lady of his heart, but he did not advise taking her to the battlefield. Adrian replied that she could be considered his secretary, and that the matter was closed. He couldn't leave her at home, because she was always ready to defend him. Moreover, she had become so powerful that she was close to the level of the highest knighthood. In 2 days, he spent 200 million gold to prepare and purchase top-of-the-line equipment. In addition, he completed the 3rd level of the Unexpected Encounters quest. He understood that money was power. The reward for the 3rd level was 3 universal panacea elixirs, which now lay waiting for their moment in a hidden storage room. Adrian smiled, thinking that it was a very timely reward and that he could not waste any more time, as the 4th level awaited him. Standing up, Adrian said he was going to his room and asked those present to write to him in the messenger if anything important happened. They asked him why they should write, and Adrian replied that he was going to play online games. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and he asked if they had any objections. Sir Dalton looked at Adrian and simply said that it meant that everyone was telling the truth about him. Looking at him, he thought that he was an officer of the Advance Guard. The Advance Guard was equipped with magical armor and weapons. They are the main driving force of any army, and they are used to judge how strong a country is. Officer Dalton asked if he was sure that now was the time for games. He added that in that case, the commander would be seen as a nobody. He went on to say that his reputation was already not so great. Not only had he brought a girl to battle, but he was also going to play games. Dalton began to say that he could understand the girl because she was beautiful, but at that moment, another man present interrupted him. He looked angrily at the officer and told him to watch his language. It was the deputy captain of the advance guard, Billiam, and he apologized to Mr. Adrian for his subordinate who had overstepped his authority. He said that they had a long road ahead of them and that everyone needed entertainment. But Adrian looked at him and thought that he did not seem sincere. Meanwhile, Billiam added that he should not pay attention to the opinions of his subordinates, as he was a representative of his lordship the Viscount. Adrian thought that he clearly didn't like him either, but he didn't care because he was used to it. As he left, he told him to write to him on Messenger upon arrival. After a while, he and Arcia were in the game, fighting a huge dragon. He used salamander tears, a very expensive magical weapon, against this monster. But 3,000 damage without mana cost was worth it. The weapon worked, and finally, a system notification appeared stating that he had reached level 80. After that, the chief god Ariel transported him to a secret room. They entered a 4th level quest, and Adrian thought it was great. To complete this quest, they had to fight a monster named Polulich Emmers. The monster said that his victims had arrived. Adrian thought that they needed to clear the level before they reached the western command post. The quest was called Unexpected Encounter, and the system announced that the reward for completing it would be the opening of the 5th floor of Lucas's magic tower. Adrian thought that it was Polulich, and in general, Licks are strong monsters and serious opponents, but this one seems slow and stupid. But then something happened that Adrian did not expect. His opponent immediately used a weapon made of ice stone, which flew past Arcia. The weapon flew straight at Adrian, and he thought that the monster had cast the spell without even waiting for them to prepare. This time, Arcia did not have time to protect her master, and he realized that he needed to dodge. But he didn't manage to dodge, and the monster laughed, saying that the sound of broken bones and damaged flesh was sweet to him. Adrian, slightly wounded, lay there thinking about how he had failed to dodge, but he was in a lot of pain, and his thoughts were confused. And the fact that Polulich Emmers was laughing about it annoyed him greatly. He had a feeling that he knew him, and he remembered his brother Cedric. Adrian got up, and his opponent laughed again and told him to stay where he was. He used a fireball, but the weapon did not hit his opponents, who successfully dodged it. Now they ran towards the confused monster, covering themselves with Arcia's shield. Approaching the enemy, Adrian used his healing magic. Then he ordered Arcia not to let the monster cast a spell. She replied that she understood him. They began to attack the monster, because the best way to defeat it was to stab it with a blessed weapon. Trying to dodge the blows, Polulich Emmers asked why he was fighting with a magic wand. He created a wall of fire to put between them, but Adrian appeared in front of him. Calling his opponent a freak, the monster did not understand how he had broken through the fire. But Adrian struck again, saying that a freak like Cedric should go to the other world. The fourth quest level was completed, but Adrian felt unwell after being wounded. He fell to the ground, and Arcia, frightened for her master, immediately ran to him. She opened her inventory and took out a bottle. Adrian was trying to get up, thinking that during a fight, adrenaline makes you feel no pain. Arcia helped him up and gave him the medicine from the bottle to drink. At that moment, he thought that his companion, who opened her master's inventory on her own, was truly special. When he was healed, the system notified him that the 5th floor of the magic tower was open to him. Once there, Adrian saw another chest. He wanted to look at his rewards right away. He received 500 billion loot and comprehensive vision points. They looked like ordinary glasses, but they couldn't be ordinary because they were from Manuel Lucas. After reading the description of the glasses, he decided that they would help him recognize friends and enemies, and that they were an indispensable item for such a distrustful person. The quest was completed. The creation of the 4th circle began, and in the meantime, they arrived at the Western Command. The people who met them were surprised that the second son of Viscount Lawrence had arrived. They began to whisper. One said that his name seemed to be Cedric, that he had been a genius since childhood, and had shown great promise. His interlocutor replied that it was not about Cedric, but about the younger son, and he had heard that after being poisoned, he had become a fool. Adrian had been standing behind these people the whole time, and heard the entire conversation. Finally, he said that he was the brother who had been poisoned. They laughed, and said that he was not a fool at all, and that rumors were just rumors. That's how Adrian met Viscount Evans, the chief of staff of the Western group of fighters, and Viscount Miller, the deputy chief of staff. Then they looked at how many forces he had brought with him. 5 officers from the advance guard, 50 knights, and 1,000 infantrymen. They said that the infantry could be disregarded, as the officers of the advance guard would decide the outcome of the battle. Only a mage of at least the 7th circle could deal with an officer of the advance guard. Adrian was informed that his fighters had been integrated into the army as a 2nd separate brigade within the 3rd division. Their brigade commander was Count Otis. He bowed and said he understood everything. He remembered that Count Otis seemed to be the great lord of the East. Going out to his subordinates, Adrian announced that they were now the 2nd separate brigade. As he left, he hoped that Count Otis would not interfere too much. A week later in the game, Adrian was happy that Commander Otis was the best. After all, the best commander is the one who is never around. Adrian was informed that before the start of hostilities, Brigadier Otis had left on business and would appear via teleportation. Therefore, he could play calmly. He was standing in front of the screen, thinking that the 5th round was about to begin, when Arcia approached him. He turned around and asked what was wrong, and she said that someone had entered his room. Adrian immediately logged out of the game, and took off his virtual reality glasses to see Sir Dalton. Arcia was holding her arm, and Sir Dalton was surprised at how strong she was. Putting on his all-seeing glasses, Adrian decided to find out what this man wanted. The glasses showed Sir Dalton's status. He was excited, and Adrian thought he was just a jerk. Getting out of bed, he said he'd better explain himself. The man replied that he was concerned about his condition because he had been in the game for too long. He added that the girl had approached him herself, but then immediately received a blow to the leg. Adrian said he had warned him to write in the messenger if something serious happened, and Arcia was here for a reason. She was standing guard. He entered the brigade commander's room without permission, and Adrian asked if he was going to send him to the other world. Sir Dalton asked what he was talking about, and added that he was actually an officer in the advance guard. Then Adrian hit him on the leg again, and said he needed to find a more convincing explanation. Turning to Arcia, he asked what had happened. She replied that he had tried to separate them. Adrian asked if the man had tried to drag her away. She replied that he had. Sir Dalton shouted that she was trying to frame him. Turning to the young gentleman, he asked if he really believed that her word was above that of an officer. Taking Arcia's weapon, he said that Dalton was violating discipline, or, more precisely, apparently trying to start a mutiny. He said that in that case, he would judge him as a rebel, putting a gun to his stomach and ordering him to step forward. Sir Dalton smiled and asked if he was serious. The people who had come with him asked the brigade commander to calm down. Adrian thought that he had been quiet for his own safety, but now Anna would not be able to keep an eye on it. Therefore, he decided not to back down anymore. And this was an excellent opportunity to show them his determination. So he told Sir Dalton once again to take a step forward. Meanwhile, someone came to Deputy Commander Billiam and informed him that the brigadier was ordering him to report immediately. He thought that this clown still dared to give him orders. The fighter said that the foreman was going to deal with Dalton and that he needed to hurry. As soon as he entered Adrian's room, a weapon flew past him, which Billiam caught in midair. He looked at the weapon and saw blood on it, and Adrian asked if he hadn't told him to hurry. Sir Dalton was writhing on the floor, and Billiam asked his lordship what it all meant. Adrian said that a knight who harasses girls is not a knight at all. He asked his deputy for his opinion on the matter. Billiam turned to his soldiers, and calling them puppies, asked what they had done. Then he turned back to Adrian, bowed, and apologized, saying it was his fault. Adrian said that Sir Dalton had been relieved of his duties, ordered his equipment to be taken away, and sent him to prison. The three who had let him into Adrian's room also had to be sent to prison, as they were accomplices. He added that this was not up for discussion, as he was in charge here. He told the deputy that this was not their land. As he left, he said that he didn't like the smell of blood, so he would go to another room and ask the deputy to order the room to be cleaned up. Billiam watched him leave and thought to himself, so that's what he's like. It must be hard to hold back and not show who you really are. A little later after this incident, he and Arcia were back in the game and fighting another opponent. Adrian reasoned that the enemy was constantly striking at his blind spot and managing to keep his distance. It was a 5th level quest, and their opponent was the Dark Knight Zenita, the reward for defeating whom would be the opening of the 6th floor of Lucas's magic tower. The Dark Knight swung his weapon and, preparing to strike, said that he was going to send him to the other world. But Adrian managed to orient himself in time and deftly dodged the blow. The knight, not expecting this, was distracted for a second, and Arcia struck him with her shield. Seizing the moment, Adrian used his magical weapon against his opponent. He was defeated, saying in the end that he was just a means for him to level up. The 6th floor of Manuel Lucas's magic tower was open. There, they saw another chest. The system announced that they had received 2 trillion loot. Sitting in front of the chest, Adrian thought that gold was always very pleasant. In addition, he received new equipment and decided that he would take the staff and cloak for himself and give the rest to Arcia. He thought that new equipment was always good, and Archmage Lucas always gave the best. After a while, one of the servants came to him and said that he felt the presence of strong energy. Adrian told him not to worry, as he was just rummaging through his artifacts. He left, and Adrian took out the weapon he had obtained in the game, which, as he thought, was used by the Knights of the Vanguard. The magical equipment of a Vanguard officer is designed to increase his power, and unlike mana, an aura cannot be created artificially. Taking out the cloak, Adrian thought that perhaps this equipment for the mage also had such properties. He put on the Istro cloak, which had the ability to store aura. Then he took the Istro staff, which had the same abilities. 2 weeks had passed since Adrian was appointed representative of the House of Lawrence and began preparing fighters against the Kreutz Empire. He dismissed the guards and thought that after the incident with Dalton, everyone was afraid of him, and it was great that everyone knew what he was like. Unsurprisingly, Billiam suddenly respected Adrian. Using his all-seeing glasses, he discovered that the deputy was interested and cautious, but none of that mattered to him, because the main thing was that no one disturbed him during the game. At one point, looking at Arcia through his glasses, he saw that an emotion had appeared in her character description. She was happy. Adrian had never seen that before. He wondered if she was happy because they had gone out for a walk, and he thought she was just like a puppy. As it turned out, even Homunculus had emotions, but he knew nothing about her, and she had no personality. But there were things she liked and things she didn't like. They came out to a beautiful sunny valley, and Adrian thought it was very nice here. He looked at Arcia again. Now she was very happy. On their return, he promised that they would go for walks more often, and she agreed. One of the employees approached him, and seeing that he was a little hesitant, Adrian asked what was wrong. The man suddenly straightened up and shouted, "Would the foreman like to have a drink with me?" The employee's name was Lopez, and Adrian could see his emotions. He was embarrassed. Behind him, 2 others were laughing. Thinking that everything was clear with him, Adrian asked if they had put him up to it. Turning around and walking away, he thought that he didn't need it, but said aloud that he didn't want it yet. Then he turned around and asked the young man who was still standing there why he even had the title of knight. The young man apologized for the insult, but thought it was unnecessary. Adrian thought that wasn't what he meant, and looked at Alan Lopez's abilities. He had a rare, special trait, and a great talent for magic, and Adrian didn't understand why he allowed himself to be mocked. But then he decided it was none of his business, apologized, and said that he could have achieved much more if he had become a mage. And as he left, he told his friends not to dare bother him anymore. Later, Adrian thought that he didn't want any trouble and didn't stand up for him. But still, his talent could have been very useful. Alan could have been given the equipment of an advanced guard officer, and then he would have become a combat mage. Adrian believed that talent was everything, but since he had become a knight at such a young age, he had a chance. He even thought about taking the young man under his wing, but Count Otis was an obstacle to that. Alan Lopez was a knight from another county, so Adrian needed Otis's permission. He even considered bribing him, because he knew that Otis was not averse to bribes. Looking at Arcia, he thought that he did not know how useful high and very high talents were, but it was time to start putting together his team, and now was the perfect time, because Adrian was far from his stepmother's influence. After thinking it over, he smiled and said that he knew what they should do, and that they had a lot of work to do. Walking down the corridor, Alan recalled the foreman's words that he could achieve much more if he were a mage. At first, he thought that the second foreman, Adrian Lawrence, was just a haughty nobleman, but he believed that he needed to become a mage, not a knight. Approaching the doors with these thoughts, he announced that he had come to see Commander Otis, who had summoned him. Opening the door, he told his lordship that he had summoned him, and he told Sir Lopez to come in. In the office, he saw Brigadier Lawrence and was surprised, wondering why Otis had summoned him. Otis said that he was probably already aware, but before him stood a representative of the Lawrence family, Brigadier Adrian Lawrence. He added that from now on, he would be his lord, and told him to serve him faithfully. Alan was very surprised by this news. Adrian remembered from his past life how China lost to South Korea in soccer. One fan wondered if there really weren't 11 good soccer players among the entire population of China. Another replied that there weren't any, because the Chinese Messi and Ronaldo were toiling away somewhere on a farm. It was all about how no matter how much talent a person has, if they don't have a social ladder, their talent is wasted, and Adrian understood that. Later, when he went to the store with Arcia, he said that who knows how many young people are wasted. One of them was Count Otis Alan Lopez, a failed knight. Another young man was a former farm worker, Barnabas Anderson, and another one of the few soldiers who played a musical instrument was the trumpeter Eric Jones. There was also Nicholas Brown, a cheeky boy who was caught selling adult magazines to soldiers, Linda Noah, a maid from a neighboring regiment, and many other talented people who had gone astray and achieved nothing in life. The maid approached Adrian and apologized to the foreman. She asked if it was true that he thought she could become a sorceress. She said she had taken the test, and it did not confirm her abilities. Adrian replied that the problem was probably with the equipment used to test her. Her name was Linda Noah, and Adrian had seen her ability. To get her, he had to buy her from her owner and give a few more bribes. While Adrian thought that no one would understand his actions, Barnabas approached them and told Linda that there was no need for doubt and that she should do as her master commanded. Barnabas Anderson was physically gifted, and he came with the underage Nicholas Brown, and Adrian was going to make them knights. Adrian asked the new members of his team if they had already chosen their outfit. They were in the high-fashion atelier, Royal Palace, and Adrian noticed that they were all confused and had clearly never been in such a place before. Eric Jones chose a suit for himself, and Adrian praised him, saying that it suited him very well. His special talents were leadership, management, and persuasion. Adrian believed that such talents were even more useful than magic and fencing. He told everyone not to look at the price tag and to choose whatever suited them. He thought that if talents were not cultivated, they would remain buried in the ground. Alan Lopez chose a uniform for himself and said that it suited him best. Adrian replied that he was no longer a soldier. He was going to send them for training, and each of them would receive special attention. He wanted them to dress appropriately for their new environment. After everyone had chosen their clothes and appropriate equipment, they all arrived at the location together. Looking at the huge building, they asked Mr. Adrian if it was true that they would live and study here, and he confirmed it. Adrian assigned servants and a butler to them, and from that moment on, they were to devote all their energy and attention solely to their studies. He sent them all a stipend and compensation for their dismissal. He said that the terms of the contract were the same for everyone, regardless of their origin. In response, they all said that they would do everything to exceed his expectations. Adrian said that if they proved that he had not been mistaken about them, they would receive a raise. He understood that they might not progress as quickly in their studies, despite all their efforts. Looking at Lopez, he added that they should do everything they could not to let him down. Finally, he added that he hoped they would live in harmony and not disappoint him with quarrels. Saluting, they all shouted in unison that they would obey. Adrian asked them to tell him if anyone tried to poach them, and he would pay them twice as much. He planned for this educational institution to become a refuge for his protégés. And it was Adrian who had to ensure that their talents were developed. He understood that he might have to shell out some cash, but in reality, it was an investment in the future. And as Adrian saw it, it was his investment in future, high-quality personnel. But he also thought about the need to protect Anna's mother, and when he went against Cedric openly, she would have to be hidden. He thought that before returning to camp, he needed to find a safe place. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that someone was following them. And literally a second later, Arcia attacked their pursuer and grabbed him by the throat. While she was holding him by the throat, Adrian greeted him with a smile. He remembered how a couple of days ago, Cedric had called in the middle of the night and told him to hang out with people like him. And Adrian realized that he was being followed. He asked the pursuer how he had found him, knowing that he had teleported from the royal palace. Pulling out his weapon, he said he was sure they were being followed. The pursuer said he had no idea what he was talking about. Saying that this man was Cedric's spy, he looked meaningfully at Arcia. She understood him without words, and a second later, the pursuer was lying on the ground. Adrian asked if he wanted to live, and, if so, to answer his questions. Lying on the ground, pinned down by Arcia, the young man thought that increasing his aura would do him no good. Looking at her, he thought that she was no ordinary girl and seemed to be an aura expert. He understood that if he didn't speak, they would send him to the other world. So he asked them to wait, and he would tell them everything. Putting a weapon to his face, Adrian suggested that he had found him because Cedric had another rat in the teleportation office. The young man's name was Berto. He was a knight and an average aura user. Now he felt fear, confusion, and awareness, and Adrian thought he wasn't lying. Deciding to scare him, Adrian said that he knew Cedric was sending spies to him, but there was something interesting, and Berto asked what it was. He replied that Cedric blindly followed orders, but he had nothing against him, as if he didn't want to get involved. And Adrian suggested that Berto was ready to go against his master. Berto was about to ask how he had guessed this, but Adrian stopped him, and putting a gun to his face, asked again if he wanted to live. He replied that he did, and then Adrian offered him a job working for him. He said it would not be difficult. He would only have to send reports every day, and report to Cedric that he was doing the same thing as always. Removing the gun from the spy's face, Adrian asked if he agreed, and Bertol agreed. Later, he reported to Cedric that Sir Metz had been imprisoned for espionage. He said that he had been caught right in the Brigadier's chambers, which had caused a lot of problems. Cedric understood that this had happened because he had disobeyed his father and continued to send spies. He also understood that his father would now be furious because he had promised Adrian that he would not be followed. But he told Bert that he had no choice and that he would have to watch over Adrian until his father stopped being angry with Cedric. He replied to his master that he understood everything and ended the conversation in front of Adrian and Arcia, who were watching. Adrian said that they had already caught the rest of the spies and dealt with them as they had with Dalton. He decided that he would not let Cedric take away his status. He now had 20 talented recruits under his command. Eric and Alicia, a half-elf and former administrator of the Allied forces, would take care of them. He was glad that everyone was working so hard so that he could sit back and relax. Adrian was happy that he was only one level away from becoming a 6th circle mage. But then he received a message that a state of emergency had been declared, and the division commander had issued an urgent order. Leaving his room with Arcia, he met Harmon and asked him what had happened. He reported that the heavenly fortress of the Kreutz Empire had crossed the border, and now they were waiting for details. Hearing this, Adrian thought that this was probably the calm before the storm. A meeting began in the council hall to discuss the Kreuzen's move. Commander Otis proposed loading the fighters onto the Leviathan train so that they would be ready to move at any moment. They would also sleep inside the train. He also reported that there was an interception of teleportation coordinates between them and the Kreuzen, and therefore no one should move as it was dangerous. In addition, Otis banned all forms of communication for soldiers, except for those with the rank of colonel and above. The rest would communicate by radio. Looking at Adrian, he said that this also applied to him, and that he should be cautious. Adrian thought that he would still be able to play online games. In conclusion, he said that the battles were beginning, and everyone needed to be on high alert. Later in the game, Adrian reached level 160 by defeating the two-headed monster, Organ Tacit. He was curious to see if he would now receive the 6th circle. Shortly before that, Harmon asked him not to play because everyone was forbidden to use their devices. But Adrian did not listen to him. Now he was glad he had continued playing because it was worth it. Of course, it wasn't nice to everyone else, but the game was important to him. Standing near another chest, he received a system notification that his prize of 10 billion loot had been credited to his account. In addition, he received an additional companion, a black, supersonic eagle. Adrian was surprised by this. He didn't think such things happened in the game. Although he knew that the archer class had eagle companions, he decided it would be best to learn about this eagle in real life. Taking off his virtual reality glasses and looking around the room, he saw that the eagle was not there, but thought that perhaps it was outside. He went outside but didn't see the eagle, and thought that it would appear in his room like Arcia, and that he would have problems because of it. Then there was a noise behind them, and Arcia turned around and pointed to the eagle circling above them. The soldiers who were nearby also saw it, and rushed to help the foreman, asking him to duck. But Adrian was not afraid, and then the huge eagle flew up and landed near its master. With a gesture, he ordered the soldiers to lower their weapons, and looked closely at the eagle. This eagle had strong bones and skin like a dragon. It was difficult to damage it even with magical weapon, but it only had one skill. Stroking the eagle, Adrian thought that he needed to know how to unlock this bird's skills. But surely this was related to passing levels. He didn't know what the vertical pike did, but the eagle's general vision seemed to be a useful skill that gave it excellent visibility at the speed of light. His thoughts were interrupted by the soldiers surrounding them, who were curious about what kind of monster this was. Adrian realized that he had been staring at the eagle so intently that he hadn't noticed how many onlookers had gathered around. He decided that there seemed to be no other choice. Reaching out to the eagle, Adrian asked if it wanted to go with him, and the eagle showed with its whole demeanor that it trusted him. The soldiers watching them did not understand why the bird did not attack him, and even fawned over him. And Adrian, hugging the eagle, thought about why he had staged this ridiculous spectacle, and how he might regret it later. The fighting began immediately, not with isolated skirmishes, but with full-scale battles along the entire western border. As a result, Adrian's brigade was fully engaged, and he was suddenly informed that the Kreutzen advance guard was approaching. He gave the order not to panic, to retreat and regroup, and he asked that the order be passed on to Billiam to advance. He thought that even though it was just a game, he had learned not to fear for his life when fighting monsters. Harmon coughed, and Adrian asked him what was wrong, but he replied that nothing was wrong. But looking through his all-seeing glasses, he saw that the Kreutzen advance guard was striking, and then Adrian gave the order to deploy energy shields over the train. The energy shields were deployed just in time, at the very moment when the enemy struck with such force that everything shook. Adrian thought that such a strike from a distance was not just reconnaissance in force. He ordered a report on the situation. The energy shield had been breached and needed 90 seconds to recharge. This advance guard had destroyed the shield with a single blow, and Adrian wondered why Lucas hadn't made better combat equipment for Reingard. He thought that they should not be afraid of the advance guard, because he had Arcia, a Grandmaster Knight, an analog of an 8th Circle mage, in his service. Harmon admitted that they were lucky this time, and that if it weren't for Adrian, there would have been significant damage. Adrian said he was just lucky. He said that his lordship was just being modest. Adrian thought that he hadn't pulled his tongue. They decided to see how things were going on the battlefield. Their forces were roughly equal, but the enemy also had 2 sky fortresses, although they were much smaller than theirs. Apparently, they had been hastily constructed for the invasion. Harmon said that as far as they knew, this was the first flight of such sky fortresses. There were no attacks on the ground, but it was clear that something was brewing in the sky. Looking at everything that was happening once again, Adrian said that the enemies were serious. And then something strange began to happen. The weapon systems and bridges of the sky fortresses began to disconnect. No one understood what was happening because they just fell. And so, from 2 to 1, they went to 1 to 1. The soldiers standing behind Adrian laughed at the fact that the enemy had lost a wheel. But Adrian saw a system alert that there was a concentration of magical energy. He turned to the soldiers and ordered them to relay his words to their sky fortress. He shouted that these parts of the enemy's fortress would have to be blown up. The soldiers panicked and began to relay the information that they needed to retreat. They had to hit these parts of the fortress with any kind of weapon. The main thing was to knock them down. Realizing that part of the heavenly fortress was about to crash into them and cause an explosion, Adrian activated the ring and created a large shield. He managed to do it just in time. The explosion occurred, but the shield he created was able to protect the train. Holding his head, Adrian thought that the shockwave had shaken him, and if he hadn't used his father's ring, they would have been blown to pieces. He recovered a little and decided to see what had happened to the Sky Fortress. There was significant damage, and it was good that they had managed to fly away. He ordered to find out what had happened to the advance guard and to take care of the wounded. A little later, Otis thanked Brigadier Lawrence and said that he had done an excellent job today. He replied to His Highness that he was flattering him, but Otis said that the enemy had used this tactic in other areas of the front and that they were the only ones who had sensed something was wrong, and avoided the loss of the heavenly fortress. He also reported to the general staff that this victory was achieved thanks to Adrian, and that he could count on a good reward. Adrian thanked him. He replied that it was his duty as a senior officer to ensure that his subordinates were rewarded for their achievements. Adrian thought that Count Otis was a good man, but then Otis asked to be let in on the secret because there were some amazing rumors going around about Adrian. For example, there was talk that the foreman had tamed an unusually giant eagle, and Otis had heard from soldiers that he easily found common ground with this bird. He replied that the bird seemed to understand his speech, so he began to communicate with it. Laughing and patting Adrian on the shoulder, the Count said that this was what it meant to find a common language. And so, the eagle really did understand his speech. One of those present said that it was probably a type of eagle called an Altai eagle, a bird with a high level of mana and very devoted to its owners who tame them. Adrian laughed and said he didn't know that, although in fact, he knew everything about Altai eagles. Count Otis thought it was very amusing to have an eagle that resembled a dog. Adrian asked him if, since the enemy had already retreated, it was possible for him to use the connection. As a reward, Count Otis gave him that opportunity. Adrian was delighted that he could finally go play and thanked him. 2 weeks later, Billiam commanded his men that there might be a trap, and they needed to keep their distance, and, upon detecting the enemy, strike with long-range weapons. He also warned them not to rely on the radar signal, but to keep their distance, as Brigadier Lawrence had said. Meanwhile, Billiam himself thought that many changes had taken place in the men since the start of the fighting, but at that moment, they were surrounded by enemies, and he realized it was a trap. They began to retreat, fighting off the enemies. They emerged from underground, where the radar couldn't detect them, and it was a good thing they listened to the foreman and moved cautiously, otherwise they would have been in trouble. Billiam thought they were lucky, but with every minute it was getting harder. There were twice as many enemies, and they had to hold them off until reinforcements arrived. It would take the reinforcements at least 5 minutes to get there, and they wouldn't be able to hold out that long without casualty. Then Sir Billiam heard the order to break through, and a moment later soldiers appeared near them and asked how they were doing. They reported that 10 officers from the advance guard, under the command of Count Otis, had arrived. Billiam did not understand how the reinforcements could have made it in time. He thought that Adrian knew this would happen, and had called them in advance. His thoughts were interrupted by Brigadier Lawrence, who asked why he was cooling off and not going on the attack. He reported that they had pushed the enemy forces back to the mountains, and Billiam thought that his voice sounded too calm when he said that he was cooling off. Adrian said that it was not easy for him to knock out the reinforcements, so he asked them to deal with at least 5 units while they were there. Later, the command discussed how, under Brigadier Lawrence's command, they had dealt with 5 enemy units. While other units were suffering losses, Lawrence's brigade was contributing to the battlefield every day. At first, Otis thought it was luck, but now there's no need to talk about that. He remembered what they said when he was a child. He was a genius, but then he became useless. He asked his subordinates how old Brigadier Lawrence was, and whether he was the same age as his daughter Michelle. All the men present were surprised by his words, that his family had already given up on him, but he would gladly take Adrian for himself. Even the fact that he had a mistress and was a gambler could not dissuade the Count, who had already chosen him as his son-in-law. They advised Otis to wait a little and see how he behaved. After all, Lady Michelle had a quick temper, and it would not be good for them if she found out. The Count thought about how his daughter was indeed quick-tempered, and a moment of silent agreement fell over the room, after which Otis asked for a report to be sent to headquarters. Adrian and Arcia were walking down the corridor when Billiam caught up with them and asked if the brigadier had a minute. He replied that he had time, but asked his deputy to speak quickly. Through his all-seeing glasses, he saw that Billiam was calm and anticipating something. Without thinking twice, Billiam asked why he was hiding his true power. Adrian thought it was a direct question. He added that many of the Viscount's vassals were concerned about the future, and that if Cedric inherited power, difficult times awaited everyone. Billiam said that if he was determined to stand up to his brother, he would support him with all his might. Adrian could see that Billiam was speaking sincerely. He thought that perhaps his father had said something to his closest advisor before going into battle, but he told him that he was grateful for his words. But he added that he would pretend that the conversation had never taken place. Billiam looked closely at Adrian. His emotions had changed. Now he was neutral, calm, and disappointed. Adrian patted him on the shoulder and thought that Billiam was naive and hasty in expressing his opinion. Adrian understood that no matter how hard he tried to stop Cedric's spying, he could not be sure that there were no other types of surveillance that were still unknown. Besides, he thought he could handle it himself, and they left, leaving a disappointed Billiam standing in the same place. Getting rid of Anna and Cedric was his job alone, and he didn't want to share that pleasure with anyone else. But now he knew that among their vassals, there were people like Billiam, who cared about the fate of the Viscountcy. Turning the virtual reality glasses in his hand, he thought that he would be awarded a medal But for Adrian, that was not so important. After a while, the youngest son of the Lawrence family was indeed awarded the Order of the Golden Lion, second class, and he realized that it was very important. During the award ceremony, he thought about how expensive each piece of equipment for the officers of the advance guard was, but he did not expect such praise. Adrian said that it was a great honor for him, and that he would cherish this award for the rest of his life. And he himself thought with undisguised pleasure that when Cedric saw this, he would probably start biting his elbows in anger. At that moment, Cedric was angry in front of his mother that everyone was talking about Adrian. He believed that if he had gone to the front, all the awards would have gone to him. He asked Anna if his father had returned. She replied that he was still living with that lowly woman. Lately, he hadn't left her side, and Cedric asked his mother if she was going to do anything about it. She said that his father had left her for Adrian, and that she thought he intended to protect her until Adrian returned from the front, but he was protecting her from them. Cedric asked if it was true that Adrian intended to break with his family after the battle. She replied that it was true, and that he saw an opportunity to earn a title, but she told her son not to be afraid, because he would never be his equal anyway. Hugging him, she added that she would take care of it. Cedric knew she was telling the truth. All this time, his maternal grandfather had been supporting them, and his mother had managed to take control of most of the power in the Viscountcy. His father was still in power, but only temporarily, until he handed over the reins to him. He remembered his feelings from childhood, when everyone said that young Master Adrian was very smart. Everyone was amazed at how he could be so smart at such a young age. They had never seen a child with such a thirst for knowledge. Everyone talked about Viscount Lawrence's youngest son, considering him a genius. Cedric became even more angry because they had completely neutralized him when they poisoned him, but now he was getting on his nerves again. Meanwhile, his father and Sylvia watched as their son Adrian was awarded his medal. 48 days after the start of the fighting, Adrian brought the officers energy drinks and asked them to take them before the battle. The men drank the energy drinks and thanked him for his kindness. They discussed how the other brigades were already worn out, while they were full of strength. Adrian, overhearing their conversation, thought that they were full of strength thanks to the precious elixir he had mixed in. This energy drink was a solution of the legendary panacea, and Adrian even felt a little sorry to waste it on them, but he did it so that the fighting would end sooner. Billiam approached him with his men and said that they were going on a reconnaissance mission. Adrian asked them not to put themselves in danger, but at that moment, he was informed that the division commander was summoning him again. Adrian fed the huge eagle, which was now completely tame, one last time. Then, together with Arcia, he got into the car and went to meet with Otis. In the car, he said that Count Otis was summoning him more and more often. Harmon suggested that the Count must trust him. When Adrian arrived at Count Otis's residence, he saw that the other commanders were also there. Looking around, he thought that the Count had gathered all the unit commanders. He could have written in the messenger if it was something important about the fighting. After a while, Count Otis appeared and greeted everyone present. He said that everyone could rejoice, because soon their ears would no longer be filled with gunfire and explosions. Otis said that the end of hostilities would soon be announced. Adrian listened to his speech with surprise. It turned out that at that very moment, diplomats from both sides were meeting, and according to Otis, it would soon be announced that the fighting was over. Everyone began to discuss his words, that apparently the Kroydzinski Empire did not intend to go far, and that this was nothing more than a large-scale military clash. One commander asked why they had started it in the first place. Another suggested that they wanted to show their strength, and thereby consolidate their power. Adrian informed Otis that their advance guard had gone out on reconnaissance, and asked if they should be brought back. But he replied that until the peace treaty was signed, everything should continue as usual. Adrian thought that the junior officers were going, but the senior officers were making all the decisions. Seeing that he was not very happy with this answer, Otis told Adrian to just enjoy himself. He reminded him that he had been awarded the Order of the Golden Lion, and that even greater rewards awaited him upon his return. Therefore, it was worth enjoying the last days of fighting, and Adrian thought that just recently, he had become a hero to everyone here, not a nobody. He had a bright future ahead of him, and would have to return to his family when the fighting was over, and they clinked their glasses. Later, when Billiam came to see him, Adrian told him everything, and Billiam thought it was good. He advised him to think about what would have happened if the Kroidzens had gone further and fought them to the last. Their 100 heavenly fortresses and tens of thousands of frontline officers would most likely have wiped their cities to dust. Billiam believed that it would have been a catastrophe of terrifying proportions. Adrian told Billiam that he should rest, and asked why he had come. He treated him to some food from the bag Arcia was eating from, saying it was a gift from Count Otis. He didn't know what it was called, but it was clearly something fancy. Tasting the treat, Billiam said that his lordship was different from other nobles, and he had noticed this long ago. Not only did he care about the ordinary soldier, but he also personally stood guard while his men rested. But Billiam believed that he still carried himself with dignity, like a true nobleman. Not quite understanding what he was talking about, Adrian said that he was definitely wrong about that. But he recalled how he had calmly drunk tea while the enemy was advancing directly on them. He considered this to be evidence of his unshakable self-confidence. At this point, Adrian began to guess where he was going with this. He probably wanted to bring up the topic of supporting him against Cedric again. Bowing his knee before the brigadier, Billiam said that he had posted trusted men as guards and checked that there were no listening devices in the room. Adrian realized that he was very serious and that they were all on his father's side. He said he could see that Billiam had taken measures, but he was afraid they might be noticeable. He replied that this was why he had come here, when everyone else was resting, and he declared that Gilbert Billiam, his humble servant, swore allegiance to Adrian Lawrence, the second son of Viscount Lawrence. Adrian asked if his other trusted knights wished to say the same. Billiam replied that they did. After thinking for a moment, Adrian said he agreed, and Billiam was delighted. But Adrian immediately added that he had a condition, and asked them to behave as if nothing had happened until he said it was okay. He said that even though they would be taken into account, it was not enough to win. He had a plan, so he asked them to listen to his orders. He asked how many knights were ready to swear allegiance to him. At that moment, there were 5 officers and about 30 knights. Billiam said that if they gathered his father's vassals, there would be twice as many people. Adrian thought that was not bad, and that the more, the better. But then Billiam told his lordship that there was something else, and Adrian looked at him in surprise. He said that Adrian's father was planning to send Sir Perseus to him, and he thought it would be better to contact him in advance and win him over to his side. Perseus was the deputy commander of the Viscount's Knight Regiment, and apart from the commander himself, he had no equal in battle or in the mastery of the oar. But he had long since left the order, falling victim to the power struggle initiated by Anna. Billiam said that his return might turn many knights who supported neutrality to Adrian's side. Adrian thought that with him, he could significantly increase his influence and then truly be on equal footing with Cedric and Anna. Now he thought that winning Sir Perseus over to his side was a good idea. He told Billiam that he wanted to meet with him as soon as possible and asked if he could help with that. Then he added that everything had to be kept secret. Billiam promised my lord that he would take care of it. When they left, Billiam's men saluted him, and Adrian thought that influence was a good thing. But consolidating his influence was not his main goal. Right now, his main goal was to complete the next quest of unexpected encounters. And as he entered the game, he decided that today he would definitely achieve the creation of the 7th circle of magic. But this time, he and his companions were defeated. The system notified him that he could try again after restoring his experience. They fought desperately alongside Arcia, who covered them with her shield. He reasoned that he had always remained unharmed until level 200. He understood that it was normal in the game to die and overcome difficulties. But since his body was synchronized with his character, it would be unimaginably painful. And now the monster was pushing Arcia back. Meanwhile, a huge eagle flew in to help its master. But before Adrian could react, the eagle and Arcia were wounded by the enemy. And in the end, the Knight Pascal raised his weapon over Adrian, and he understood that he was not just a master of the aura. He had a special buff for this quest, and his physical strength was simply unimaginable. Adrian was defeated, and the system announced that he would be resurrected in the nearest settlement. He sat on a bench and was in a lot of pain, but Adrian thought that he couldn't even writhe in pain because there were people around. Opening the game interface, he realized that everything had been too easy until then. He used a companion resurrection scroll to bring Arcia back to life. She reappeared before him and apologized to her master. Adrian asked if it hurt her to go to the other world. She replied that it hurt, but that feelings weren't very strong in the game, so it was tolerable. He said with relief that it was good, but he thought about the moment when he saw her stats, which were perfect for tanking, and bought her without hesitation. But the closer they became, the more it bothered him that he was hiding behind her fragile figure during battle. And he decided to try to change his fighting style, so that she wouldn't have to take all the blows and his pain. Adrian sat sadly and thought that he needed to change his fighting style anyway. After all, the last battle had shown the imperfection of how they fought. He thought about how everything happened. Arcia blocked her opponent's movements, while Voronok supported her by distracting the enemy from above, and he struck from behind her. He believed that the problem was the reload time, which took too long. So, to keep the enemy away from him, he needed the eagle to attack it. It would be good if something could take away the enemy's health, while Arcia defended and he cast spells. But he could no longer call anyone to help him on the quest. Adrian began to consider various options. He could use spells from the lower circles, which would ensure a high rate of fire. He could also use the eagle to fight, and Arcia's weapon, so that she could not only defend herself, but also deal damage. He decided that while he was restoring his experience, although it would not be easy, he could try. He also needed to instruct the eagle and Arcia, and she agreed. But their second battle against the Knight Pascal also ended in defeat. the system announced that experience was being restored and that they should try again. Standing by the fountain after the recovery, Adrian was indignant, not understanding how this was even possible. When Arcia returned, she apologized to him, but he said it wasn't her fault, but his own. He understood that he needed to calm down. He began to reason that in the second battle against Pascal, he had used the eagle and Arcia more actively, but it turned out that the black eagle was not suited for direct combat and went to the other world a minute later. Adrian himself went to the other world 3 minutes later, and Arcia held out for another minute. And Adrian concluded that all the trouble was because the eagle went to the other world too quickly. The eagle's strength is distracting the enemy, but it doesn't do much damage, and for their fighting style to work, they need to protect it. And Adrian decided that it might be worth making a chest plate for him. He decided to give it a try, and told Arcia that there was no reason to worry, because what doesn't work will eventually work. But their third battle also ended in defeat. Adrian was angry, but he thought that this time it wasn't so bad. The eagle breastplate was hastily made, but it served its purpose and allowed them to study their opponent's techniques. He told Arcia that they needed to regain their experience and try again, because now they knew what Knight Pascal was capable of. They regained their experience and went into battle with Pascal for the 5th time. He was even surprised by this. Standing before them, he asked if it looked like a circuit. Adrian had a real talent for entertaining the undead, and he could make it his profession. But Adrian, caught in the eagle's claws, said that he apparently didn't understand anything, and that humans had something called a fighter jet. Activating his magical weapon, he prepared to battle his opponent for the 5th time. He began to strike, while the black eagle held Adrian high in the air. On the other side was Arcia, also participating in the battle, but Knight Pascal was successfully defending himself for the time being. Adrian struck with cries for his enemy to go to the other world. But after a while, Arcia was sent to the other world, and the black eagle was wounded and could not hold Adrian. He fell to the ground, and Knight Pascal hovered over him, saying that it was glorious. The black eagle went to the other world, and Adrian followed shortly after. The system announced that experience was being restored, and that it was possible to try again. This continued several more times, and finally, the 9th battle began. This time, they decided to try a different configuration, but Pascal found it amusing to see the mage charging headlong into battle. But this time, Adrian was able to hold out for 25 minutes, and the damage inflicted on the enemy was much higher. Before going to the other world, Adrian decided that he needed to wear equipment that would speed up his reaction and speed rather than casting. And next time, he decided to try to be a fast-running and agile mage, which no one usually wants to be. When the battle began, Adrian quickly moved and directed magical strikes at his opponent. On the other hand, Pascal had to defend himself from Arcia, who was attacking with her weapon. But at one point, Pascal managed to deliver a decisive blow, and Adrian realized he had found what he was looking for. He tried to be an agile mage who defended himself, and at the same time, allowed his companions to attack. The result was 62 minutes of battle, and 84% damage to the enemy. And as he departed for the next world, he realized that he could do it. Sitting on the bed and taking off his virtual reality glasses, he thought that he needed a few more attempts, and he would be able to win. But at that moment, he also realized that he had exceeded the connection time limit. Arcia was standing next to him, and Adrian said that he thought he would reach level 200, but there was a delay. He began to quickly get ready, but it seemed as if he was doing everything in slow motion. Arcia thought that his change in vision was normal, because he had died and been resurrected many times. He was a little surprised by this, and asked if Arcia felt the same way. She replied that she didn't know for sure, but she had become stronger. She was still the same, but she felt that she had become many times stronger, and that this strength could only come from experience. Adrian thought that she was not talking like an artificially created homunculus, but was gaining experience, and would soon be indistinguishable from a human being. She asked if he had any instructions for her, and Adrian replied that he didn't, and that they should rest and try again when the internet came back. They fought several more battles, and with each one, the damage to the knight grew greater and greater. And then, in the 18th battle, the damage to the Knight Pascal finally reached 100%. All three watched with relief as their opponent was sent to the other world. Adrian shouted joyfully that they had finally won, and the system announced the completion of the 7th level of the quest, Unexpected Encounters. They found themselves on the 8th floor of Lucas's magic tower, and Adrian compared its size to the Royal Library. It was hard to believe, but all the splendor they saw before them was just graphics. But Adrian's expectations proved to be false. As he realized that everything here was real, he tensed up and prepared his magical weapon, thinking that he had not yet passed all the tests to obtain the 7th circle. But at that moment, Arcia looked up and asked him not to be afraid. He found it strange that she was smiling, but when he looked up, he saw that the fairy grandfather had appeared before them. Adrian thought that this was his new companion, but he was struck by who he resembled. He looked very much like Archduke Lucas, but introduced himself as Chester. Chester said he was the estate manager, and a part of Manuel Lucas's soul. Adrian was astonished to hear that he was the estate manager, and also a part of the soul. Then he explained that he was an artificial intelligence created based on Lucas's memory. Adrian thought that he was very similar to his savior, and hoped that he was well disposed towards him, but he did not know how to react. He hoped that Chester would not take away what he had received. But Chester said that he should not worry. Besides, he couldn't believe that he was artificial intelligence because he spoke so freely. Chester replied that he had all of Lucas's memories. Adrian was glad that even though Manuel Lucas had ultimately passed away, part of him still remained in the virtual world. He even compared it to something like eternal life. After thinking for a moment, Chester replied that you could say that, and that was why he had created the Hollywood system. Chester said that if Lucas had been interested in something like eternal life, he would have created a homunculus like Arcia and recorded his memories for her. Before that, Adrian had suspected that Lucas intended to possess him, but now he understood that this was not the case. He asked Chester why he had appeared. He explained that the previous difficult level had confused him, and that he might be given new trials and restrictions. Instead of answering, Chester simply waved his staff in front of Adrian. A system notification appeared in front of him, stating that he was granted the right to use administrator privileges in Hollywood 5 times. Chester said that he had received the entire legacy of Manuel Lucas, which included administrator rights. Adrian asked how he could apply them. He was very surprised to hear that he could apply them to any programs running on the Hollywood virtual system. He knew that the system had 4 virtual realities, which meant he would be able to control all information online. But Chester also said that there were 4 restrictions on the use of the rights, and as he explained them, Adrian thought they were quite logical. Then Adrian asked if he could convert the virtual money he had received into real money, and Chester explained how to do it. Adrian decided to exercise this right. Chester named the huge amount that his funds were worth. Adrian also asked to create a legend for Arcia and indicate the sacred city of Everhill as her place of birth. Chester promised to make documents for her, stating that she was an orphan. Adrian smiled and thought that he was like a genie from a bottle. He understood that Chester's duty was to give him administrative rights and help him use them correctly. Adrian asked why the Archduke had gone so far for the sake of his heir. He replied that he wanted to ensure that he did not have a difficult life like Lucas. Adrian did not understand these words, and found them strange for such a great man. He thought that if Lucas had not been born into this world and left such a legacy, he would have lived in complete despondency and would not have been so intelligent. Kneeling before Chester, he called him his teacher and thanked him. Chester turned away and said that he was not Manuel Lucas, but Adrian thought he was barely holding back a smile. Meanwhile, the former deputy captain of the Knights, Sir Perseus, did not believe the words spoken about Adrian. Billiam said that everyone believed that when Adrian came to power, their land would prosper. But Perseus said not to confuse him with his father. He replied that he would not have come if he had known that he was being asked to support an unreasonable child. He added that Adrian was very talented. Sir Perseus had actually heard that he was useful in battle, but he considered the object of such blind faith to be insignificant. Billiam smiled at these words. Then he apologized, saying that he was not laughing at him, but simply remembered that Perseus had not long ago been in Adrian's place. He added that his interlocutor probably thought he had just been lucky a couple of times, but in fact, he was the same as before. Sir Perseus asked if that was not the case. Billiam replied that this was not the case, and that people only saw the tip of the iceberg. He said enthusiastically that he had seen everything himself and followed his orders, and considered him one of the greatest geniuses of our time. Smiling, he said that Perseus needed to meet Adrian, because even many of Cedric's knights had sided with him during the battles. He thought about it, and remembered stories that Adrian had been a genius before he was poisoned, and realized that he had hidden himself away since childhood in order to survive, only to reveal himself now. In the end, he asked what Billiam wanted. Billiam replied that he had to convince the vassals who had remained neutral to side with the Viscount's younger son. Sir Perseus thought for a moment, saying that it would take some effort, but then he said firmly that it would be interesting. Standing up, Billiam said that he had made the right decision, but Perseus replied that he had not said anything yet, as he needed to meet with Adrian first. Billiam replied that the young gentleman himself wanted to visit him, and decided to call him immediately. While he was calling, Perseus thought about how Adrian had been plotting his revenge for more than 10 years. He decided to see for himself if he was really as worthy as he seemed. Billiam tried to call him, but suddenly laughed awkwardly. He even blushed a little, and said that Adrian was not answering the phone for some reason. But then something unexpected happened. They sensed mana, and it was definitely the signature of spatial displacement. Only 7th Circle magicians possessed such teleportation ability, and they did not understand who it could be until they saw Adrian and Arcia appear. He said that judging by the expressions on their faces, they had no idea that the building was under siege. They really didn't know. And Adrian added that the assassins had come dressed head to toe in artifacts of stealth. He asked Arcia to get rid of them, and she disappeared somewhere in front of everyone. She returned quickly and, putting her weapon back in its sheath, told her master that 5 assassins had been sent to the other world. Adrian said that he seemed to have overestimated the two strongest fighters in their lands, since they had not even noticed the assassins approaching. The men did not understand what had happened, and Perseus wondered who the cold-blooded woman next to Adrian was. Adrian told them that he had been dreaming of revenge ever since he was poisoned, and how could they think that he would come unprepared? He added that he needed an aura master as a bodyguard. Sir Perseus was clearly stunned. He had greatly underestimated the young gentleman, and now, looking at Adrian, he thought that this young man was not so simple after all. Adrian also looked closely at Sir Perseus through his all-seeing glasses, assessing him. He saw that Perseus Nocturnus was an aura expert, a conqueror, and a commander. His attitude was friendly, and his emotions were fear and curiosity. Sir Perseus suggested that they were emissaries of Madame Anna, and Adrian agreed, spreading his arms. He said he was sure they had many questions for him, and, activating his magical abilities, began the process of making them disappear. The men were very surprised by this, but Adrian said it was just a fifth circle spell. Then Adrian decided that they should go somewhere else, and began the process of teleportation. The men were even more surprised to see him casting a seventh circle spell. The Kingdom of Lewis is the fifth largest power in terms of the number of magicians, and everyone would say that the greatest magician there is Duke Riverdale. He is also a teacher among whose graduates are 6 seventh circle magicians. When Adrian told the men about his teacher, they were very surprised. They couldn't believe that he had studied under Duke Riverdale because he had passed away a year ago, and he studied under him without Anna's supervision. Perseus didn't understand how, since he was always playing virtual games, but then he began to guess. He confirmed his guess that the virtual world was the only place where he could hide from Anna's eyes. It was just a figment of his imagination, as he became a magician too quickly. Perseus couldn't help but note the Duke's resourcefulness, as it was a wonderful way to teach. Before lying to them, Adrian prepared himself, and now had a joint hologram photo and a platinum record with him. These were fakes he had ordered from Chester, as well as others that indicated that the Duke had a secret student. Showing the photos to the men, he understood that the Duke's family and order would trust him when they found out about him. He wanted to tell them that he was Lucas's heir, but they would not leave him alone for that. And he said that he and Arcia would deal with Anna and Cedric. There was no need to aggressively expand his influence, and Perseus did not understand why the gentleman had called him. Smiling, Adrian said that he could not let him go, which surprised Sir Perseus even more. Saying that he could do something else for him, he asked for his left hand. When he gave him his hand, Adrian used his watch to open a second virtual account. A system notification appeared, stating that there were 20 billion loot on this account, asking if he wanted to transfer it, and Adrian replied that he did. He asked Perseus to gather loyal people for him, who would carry out his orders and gather information. To himself, he thought that they would be doing dirty work, but for a higher purpose. Perseus remained silent, and Adrian thought it was cruel of him to ask such a thing of a knight. Finally, he said that they certainly needed allies. He asked if he was really ready to share such a sum, which must have been difficult to accumulate. Adrian replied that he had a talent for investing, and that 20 billion was a lot, but not so much that he needed to worry about it. At that moment, he thought to himself that if he told Perseus that he had 3,000 times more than he had given him, he would probably faint. Approaching Sir Perseus and extending his hand, Adrian said that he would replace Cedric and become the heir to the viscountcy. He added that he would have power that everyone in the country would have to reckon with. He asked if he was with him. Shaking his hand and bowing his head before him, Sir Perseus replied that he would be with him until the end. Sometime later, Anne Lawrence was informed that 5 expert-level assassins had disappeared without a trace. These men said that they could defeat anyone except the Master of the Aura and the Great Magician. Her servant confirmed that they were very capable, and a glass of wine flew at him. Clutching her head, she asked where Perseus and Billiam were. He replied that they had not found Sir Billiam with his squad, or Sir Perseus. She told the servant, whose face was covered in wine, that he was alive. Otherwise, Billiam would have already reported to her husband. Anna thought that if they were together, they were plotting something against her and needed to be watched more closely. But then she remembered a conversation with her husband when he asked her to stop watching Adrian and Sylvia. Biting her fingers, she thought that she had no choice then and had to stop. After all, if she provoked Viscount Lawrence, there would be problems. Adrian had exceeded all expectations in battle, and upon his return, he would receive a title. Adrian had refused Billiam's support, but others wanted to support him. She thought that Cedric should have no competitors, and she didn't care about promises. The servant asked what he should tell the Assassin's Guild. He added that they had sent more people to ensure that the order was carried out. Anna said aloud that she could just send the bastard to the other world. Her servant was frightened, but Anna said that they had nothing to fear because it was very simple. She thought that there was no need to make anything up for this, but he said that if she did that to Viscount Lawrence, it would be difficult not to become enemies with him. He wanted to say that Mr. Adrian had attracted everyone's attention, but she interrupted him, asking how long he had been working for her. He replied that this year would be his 30th. Anna said that then he should have understood by now that she hated being lectured. He bowed and apologized. Then she walked over to him and poured the rest of the wine from the bottle over his head. She said that she understood the inevitability of the consequences and was doing this because there was no other way. The servant, covered in wine, said he had made a mistake. Laughing, she told her servant that he was wrong to think he was smarter than her. Falling to his knees before his mistress, he apologized again and said that he simply felt sorry for young Master Adrian. Looking down at him, she asked if he really felt sorry for him. He replied that it was only because of that. Then, sitting down next to the servant, Anna ordered him to do it for her, and then turn himself in. She said that he must confess that he had sent him to his death out of a desire to please her, but that she knew nothing about his plan. He replied that he understood everything, and that she could trust him, and he would prove his loyalty. Laughing, she said she liked that answer. As she left, she told him to do it for her, and if the assassins made another mistake, they would all be sent to the other world. Still kneeling, he thought about how she was ready to get rid of him, who had served her for 30 years, for just one word. He understood that it was too late to change anything, and hoped that if the young master could overcome this, he might survive. But he himself did not believe it. Soon after, the headquarters celebrated the victory of the 23rd Division. Finally, they could return home, and Otis said he was glad that a peace treaty had been signed. He said he never would have thought he would be showered with honors for Brigadier Lawrence's exploits. He couldn't wait to attend Adrian's award ceremony. One of those present said that thanks to him, he was now more respected in his family. Another said that he had been made an heir. Looking at them, Adrian thought that his feat had brought them dividends, and that if he had taken all the credit for himself, they would have had none of it. Adrian said that it was all thanks to His Excellency, who had trusted him and guided him with his wisdom. Otis told Adrian that it would have been even more profitable for him if the battles had lasted a little longer. He explained that this way, he would have received even more recognition and could have become a lord. His current reward did not provide for this. Otis looked at him with regret, and Adrian said that he did not fight for regalia. He replied that he was sorry that he was so talented and had no room for self-expression. He thought that when he replaced Cedric, he would be the heir to the Viscounts. Then, clearing his throat a little, Otis asked if Adrian would like to become a member of his family. Adrian was very surprised by his words. Otis said he had a daughter if he was interested. But Adrian smiled, thanked his lordship, and said he needed to think about it. The Count said that he could think about it as long as he wanted, and that he would always be happy to accept him. At that moment, Adrian remembered that his daughter was known to be hysterical. But in any case, that was not his problem. Now Adrian was only thinking about the fact that he could finally return. And with a smile, he anticipated that after his return, things would begin to happen that would very unpleasantly surprise Anna and Cedric. A day after the peace treaty was signed, the provincial fighters were withdrawn. Everyone said goodbye and invited Adrian, whom everyone was now happy to see, to visit. Adrian and Arcia were back in the game, and he was very tired. In his spare time, he worked hard to level up. He thought about how 10 days had passed since he reached level 200, but he didn't feel like he had made any progress. Before that, he believed that their combat effectiveness had greatly improved after the battle with the Knight Pascal. He understood that the stronger they became, the stronger their opponents were. The experience limit increased, and it became impossible to level up in a day. This was a problem for the whole team, as it took 5 of them to defeat the last monster. Adrian thought about a new team member, but he decided it was better to stay away from other players in the Unexpected Encounters quest, and slowly reach the top on his own. He was about to continue when he noticed that Arcia was acting strangely, and asked her what was wrong, but she didn't answer. He looked back at the funnel, and his condition was exactly the same as Arcia's. And then Adrian realized that this was because something was happening in reality, and hurried to exit the game. The first thing he saw when he took off his glasses and sat on the bed was Arcia fighting. He rushed to help her, realizing that it was an aura, and activated a large shield. She turned around and said that the assassins had come, the same ones they had defeated last time. He didn't understand where they got their magical weapons. Arcia replied that she didn't know, but there were 3 of them, all equipped with magical armor and weapons. Adrian did not understand where the blood was in that case, but she replied that Sir Billiam was ready for the attack. She said that he had delayed them, and now 5 officers from the advance guard were fighting them. Adrian thought that 5 officers would quickly deal with the attackers, but Arcia warned him that there was another formidable enemy here. The walls began to crumble, and a huge armored golem appeared before them. Looking at it, Adrian said that there were 6 of them, and that Madame had apparently decided to take care of them instead of Billiam and Perseus. But he thought that was even better. Preparing for battle, he asked Arcia if one magic weapon would be enough for her. She replied that of course it would. Then he took out his Istro staff, which could also be used as a magical weapon. Arcia's arsenal included a 2-handed Istro weapon. It was a magical weapon of exceptional strength, with characteristics that enhanced its owner. Looking at the approaching enemies, Adrian said that he was sorry, but they had chosen a target that was too big for them. He used the magical power of his staff and delivered a fire strike so powerful that they scattered in all directions. They came out, and Adrian told Arcia that it was time to go into battle. The captain of the assassin squad was told over the radio that something was wrong and they needed to retreat. He didn't understand what had happened, because they were supposed to have already sent him to the other world and left. But at that moment, there was a powerful explosion, and the assassins and golems were scattered in different directions. They couldn't understand how a monster like Adrian could hide his powers from the Lawrence family. They radioed that they couldn't retreat. The commander ordered the archmage to be sent to the other world because he was interfering with teleportation. But the assassins couldn't do that either, because the Aura Master was with him. Their commander thought it was madness, as if it wasn't enough that there was a high mage, but also an Aura Master. Thinking that the situation was hopeless, he told them over the radio to save themselves as best they could, and that he was leaving. But he didn't manage to escape because Adrian stopped him with his magical abilities. A second later, Arcia was already next to him with her weapon, but Adrian stopped her. He told him not to try to escape, because it was impossible. The squad commander thought that was impossible, so they were all sent to the other world. Adrian began to tell the commander that they could help each other, but suddenly he shouted for Arcia to stop him, because he had gone to the other world on his own. Arcia said that he must have bitten the poison capsule attached to his teeth. Adrian thought that such things only happened in novels, but he had actually done it. He admitted that he had little experience with assassins, and had underestimated their determination. The fighters began to ask Billiam if he knew what was going on, and he said that Mr. Adrian was a student of Duke Riverdale. They were surprised because he was under supervision and played all the time. Billiam explained that in the virtual world, he was actually studying. Billiam said that he was actually still a genius and was making plans for the future, deceiving everyone with his unattractive behavior in order to survive. Adrian looked surprised as he said all this about the ice breaking up and that they needed to think about whether to stay on the sinking ship. They flew away with damage, and finally Billiam said that they would soon arrive at the estate and that they should not embarrass the young master with their behavior. Upon arrival, Sylvia ran out to meet her son with tears in her eyes. Running up and hugging her son, she asked if he was hurt. Adrian asked his mother to calm down and assured her that he was fine. Viscount Lawrence approached them and said that his son was a fine young man. Adrian thanked his father. He himself thought that he was expecting a solemn meeting with the recipient of the order, but for some reason, it was quiet. His father apologized to him for not being able to welcome him properly. Adrian smiled and said that he didn't like noisy events anyway, but they had organized a reception in his honor, and his father suggested they go and celebrate together. At the reception, his colleagues raised their glasses and said that it had been a great honor to fight alongside him. His servant bowed and said that thanks to him, he had returned home alive. The Viscount said that it seemed the battle had taught his son how to win people's hearts. Then Adrian heard his name behind him and turned to see Anna and Cedric, thinking that they had come too. He told them that they had not seen each other for 3 months, calling them dear relatives. They congratulated him on his return. Adrian thought that Anna was looking at him, as if she couldn't believe he wasn't a ghost. Then he noticed her butler, Maurice Gouchier, and felt a sense of relief and joy. He thought about how he had been serving Anna for 30 years, and didn't understand why he was so fond of him. But he decided to win him over to his side. Then he looked at Commander Crown, whose attitude was hostile, and whose emotions were prejudice and distrust. He didn't want to look at Anna and Cedric. Then Cedric spoke up, saying that he had to admit that he had not disgraced their family's good name. He added that it was Adrian's duty, but he would accept. Adrian, of course, did not believe him. He would gladly deal with them for making him suffer for so many years. Cedric asked with a smirk if he liked his compliments, calling him a petty man. Deciding that he would no longer tolerate the attacks, Adrian asked if his brother thought he would jump for joy at hearing a kind word from him. He added that it was ridiculous to hear his insolence, as if Cedric had achieved anything in life. Cedric looked at his brother with displeasure, and his servants even opened their mouths in surprise. Adrian had to provoke them, and said that if he had led the people into battle, they would have been defeated because he would have rushed headlong without thinking about tactics. Cedric asked how he dared. Adrian thought that he had not grown wiser with age, and apparently thought that he was smiling because he was happy to see him. In the end, he angered him even more by saying that even his vassals say behind his back that he is an infantile fool. Cedric muttered through clenched teeth that he was cursed, and Adrian added that perhaps his stupidity was inherited from his mother's side. An enraged Anna wanted to say something, and Adrian told her to speak her mind and not pretend to be a lady of high society, as it did not suit her. Cedric laughed and said that the youngster had become conceited after the battles. Taking out his weapon and pointing it at Adrian, he said that he had completely forgotten fear. His father and Sylvia asked Cedric to put away his weapon, but Adrian asked his father to be quiet and watch. Then Cedric said that he understood what was happening, and that his brother had become arrogant from talking to the rebel. He shouted that William had completely lost his mind, since he had decided to try to disrupt the hierarchy of this family. He asked if he had convinced Adrian to fight against their family. Adrian and Billiam exchanged glances. Anna said that this was nonsense, and asked how Billiam could have done such a thing. Cedric ordered his men to seize the rebel, but they stood silently and did not move. So Cedric asked why they were staring, and told them to carry out his order immediately. One of those present said that if Lord Cedric wanted to arrest William, he would have to do it himself. Cedric blushed and asked Sir Bart what he had said, and Adrian smiled into his fist. Cedric, about to rush into the attack, said that his insignificant brother would go to the other world. But he did not have time to do anything, as Arcia approached him from behind and grabbed his arm with a firm hand. He tried to break free, shouting for her to let go, not understanding why she was so strong. But once again, when he yelled at her to let go, he was hit in the face with the turkey leg she was eating. Everyone around them gasped in surprise, and only Adrian stood there, openly admiring the spectacle. He stood and smiled, thinking that the beginning of Cedric's performance was very dramatic. But then suddenly he was hit in the face with a turkey leg by a girl who was half his size. Then Commander Crown appeared behind them and shouted that enough was enough and that Adrian had gone too far. Seeing that a weapon was pointed at him, Adrian said that it was he who had gone too far. He knew that this man had committed many crimes and had no shame either. Cedric asked Sir Crown why he was standing there. He said that these degenerates dared to strike the young lord, and they were guilty and deserved to be sent to the other world. Sir Crown replied that this was indeed the case, but he added that, as his father's vassal, he could not harm a member of the Lawrence family. But then he put his weapon to Arcia's throat and said that it was a different story with this girl. He added that a commoner who raised her hand against a person of blue blood could not be forgiven. Therefore, he decided to carry out the punishment without a trial. Lowering his weapon, he said with a smirk that she probably thought that by becoming a nobleman's mistress, she herself would become a noblewoman. As soon as he said that she was sentenced, all the men present at the reception pointed their weapons at him. Crown asked what this meant and told them to step back. Billiam replied that if he had intended to listen to him, he would not have drawn his weapon. He told him to step away from Lady Arcia. Crown found it strange that Cedric's knights were also on their side, and that most of them were thinking about profit, but even they sided with Adrian. But then everyone turned around, and Adrian saw that reinforcements had arrived for Anna and Cedric. All this time, Anna had been giving orders via telepathic communication. Cedric joyfully said that everyone, including Billiam, would be punished for their crimes. But Adrian, defending his father and mother, asked how they dared to behave this way in the presence of their lord, and how they dared to threaten him. Ignoring him, Cedric turned to the fighters and ordered them to deal with them immediately. They stood there, so he shouted again for them to attack, and the fighters rushed into battle, drawing their weapons. Adrian reasoned that they had more knights, but they were all in civilian clothes and unarmed. Cedric had more than 10 fighters with armor and weapons. He thought that if they clashed, it would end badly. Crown asked why he had done such a foolish thing. He added that Adrian had apparently come intoxicated by his victories on the front. He added that the hierarchy of this family could not be changed, and now the knights he had deceived would suffer because of him. Crown said that he would not be sent to the other world, but he would live in hellish conditions much worse than before. Viscount Lawrence told Adrian to use the ring, while his mother whispered that he should forgive them, run away, and not look back. Sir Crown ordered his fighters to prepare for attack. Adrian's knights were also ready. Adrian calmly watched everything that was happening, and only said that they were fools. He said that these were rebels who wanted to harm the lord, and gave the order to defend their lord. Crown did not understand what they were doing, but Adrian said that it was obvious to everyone that they were the rebels. The illusion spell was lifted, and Adrian told Arcia to leave 3 of them to him and take care of the rest. She understood her master's order, and literally a second later, Cedric's fighters began to scatter. Adrian caught Commander Crown's attention by asking what he had just said to him, and in that very second, he struck him with his staff and said that he needed discipline. Crown thought that was impossible. Crown said that the one attacking was a master of the aura, and that they needed to gather around the knights in armor and fight back. Adrian was surprised to admit that even in such a situation, he was keeping his wits about him and could give orders, but he added that it was all in vain. Sir Crown asked what he was. Adrian replied that he was a teacher who would teach him a lesson. Adrian said that when a mage becomes an archmage, he no longer has the weakness of all mages between castes, and Adrian struck Crown with a fiery blow, using Istra's staff. Having dealt with the commander, he moved towards Anne and Cedric, who were sitting on the ground. They were terribly frightened, and Adrian said it was time to have some fun. At that moment, Crown, who had gotten up, tried to attack him, but Adrian struck him again with lightning speed. After that, he struck him again with a magical wave, saying that he should lie on the pavement and not fuss. Anna and Cedric looked at him in fear, unable to comprehend how Adrian Lawrence could have become an archmage and that they were finished. Upon learning everything, Anna's father, Margrave Raven, slammed his fist on the table and said, "How dare that puppy Adrian?" He said this when they brought him the video from Adrian's reception. He was informed that the video had gone viral on all social networks and that tomorrow this event would most likely be the talk of Rondel. There were rumors that he had supported Anna and Cedric in their act of treason, but he believed that no one was interested in the idle talk of the masses. The servants replied that this opinion was also shared among the nobility. Then he asked what they could do, except write a couple of complaints about him. He said that supporting this pair of archmages and aura masters would mean enmity with him, who possessed power equal to that of a marquis and a duke combined. Then they asked him what would happen if the royal family intervened. Raven said that they would intervene because the Archmage and the Aura Master could not fail to attract attention, and he decided that they could be exposed as imposters. And if people doubted that they possessed the abilities they claimed to have, the problem would resolve itself. He decided that the video could be called a fake. He was told that an expert examination could be carried out. Then Raven decided to deal with them before this examination. He claimed that with this video, they were accusing him of betraying Anna and Cedric, and they got what they wanted. The mob was spreading these rumors. They believed that all this was just a search for a plausible excuse, and that the real goal was battle. Margrave replied that they were completely insane if they thought they could challenge him, and how many people could be thrown into battle for territory. He asked what was ready for the campaign right now. He was told that 200 officers of the advance guard and 1 sky fortress were ready. Turning to the window, Raven said that would suffice, but he thought to himself that how dare this boy, who still had milk on his lips, provoke him. He added that he would win this battle and make him regret it. Adrian's ears were itching. He thought that the Margrave had probably already watched the video and was preparing for an attack, and that they were discussing it there in earnest. Anna, Cedric, and Raven were inseparable. Therefore, his revenge would not be complete until Adrian dealt with Raven. But first, in order to succeed, he needed to strengthen his position in society, Adrian thought, as he saw 3 people enter. The girl who entered was Olivia Riverdale, the daughter of Cain Riverdale, and upon entering, she said she was pleased to meet him. The Duchess of Riverdale was an archmage and a subject of the Kingdom of Lewis, the daughter of a famous teacher of magicians. Adrian thought that, unlike him, who had received his 7 circles from a quest, she was a truly gifted sorceress who had reached the 7th circle through hard work. After looking at the sign, she turned to her companions and said that it looked plausible. The others agreed with her, and Adrian sighed and asked what that meant, that they recognized the authenticity of the plaque. She replied that she hadn't said she recognized anything, but that it looked plausible because such a plaque could easily be forged. He saw that they were resonating with their magic circle and trying to suppress his will. Adrian held back and asked why they were trying to do all this. Finally, they said that it was brilliant and that they were just testing his level. He replied that they could have tested him without resorting to such methods. She said that 7 magic circles in one person are not necessarily equal in power to 7 circles in another. She simply wanted to see the limits of his powers. Adrian thought she looked refined, but her methods were rather crude. He asked if she now understood who he was. Olivia replied that she still had many questions for him, but she would not refuse to support a powerful archmage who would help their family expand its influence. He thought she was a wise woman and wanted to cooperate with a powerful archmage. He asked what if he turned out to be a villain who would cause them losses. She said that it would not be wise for their family to be his enemy, and she doubted that anyone would dare to do so. Moreover, they had confirmed his identity and ability. Adrian thought that since they recognized him, there was no point in arguing anymore. The only thing he said to Her Excellency was that he had a request. The next day, Margrave Raven was already gathering soldiers. He asked the commander how much longer it would take, and the commander replied that it would take another hour. He asked the commander if it could be done faster, and then a servant ran up behind him and called him. The servant asked him to watch a video, and Raven, angry, asked what it was this time. On the screen was Olivia Riverdale, and she wanted to make an announcement, declaring to everyone what she had personally witnessed. She said that Adrian Lawrence was a student of Duke Riverdale, and besides that, he was a 7th circle archmage at the age of 20. Olivia declared his rare talent for magic, and that he would soon be able to reach the 8th circle. The Riverdale family would do everything to support him in his development. After watching the video, Raven thought that this bastard had outsmarted him. He was also told that now there was no way to avoid the attention of the royal family. In addition, Olivia said that if anyone tried to harm Adrian, it would be considered an act of aggression against their family. Angered, Margrave Raven told his servants that they were moving forward. They asked him again, and he replied that they were still moving forward as planned. His servant mentioned the royal family, but Raven said that they did not know that they had gathered fighters to invade the Lawrence's territory. For Raven, the main thing was to achieve his goal, and he would deal with the consequences later. The servant reminded him that the Rivendales had allied themselves with Lawrence. He believed it would be better to cancel the expedition, but Raven didn't care about their opinion, as they were foreigners. They listened attentively when he said that Adrian would relax, thinking that they would not attack him. Therefore, it was the perfect time for a surprise attack. In the end, Margrave Raven ordered the preparations to be completed and to move out immediately. He was told that they would speed up as much as possible. Adrian watched this conversation with the eyes of a black eagle. Earlier, when Olivia and Adrian met, he asked her to publicly acknowledge him, and she understood his situation. Olivia told Adrian that if he wanted her support, she would give it to him, but he asked her to simply say that he was her father's student and an archmage. Seeing Margrave Raven's plans, Adrian told Arcia that it was time for them to act. When it came to revenge, he did not want to rely on anyone. He considered revenge to be a personal pleasure. Meanwhile, Raven told his people that he wanted everything to go according to his plan and under his leadership. Adrian considered these people his prey and had no intention of sharing the pleasure of hunting them with anyone. Anna and Cedric escaped. Someone helped them, and it was strange that there were people willing to serve them after everything they had done. They were being searched for in the hope that they had not yet reached the exit and needed help. Climbing the spiral staircase, Anna said they couldn't stay there. She believed that her father would take care of everything. Cedric asked if his mother would really do what she had planned. Anna replied that there was no other choice because they couldn't go on living like this. He said she was right, and Anna turned around and told him to shut up and follow her. They went outside, and Anna held up the key to the Heavenly Fortress. The security system asked if they really wanted to enter the Heavenly Fortress, and Anna replied that they did. Once inside, Anna remembered Adrian, and, calling him a servile creature, decided that she would do everything to send him to the other world. Inserting the key, she decided that she would destroy him and his entire estate with the help of the Heavenly Fortress. The key was recognized, and she had to enter her voice data, so she said her name was Anna Lawrence. The voice data was confirmed. The system notified her that her biorhythms were unstable and asked if she was trying to activate the Heavenly Fortress under pressure. Anna replied in the negative. The verification of the data was confirmed. The Heavenly Fortress was activated. Anna ordered the weapons to be prepared for the assault. The target was the Lawrence estate. Anna began to say that as soon as the weapons were loaded, they should open fire. But she did not have time to finish because Adrian appeared behind her and saying, "Enough," covered her mouth. She was surprised to see him, and Adrian said he knew she would do it. Anna didn't understand when he had come in, and Adrian thanked her for activating the Heavenly Fortress. Arcia was also there with Adrian, holding Cedric. Still covering Anna's mouth, Adrian said that since she was trying to destroy the estate with the help of the Heavenly Fortress, it meant that her crimes were multiplying. He said that Margrave Raven was already almost at the border. He added that she and her brother would defend the Viscountcy with their bodies. She was frightened, and Adrian said that this was what he wanted, because she was guilty. He asked if she thought criminals should be proud. Throwing her to the floor, he said that this fortress had a very complex security system, and thanks to her disabling it, he could do whatever he wanted. Anna said she didn't know his plans, but they were all a little upset, and suggested they calm down and talk. Arcia was beating Cedric at the time, and Adrian asked her to stop and drag him over to him. She threw him on the floor next to his mother. And then Cedric asked why he was doing this, since they were brothers. But Adrian used his magical abilities to activate a large shield over them. Arcia asked what to do with the knights. They admitted that they had committed a crime against him, but begged for mercy. He replied that they seemed to be the Margrave's men, and said he would send them to him. Adding that they would fertilize his fields, he threw them overboard from the Heavenly Fortress. Adrian said he had forgotten to upload the video, and asked Arcia to edit it. She asked if he wanted to distribute the video again. Looking at Anna and Cedric behind the barrier, he agreed and said he liked it. He added that he would use social media for political games. Later, the video was posted, and it was a sensation. It was called Anna and Cedric Lawrence Stole Viscount Lawrence's Heavenly Fortress. The comments even mentioned Raven, and he asked his assistant if it was possible to find and deal with the scum who was insulting him in the virtual world. He replied that it was possible, but it would take a lot of time and effort, as Alicia Union does not disclose users' personal data without serious violations. Raven was informed that 1 Heavenly Fortress and 200 officers of the advance guard had been assembled and were ready for deployment. Turning to his commander, he said that it would be best not to let him down. The commander replied that he would take that into account. After that, Margrave Raven gave the order to his fighters to go forward and attack. A portal was opened, and the heavenly fortress with Raven's fighters passed through it. Seeing them disappear, he thought he should have gone there himself. Meanwhile, in captivity, Anna screamed at her father not to go after them. After a while, Adrian saw that Raven's heavenly fortress had already arrived, and he gave the order to start the attack on the mana. Anna and Cedric did not believe in what he was doing. They tried to break through the barrier, and Cedric shouted that he was his brother and asked him to stop. Taking a glass, he replied that he was only applying the experience he had gained in battle. And raising the glass, he said goodbye to Madame Anna and his brother Cedric. After a while, there was a powerful explosion in the sky, which Adrian and Arcia calmly watched from the balcony. Emptying his glass, he said with relief that some people say revenge is futile, but he disagrees with them. He suggested that Arcia make a wish, saying that when you watch fireworks, you can make a wish. She made a wish, and he thought that on this day, he had sent Anna and Cedric, who had been his constant enemies, to the other world. Looking up at the fireworks in the sky, Adrian decided that he was now free. Meanwhile, Margrave Raven and his comrades were waiting for news from the battlefield. He did not understand why his fighters were not in contact, since the operation should have been completed long ago. His men thought there was a problem with the communication system, but they did not understand why no one had reported via personal communication devices. Raven asked what the agents at the Viscount's castle were saying. He was told that there was no communication with them either. Most likely, they had been exposed and arrested. The Margrave said he was mocking him, but his servant had no other options regarding their fate and suggested that it had been planned in advance. And Raven thought that if that was the case, he had been outsmarted by a kid younger than his grandson. He remembered the agents who lived near the Lawrences, but perhaps the malfunctioning portal had jammed all communications in the area. The servant entered and said that he had been searching for information about the Viscountcy in virtual space and had found an article written 3 minutes ago. He showed a video and an article about it, which said that about an hour ago, a state of emergency had been declared in the Viscountcy, and then there had been an explosion in the sky. He said that communication in the Viscountcy had already been restored, and the Lawrence family had released a statement. Raven was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table so hard that it broke in two. He asked how many forces they could gather for battle immediately. He was told that they had 75 officers from the advance guard and 1 sky fortress. If he took more, it would be a violation of the law. He knew that Adrian had sacrificed his sky fortress to blow him up, and that meant he was well aware of his plans. He thought he couldn't do the same thing a second time, because he had no more fortresses. But he was told that their forces were not enough to resist. Then, an urgent message came from the royal family. They were forbidden to use the Lawrence family's military force. Clutching his head, Raven said that he had paid dearly for underestimating this puppy. It was possible to restore their weapons, but it would take a long time and require at least 30 trillion to repair the damage. He thought that one small mistake had destroyed the military power of their family, which they had built up over generations. He asked his men if the enemy had a connection. They replied to His Highness that they did. Then, Margrave Raven ordered them to immediately connect him with Adrian. The Black Eagle, like Arcia, is also Adrian's companion, but it has a completely different purpose. Arcia is similar to a human and can perform a wide variety of functions. The Black Eagle is an additional companion, and its functions are limited to combat support and reconnaissance. The eagle is a chimera with a skeletal frame and the skin of a black dragon. It is resistant to magical weapons and has a high regenerative capacity. When Raven contacted Adrian, he said that he was insolent for calling him. Raven admitted that Adrian was smart and that his trick had worked, but he shouldn't think that his luck would last forever. Adrian told him that Anna and Cedric loved that heavenly fortress, and he allowed them to stay there forever. Raven said that he had completely lost his fear. He replied that he was not afraid of him personally, but Raven declared that he would not let such humiliation go unpunished, and that Adrian would pay 1,000 times worse. Adrian thought that the two were so pathetic, they had been so arrogant, but in the end, it turned out that they were just a means to an end. He asked Raven if he was on the 80th floor of his castle now. Raven didn't understand what he was talking about. He was standing by the window, and Adrian said that he had prepared a gift for him and that it should have arrived by now. He said that Raven had probably heard of memory magic and explained that it was the ability to cast spells without a caster. Up to 10 spells could be stored, and Adrian asked if he could imagine 10 seventh circle spells being cast simultaneously. He added that even the vaunted shield of his castle would likely be unable to repel such an attack. A black eagle appeared in the sky before them, surrounded by 10 seventh circle spells, and Adrian happily said that here was his gift, 10 seventh circle spells, light explosion. Gasping with laughter, He listened as they tried to escape using teleportation, because the shield was about to break. Wiping away the tears that had come from laughter, he said he hoped they would be all right. Raven started to curse at him, calling him a son of a bitch. But Adrian hung up the phone, apologizing and saying it was time for him to go. When he finished the conversation, he was informed that journalists were waiting in the conference room. Now, as he walked through the corridors, the servants bowed before him, asking how the young lord was doing. He remembered that before, all the servants of the Viscount's estate looked at him with contempt. Now he found it amusing that they all trembled in his presence. Adrian said goodbye to his past, in which he had to pretend to be a fool, and began the second stage of his wonderful life. After a while, news came out of Reinhardt, where the young Lord Lawrence gave an interview about the kamikaze attack on the Sky Fortress. He said that this would never have happened if it weren't for Margrave Raven's treacherous invasion, and that he had done everything to protect their lands. It was also reported that the Margrave's castle had collapsed as a result of the counterattack. Raven was alive, but wounded, and refused to give interviews. And the last news item was titled, Woe to the Vanquished. Young genius Adrian Lawrence defeated Margrave Raven. Adrian gained 1 million subscribers in a day and thanked them all for their support. But Billiam was concerned that some people were blaming him for attacking an influential nobleman. But Adrian told Sir Billiam that there was no point in thinking about people's reactions. And with a joyful smile, he added that now no one could stop him. Seeing his reaction, Billiam thought that he had lived under oppression his whole life. The incident with the Margrave caused a stir in the country and abroad. Some journalists wrote scathing articles about Adrian, but the people were on his side. Adrian was thinking about how class discrimination was part of the system in Rondell when his father came in with an order to report to the inspector. Everyone was very surprised by this, and he had to appear with Arcia. Reading the order, Adrian decided that 3 conclusions could be drawn from this. The first was that it was the Margrave's scheming. The second was that the nobles had decided to crack down on them. And finally, the royal council itself had decided to crack down on them. He understood that if they wanted to be friends, they would not have sent the order. The Viscount asked if he had a plan, and Adrian replied that of course he did. He asked his father what he thought the nobles loved most. His father replied that it was money, of course. Adrian said he agreed with this, and everyone present looked at him, not understanding what he meant. He explained that he would use money to change their mind. Many would be interested, even members of the royal family. Billiam asked him to explain in more detail. Adrian said that he had made a decent amount of money from investments, and that if he paid taxes on that amount, everyone would be happy. Then they said that he had decided to cover up one crime with another. Adrian looked at them and thought that they were not very happy. He decided that actions speak louder than words and showed them his bank account. Billiam exclaimed that it was incredible, and it was clear what archmages did in their spare time. Adrian had 63 trillion loot in his account. Sir Billiam said that he was either a prophet or had been reincarnated into this world. But Adrian modestly sipped his tea and replied that he was just lucky. Viscount Lawrence thought for a moment and said that the nobles would be stunned by such figures. Adrian asked him how much he thought would be deducted in taxes, and the Viscount replied that at least 1/5. Adrian did the math in his head and figured that 1/5 would be 12 trillion. He said he had heard that the royal treasury might grant partial tax relief for particularly large tax payments. His father said that was true and asked what his son's plans were for the money. He replied that he wanted to buy heavenly fortresses for them and hire officers for the advance guard. Sometime later, it was announced in the news that Adrian Lawrence had paid the state taxes on income from investments worth 60 trillion loot. Upon hearing this news, Count Otis joyfully said that Adrian was a madman and knew how to surprise the people. His wife asked him if this was the foreman he had told her about. Otis replied that he was no longer his subordinate and would soon receive the title of Grand Magician. He said he wanted to introduce Michelle to him, but he had become too arrogant in just a few days. His wife said she would very much like to have such a son-in-law. His daughter Michelle intervened, saying that she liked his face, but she didn't want to be a freeloader. She added that she herself could earn authority equal to Adrian's by finding the fate of the Archmage Lucas. Her mother said that she was still living in a dream world and that it was time to grow up, but Michelle still believed that it was possible. Otis said he wouldn't be surprised if the young Viscount had already found that destiny. After all, it would explain a lot, including his bold actions. Michelle said that the Riverdales had accepted him as one of their own. Otis thought it was an excellent move to strengthen his position and obtain the title of Grand Magician. She said that the royal treasury claimed that his money came from investment, but Otis thought that there might have been a deal between them and the Riverdales. Breaking news came out saying that the Republic of Prius announced that its citizens had found the fate of Manuel Lucas. Meanwhile, Adrian Arcia and the Black Eagle were in Manuel Lucas's tower. He thought about how great it would be if science books were as easy to read as skill books. He also thought about how he and Arcia had to go to the inspector the next day, and the day after tomorrow, there would be a reception with members of the royal family. Then Adrian planned to look at the sky fortresses and equipment for officers. He always had a lot to do, so he logged in as soon as he had a free minute. He believed that these books contained a lot of fluff, and only 1% of real research on military affairs. Manuel Lucas devoted most of his time to studying teleportation between worlds. He never married or found a successor, but spent his entire life searching for a way home, wanting to return to planet Earth. Closing the book, Adrian thought about how Lucas's legacy had given him hope, and thought about teleportation between worlds. He would have returned, but not because he was eager to, especially since his mother was in this world. But he thought it would be cool to move between worlds. He thought that maybe Lucas wanted someone to continue his research. He couldn't return, but maybe he wanted Adrian to succeed. And Adrian thought that if Lucas wanted it so much, he could try and do his best. Chester appeared and said that Mr. Adrian knew how to show respect. Adrian said he was just a normal person, and respect was normal. Chester said he was being modest. Standing up, Adrian said he wanted to find him to ask a question, and Chester told him to ask it. He asked if they would be caught for money laundering. Chester replied that there was a chance, but it was negligible. Adrian said that if they took all the investors he had named and compared their capital, they would see that the amounts did not add up. Bribing the nobles to cover up the incident with the Margrave was a good idea, but he had attracted too much attention to himself. He thought that if anyone found out that he had taken Lucas's inheritance, he would have a good chance of losing everything. So Adrian decided to create a fake quest. Soon, the entire Republic of Prius was celebrating the nation's new hero. Louis Fairmont basked in the glory, believing himself to be the savior of the nation and the owner of a dream. He was turning 29 that year. He was an intelligence agent for the Republic of Prius and the son of President Cartro. But in reality, he was a second-generation tycoon, shamelessly hiding behind his father's name. The task of the fake winner of the meeting was to make someone behave as if they were lucky enough to meet the Archmage Lucas and distract Adrian's attention. This operation would help dispel any doubts people had about him, and buy time until he reached the 9th circle. Adrian believed that the name of Archmage Lucas should not be left to someone like him, but Chester said that he was not strong enough to protect the lucky encounter. He knew that the Republic of Prius was considered one of the 4 major empires of Rondel, and almost the only state adhering to democracy. Here, the president is elected, and in reality, corruption and collusion between politicians and businessmen are destroying the country. Then Adrian asked Chester if this would further increase President Cartro's approval rating. He replied that it was possible, but the situation would not change. Adrian hoped that no one else besides Louis and Cartro would fall victim to such an incident. And yet, when the weapon called false owner of a happy meeting explodes, it will be very difficult for Louis and the president to find a safe place. Adrian believed that the operation would result in many innocent victims and asked Chester if he could identify them. He said that the reason he had to go so far was because of his lack of attention. Adrian said that was not the case at all. Chester said he didn't expect that and thought Adrian cared too much about other people's lives. He reminded him that he had burned Anna, Cedric, and Raven's powers without hesitation. Adrian replied that they were his enemies, and that was a completely different story. He said that it was a very good line of thinking, that our task was to prevent casualty, so there should be no mercy towards enemies. In such situations, he was very much like a human being, and not an artificial creature. Chester told Adrian that he still had one more administrative privilege left, and asked if he wanted to use it. Adrian replied that it was not yet time. He was already at level 205. Seeing Arcia in the funnel, he said it was time to go hunting. Sometimes it seemed to him that it would take forever before he reached level 205. This was the first condition of the 8th quest for a happy life. Rumors were already spreading throughout the Viscountcy that the young lord was planning to acquire 5 heavenly fortresses this time. There were whispers that he had made this plan with the idea that he and Lady Arcia would be granted the titles of Count, since a Viscount could not have more than 1 fortress. They said that he even wanted to bring the combat restrictions on the Vanguard's power equipment into line. One maid asked another if it was normal to have so many lords in one family. The other replied that it was normal, since titles were granted for merit. Adrian was not just a new nobleman, but one who would be endowed with the appropriate combat abilities. Therefore, everyone believed that a new power had emerged in the kingdom of Rheingard. One of the maids asked to end the conversation on that note, because Lady Arcia had called her, and she needed to leave urgently. The other girls began to protest that it was their turn now, but she objected and said that under no circumstances, because today, she was in charge of this. Walking down the corridor, she was indignant that the others dared to contradict her, their senior, because most of the servants in the Lord's castle were on Anna's side. Now that she was gone, they understood that every day they were walking on thin ice. Entering Arcia's room, the maid said she had brought her a snack, and Arcia thanked her. In the end, the maids quarreled because many wanted to serve Lady Arcia, as it was a fairly easy and less burdensome task. Contrary to her frightening title of Master of the Aura, Lady Arcia had a very gentle disposition. In addition, she had a very gentle smile, which she often showed. Looking at her, the maid thought that she came from the common people like her, but it was incredible how she was able to obtain the title of countess with her power. Seeing how the maid was looking at her, Arcia asked if she wanted to say something, which embarrassed the maid. The maid decided to ask if she could ask her a question. Arcia said to go ahead, and she would try to answer. The maid asked if the young Lord Adrian wanted to dismiss the castle managers. Arcia simply replied that Sir Adrian was a very good man. The maid was glad when she said that he couldn't stand it when someone suffered because of him, but she added that he was cold toward those he considered his enemies. Arcia asked the maid if she belonged to this category of people. The maid was very frightened and replied that of course she did not. Then Lady Arcia smiled at the maid and said that was good. The maid left so quickly that she bumped into Adrian at the door and quickly ran away, apologized. He looked after her, but Arcia came out and saw that he was there too. He asked why the maid was behaving this way, and she replied that she did not know. The next day, one of his students asked if they could follow Adrian to the royal castle. He said he didn't understand what he was talking about, but the student replied that it was what he and Sir Eric were missing. Adrian remembered that when the battle against the Croizen Empire was in full swing, besides leveling up in the game, there was another thing that interested him. That thing was searching for talents with great potential, using his magic points. Eric said that the young lord couldn't just summon them like that, and most likely had a plan. He replied that he didn't know if it could be called a plan, but they were here because he wanted to give the two of them the opportunity to gain more experience. He clarified that they would see many nobles in the castle, and possibly the royal family, and that they needed to see with their own eyes those who ruled the country. Alan said he would do his best, and Adrian thought that if he wanted to have a career in the future, he should be bolder. After a while, the driver reported that they were at the teleportation gate, and Adrian said to drive through immediately. Looking around, Adrian thought that they had finally arrived. It was the capital of the kingdom of Reinhard Lionel. They were greeted by a crowd of people, all rejoicing, and many thought that they looked even better in real life. A crowd gathered near the royal administration building and greeted them with cheers. Their escort said that they were quite popular here, and Adrian replied that they had been promoted quite well online. The escort said that they had no idea what had been going on before their arrival, and Adrian thought that it was most likely something negative. However, he assumed that the powerful class would not like it. Their escort was Baron Harris Walker, the chief administrator and leader of the noble inspection. He said that Adrian was well liked among the non-hereditary nobility because he had earned his position through his own merits. Adrian said he didn't care, and handed the Baron his business card with a request to take it. He explained that when he was awarded the title of Viscount, he thought about appointing a talented manager who could take care of it. He added that if he was interested, he should let him know, and he would make sure he was treated properly. Finally, the Baron said that they had arrived at Investigation Office Number 1. The check took up to 3 hours, and the rest had to wait. Adrian asked his companions to take a walk somewhere in the vicinity, and said he would let them know when he had finished his business. They obeyed and told him to take care of himself, and Adrian replied that he hoped they would have a good time too. Harris Walker whispered in Adrian's ear to be careful, but he didn't understand what he was talking about. He explained that he didn't know what was going to happen there, but the chief inspector was not impressed with him. Adrian thanked him for the information. Once inside, they understood why Baron Walker was so worried about the two of them. Before them now stood Chief Noble Inspector Douglas Hemington, and the second prince, the second commander of the Royal Guard, Master of the Aura, Luke van Reinhardt. Adrian approached, bowed, and said that it was an honor to meet the commander of the Royal Guard, Luke van Reinhardt. The latter rose from his seat and said that they had chosen the right path, and asked if they were archmages. He said they could raise their heads. Adrian looked at him through his glasses. He was interested and hostile, as well as observant and curious. Luke said that he would conduct the inspection, and I asked if that was acceptable to them. Adrian replied that if the inspection had decided so, he would not dare to object. He was even very interested in how Prince Luke himself would conduct the investigation. Adrian looked at him again through his glasses, with a comprehensive gaze. His status was observant, but with a sense of discomfort. Adrian bowed and apologized for his discourtesy, saying that he had questioned His Highness's decision. His Highness replied that he need not worry about it. Adrian thanked him. After these words, the second prince invited Adrian and Arcia to sit down. They sat down on chairs opposite the commission, and it was decided to begin the examination. They began to discuss that there was nothing left to do but appoint Adrian as a viscount. The inspector believed that this had caused damage to Raven Margrave's side, but Luke said that it was a territorial struggle, and losses were inevitable. All this time, Adrian thought he was worried because their relationship with the prince left much to be desired. But he seemed like an honest man. In the end, he said that he saw no point in continuing the investigation, as there was nothing left to investigate. Hemington began to whisper that Raven was a powerful force and was on their side, but Adrian heard him clearly. The prince asked him if he thought his decision was unreasonable, and he said that the investigation was over. He turned to Adrian and said it would be better to get straight to the point. He was competing with his brother for the crown, and because of Adrian, a lot had changed. He said that this was especially true for Raven, who was considered one of his close associates, but Adrian had knocked him out. Adrian apologized to the prince. He replied that he did not blame him, as it was entirely Raven's fault. But it would have been even worse for him if Adrian had sided with his brother. That is why he asked Adrian before his brother did, and he finally understood the true purpose of his stay here. At that time, the first prince had already been crowned, but not everything was so simple, as the second prince was a master of the aura. They were on equal footing, but the second prince had gone too far, while the first prince had every right to the status of heir. All this meant that the forces were on Prince Luke's side, but the Margrave's forces were half destroyed, and that was not enough to resolve the situation. Adrian understood that the problem was with him and Arcia, because they seemed to have fallen from the sky. And it wasn't just about abilities, because he was also rich. He said that he was far from being the best player in the political arena. And besides, he had not yet officially received his title. The prince said that this was precisely why he was important, and that if he joined him, he would appreciate his work in recent battles and help him obtain the title of Marquis. Adrian immediately imagined the ranks of the nobility and asked if it was possible for him to obtain the title of Marquis. The prince replied that in reality, it was impossible for him to obtain this title, but with him it was quite possible, and he believed that his prospects were excellent. Adrian said that the offer was too tempting and asked if he was really that important. Prince Luke replied that he was even more important than he thought. He added that, besides, he had such a charming aura master by his side. The prince looked at him intently, and Adrian asked if he could think about his offer. Standing up, the prince said that wizards should be careful, especially those who have been hiding their whole lives. Adrian did not understand what caused his behavior. He gave him a week to think it over. Adrian said that would be enough, and thanked him for his sensitivity and understanding. Extending his hand to him one last time, the prince asked if he thought the crown belonged to the one who had a right to it. The prince said that if the rightful heir received the crown, the kingdom would be threatened, and as a nobleman, he also had to think about the country. Adrian said he would remember his words, and then Luke turned to Madame Klein. He said that she was very pretty, and that he was even more surprised that she was an aura master. Arcia thanked him. Shaking her hand, he said that perhaps in the future they would have a duel, as he had never met a female aura master before. She replied that she was pleased to hear that, while Adrian watched the handshake with a less than pleased expression. Finally, the second prince said that they seemed sad and told them goodbye. The inspector whispered to Adrian as he passed by, telling him to stop thinking and just accept the offer. As he left, he added that the second prince was not used to being refused. On the way back, Adrian thought that the prince was just stalling for time and doing it for formality's sake. He wondered whether to go back or look around, and finally asked Arcia if she was hungry. She replied that she wasn't hungry, but she could have a snack. Adrian looked at her as if she were a child and thought that it was the same thing. He remembered how the prince had shaken her hand and said that this creature had touched her hands, so they had to be washed first. Arcia said that he had also touched her left shoulder. Adrian said it was time to go for a bite to eat and that he knew a couple of good restaurants in the area. A young man approached them and said that he also knew a few good places nearby. He added that he happened to know a lot of decent restaurants. They looked at him in surprise. Adrian didn't recognize him and wondered who this guy was. He began to scan him with his magic glasses and realized that he was looking at Prince Michael van Reinhardt, the supreme magician of the Fifth Circle. The prince said that they were apparently archmages and aura experts, and seemed to have noticed who he was. He believed that this spell worked on fools like his brother. Adrian thought that, judging by his current behavior, you wouldn't say he was the first prince, and the only thing that came to his mind was that it wasn't worth making him an enemy. So, smiling, Adrian asked the prince if he could count on exquisite cuisine. Laughing, Michael invited them to follow him and said he would show them to their destination. They followed him, and on the way, Adrian thought that his stats were too good for a human. His talents leaned toward politics and management, but Adrian had never seen a person with 3 very high talents except for Arcia. No, his combination of stats was even better. In addition to these 3 talents, he also had 2 high-level talents. His mana was low, but thanks to his wisdom, he could become a supreme mage. Then the prince turned around and said that it seemed like there were many questions about him. Adrian admitted that he was even more mysterious than his brother. He wondered how such a person could be unknown in society. Finally, they approached the door, and the first prince said that they were going there. Adrian was very surprised because they were near the teleportation room. Before that, Adrian had assumed that teleportation magic could not be used inside the palace. After all, there were blocking spells on the territory. Then the prince said that he apparently did not know that there was a mine of electric stones beneath them. Sometimes the energy of these stones collided with mana, and interfered with teleportation magic. After saying this, the prince pressed a button on the remote control. Adrian realized that he had disabled the blocking magic, and the prince suggested they continue on. Looking at him, Adrian thought that he had known from the very beginning that the first prince would not be an ordinary person. He wondered who he was when they arrived at their destination, and Michael invited them in. They found themselves in a spacious hall, and the prince said that now they could speak freely. He remembered that he needed to reactivate the magic dome and press the button on the remote control. Now all the blocking magic was reactivated. Adrian thought that he was the one who controlled it, and that the second prince most likely did not know about it. Shaking Michael's hand, Adrian said that it was an honor for him to meet the crown prince. The latter replied that it was also an honor for him to meet Sir Lawrence and Madame Klein. A servant entered the hall and saw that the prince had already returned. Michael asked for the table to be set, as he wanted to dine with his guests. Adrian guessed that they were in the crown prince's palace, and Michael confirmed this. He said that he had personally hired the chef for the palace, and assured them that he was one of the best in the country. Adrian was already looking forward to a wonderful lunch. Michael admitted that he followed Adrian on social media, which surprised Adrian greatly. His account was called Power Behind Closed Eyes. He said that he looked down on the virtual world, but not Adrian, because he really liked him. Adrian thought that he was in the position of crown prince, but treated him like a best friend. He didn't seem like someone who pretended to be someone else, and was not like his brother. Adrian praised his wonderful sense of humor, and Michael said that he had one too, and that he enjoyed reading his posts mocking Raven Markgraf. While they were complimenting each other, Arcia was already looking forward to lunch. Adrian said that he knew everything about his appearance, because his fan club chanted at the entrance to the palace. Finally, he decided to ask the prince why he had invited them. The prince was surprised that they didn't know yet, and Adrian suggested that he was trying to recruit them. The prince said that was indeed the case. Then Adrian asked what his expectations of them were, and what he could offer. He replied that, unfortunately, he had nothing to offer. Adrian suggested that he was going to make a lucrative offer after ascending the throne, and the prince replied that this was indeed the case. He added that he would not prevent Adrian from receiving the title of Viscount. After all, the title was not easy to obtain, and with the division of power, it was even more difficult. He thought that Prince Luke had promised him the title, thinking that he had enough authority. But if his supporters were against it, he might not get the title. Adrian understood that he would not promise him titles, as these were empty promises, and no one would just stand by and watch as a foreign faction gained strength. And his words that he would not interfere meant that he would help Adrian get the title, as long as he remained on the side of the second prince. His plan was for Adrian to get the title of Viscount by joining Prince Luke's faction, and then he could switch sides. Whichever side Adrian chose would gain an advantage, and if he accepted this offer, he would receive the title and unite with the crown prince. Adrian said that he had many choices, but only one answer, and the prince asked what his answer was. He replied to the first prince that he would probably do as he said. Michael asked if he was sure he didn't want to think about it some more, but Adrian replied that he was sure, and that he deserved the throne more than the second prince. Arcia was having lunch while they were talking about how he couldn't make a promise to the prince and then stay on Luke's side. But Adrian had no intention of doing so. Then the first prince asked if Madame Klein cared which side Adrian chose. Then Adrian turned to Arcia and asked what she thought about it. She replied that as long as Adrian was happy, she would follow him. He thought he knew she would say something like that, but he couldn't get used to it. The prince said they looked good together. Adrian asked if Prince Luke would suspect anything if he joined him, and the first prince did not object to him receiving the title. The prince replied that of course he would suspect something, so he would first pretend to oppose it and then give in. Putting his mug on the table, Adrian thought that this was a clever move to avoid suspicion, but it wasn't enough. He suggested that instead of backing down, he should get something from his brother, since he was making concessions. And Adrian said that there was no reason to back down just like that, and that this was a chance to get rid of him. He said that even Raven had suffered enormous damage by associating with him, losing 40% of his strength due to personal animosity. And although he was an important part of national defense, Adrian was not sure that he deserved the title of Margrave. The prince clarified that he should be stripped of his title of Margrave for granting the title of Viscount. Adrian believed that this would cause enormous damage to Prince Luke's faction. Michael said that it seemed to be Adrian's personal business, and did not deny it. He thought that by nipping the feud in the bud, he would get satisfaction. The prince asked what would happen if Luke refused. Adrian replied that in that case, it would be a good idea to promote one of his people to the position of Margrave. Adrian thought that if he accepted the terms of the deal, and everything went as planned, we would be able to get the most out of Adrian's betrayal. He thought that the prince suspected something, but the prince said he was only slightly surprised. He asked Sir Lawrence who he had met on behalf of the prince before meeting with him. On that day, Adrian had met Baron Walker, who had accompanied him. He also saw Prince Luke, and Viscount Hemington, as well as 6 other inspectors at the interrogation, 9 people in total. Now Adrian sat and thought that perhaps he had done something wrong, but the prince's emotions had changed. Now he was puzzled and surprised, and his attitude was that of an interested ally. Adrian said that now he understood everything. The prince was apparently thinking the same thing he was. The prince said that he had quickly grasped his plans for betrayal. Michael thought this was amazing because he had thought about the details. Adrian offered him a plan that the prince had already come up with, and now he felt awkward. But the prince said it was not worth it, and this allowed him to appreciate his excellent decision-making ability. And the 7th circle at the age of 20 is not available to everyone. Saying that he did not want to be enemies with him, and that it was better to remain friends, Michael handed Adrian the phone. He explained that it was a secure communication device that no one could tap into, and he would contact Adrian if he needed to discuss anything. Summing up, he said that today's lunch had been full of joy and benefit. He pressed a button, and a portal appeared to send his guests back. Waving goodbye warmly, the first prince said they would see each other soon. Smiling at him, Adrian said he would look forward to seeing him again. Stepping out of the portal into an unfamiliar room, Adrian asked where they were, and Arcia replied that it was a warehouse not far from the entrance. As he left, he thought about the place the first prince had arranged for them, and he wondered how many other places like this he had. Peeking around the corner, Adrian saw Billiam and Lopez discussing something between themselves. They had numerous purchases in their hand, and when they saw him, they were taken aback by surprise. Adrian said he could see how much fun they were having. They tried to hide their bags, but Adrian still asked what they were hiding behind their backs. Arcia pointed to a souvenir shop where their figurines and other goods were sold under the name Star of the Kingdom of Reinhardt. When they saw the men's bags from this shop, they were very surprised, but Billiam said they were just admiring them. News came out that the declining economy and signs of inflation were taking a back seat as the Republic of Prussia focused on its military power. Many believed that the Republic's hope lay in the hands of the lucky man who had received the fate of Manuel Lucas, son of President Louis Firmont. And in the palace of the Brigham Empire, in the Golden Dragon Castle, sitting on the throne, the emperor was angry that the fate of the Archduke had fallen into the hands of ignorant people. Emperor Edward Noah Brenham believed that they deserved it more, because Manuel Lucas's homeland was the country that had led Rondel into a golden age. He asked his courtiers, who bowed their heads, if they had not invested enough resources and effort in searching for the Archduke's destiny. They all replied in unison that they were very sorry, and the emperor smiled and said how unfortunate that was. Then he turned to the head of the 7th Circle's intelligence service, Countess Elfriede. He asked what she thought about it, and whether she believed that those freaks from Prius were telling the truth. Countess Elfriede said she thought it was 50-50, which made the emperor think. She believed that if Emanuel Lucas's fate could be found in the same way as his rivals had found theirs, they would have found it 10 or 20 years ago. There were clues everywhere in English, a language unfamiliar to them, but then they found the fate without using ciphers, and that didn't make sense unless it was a trick. The emperor asked why she was giving them a 50-50 chance of finding the Archduke's fate, given the suspicions. The Countess replied that perhaps this was a hint that the Archduke had not left a clue, but a trick. But perhaps someone else had already found the real fate and dragged the Prussian Empire into it to distract the others. But the emperor did not understand why, since this person could have simply remained in the shadow. The Countess said that he might have already attracted attention, or there might be something else. After this conversation, Emperor Brigham decided that they needed to carefully check all possibilities. He believed that deceiving the Prussian Empire required manipulation on a national scale, and the Countess agreed with him. Of the 4 countries capable of such a feat, Elysia had the highest chance. He believed that the elves could do something, and that it seemed possible to deceive them. And in the kingdom of Reinhardt, there were rumors about a young man who had reached the 7th Circle at the age of 20, and earned 60 trillion in investment assets. But she believed that he did not have the power to pull it off. And besides, the kingdom of Lucia recognized him as Riverdale's secret disciple. In addition, many stock exchanges confirmed that his investments were in order, and there was no evidence that Lucas's fate was in his hands. The emperor said that this was very curious, and asked the countess if it was possible to achieve all this with talent alone. She replied that long ago, there was someone in their empire with even greater talent than Adrian Lawrence. The emperor said that this was true, and that the kingdom of Reinhardt also had problems with succession to the throne and lacked unity. It was illogical for them to be led by the nose. The countess said that, to begin with, they could suspect, in order, the kingdom of Elysia, the kingdom of Lucia, the kingdom of Reinhardt, and the empire of Croizen. Then he ordered them to strengthen surveillance in the order they had named, including the royal families. He also ordered that a warning be sent to the empire that the fate of the Archduke was the property of their country, and that they would consider its appropriation to be theft. He said that if they did not realize their position after the warning, it would turn into a threat, and they would show the whole world who they were. The emperor believed that destroying the country for the sake of the Archduke's fate was too small a price to pay. As he rose from his throne, he remembered that he wanted to say something else to the Countess. He said that she should try to contact that young man from Reinhardt. She did not understand why this was necessary, and the Emperor clarified that he should be offered immigration, to be a count in their empire, rather than where he was now. Meanwhile, several people were discussing how Adrian had locked his brother and mother in a flying fortress and sent them to the other world. They thought he was crazy because he sat and watched them go to the other world, and even posted how he was drinking wine in the process. Some of them even regretted getting involved with him, because they thought he was a spineless bully, but he turned out to be a student of Duke Riverdale. They began to worry about their safety, because he was accompanied by a master of auras. They said that this time they would both probably receive count titles. They wondered if this was too much for a young aristocrat, but one of the girls said she had no idea what they were so worried about. Isabella Cascabel believed that Raven had suffered because he had rushed in there with all the fighters, and it was unlikely that if they had come face to face, it would have been an equal fight. The young men said that this was true, and that this was how everything had turned out. They asked her if she was worried, since she had been the one who had teased Adrian the most. But she replied that they needed to use some common sense, because with a couple of counts appearing, he would hardly be able to take revenge on them. She said that it was no longer the age when they trembled before one great magician and aura expert, and they were underestimating their power too much, because the situation was similar to that in the Margraves family, where one count and 4 viscounts were united. Isabella did not understand why they were all afraid of Adrian, being among high-ranking nobles. They replied that it was because they did not have such rich experience. She stood up and was about to leave, but the others tried to stop her, saying that they were about to start because they had already obtained the medicine from Alicia. But she said that her father had summoned her, and there was nothing she could do about it. The others told her to come back as soon as she was done with her business. As she walked down the corridor, all of Isabella's thoughts were occupied with Adrian Lawrence. She remembered what he was like as a child, with his shining silver hair and blue eyes. His radiant appearance was hard to miss, even at the academy, where many of his classmates gathered. Once, during her student years, she and her friends were teasing one of the students, but Adrian approached them and asked what they were doing, and Isabella replied that the commoner had insulted her. Then he said that if they mocked an aristocrat, something very bad might happen, so they could look forward to it. He also said that he would torment them in the most terrible way possible. He added that they would all regret being born into this world. Isabella thought about how she had always liked him, because she had seen his beautiful face contort. She went to her father, and he told her some news that surprised her so much that she even asked him to repeat what he had said. Margrave Cascabel repeated that His Highness Luke had promised Adrian Lawrence the title of Marquis, and that he would become a key figure in the country's future. She couldn't believe that he would give the title of Marquis to some offspring of the Viscount's mistress. But her father said that Prince Luke believed he deserved it. But he believed that his existence was crucial for them if they wanted to shift the balance of power in their favor. Therefore, he wanted her to establish a relationship with him. And of course, the best scenario would be their marriage. She thought this was bad. She quickly went back, thinking that Adrian would become the 6th Marquis of Reinhardt, and burst into the room, shouting for everyone to listen. By the time she arrived, her friends were already drunk and happy that Isabella had returned. They invited her to join them, saying that the medicine was simply mind-blowing. She thought she was wrong, and that these idiots would not help her in any way. Adrian and Arcia were in the game. She had changed her image a little, and Adrian thought it suited her very well. Her new look was meant to be a disguise, but he thought it turned out very well, and Arcia looked stunning. Some time ago, Grant Nocturne asked him if he planned to enter the combat industry, and his father said that he was behaving inappropriately. Grant Nocturne was the son of Perseus and a novice accountant, and just like his father, he had 3 high-level abilities. Adrian asked why he had decided this, and he replied that he was going to take over 5 companies that were eating up money without expecting immediate profits. He said that mining and distribution, the main industries on their estate, were not bad, but their growth limits were very clearly defined. That is why Adrian decided that the military industry would be an excellent target. Grant said that it sounded like the plan of a true great magician. He asked Adrian to share what product he had in mind, so that he would know what to prioritize in order to follow his instructions correctly in the future. Adrian then said that he planned to start with equipment for the vanguard. Perseus asked if this was possible, and he replied that they had figured out the principle of the power system and a rough method for manufacturing such equipment. He believed that if the assistants did well, everything would work out. Grant said that those currently in power would not simply tolerate this. Adrian said there was nothing to worry about, and that he had figured out how to respond to this, and that for starters, they would make similar or less powerful equipment. He said that they would not be satisfied with creating equipment for the vanguard alone, and asked to be informed if the magic tower was going to be sold. For a while, his interlocutors pondered his words about not being satisfied with just creating equipment, but then they realized that Adrian was referring to a flying fortress. He saw that their attitude was one of affection and loyalty, and their emotions were ones of adoration and respect. After a while, Adrian told his father about what had happened at the palace, and his father was very surprised about the title of Marquis. Adrian said that he had decided to accept the second prince's offer, as he saw no reason to refuse. He decided not to mention the crown prince's offer. His father said that since he had returned home, there had been no shortage of surprises. His mother was again afraid that everything would be fine when he became a nobleman, but he told his mother that the title of count was the same as that of Marquis. She replied that there was at least one level of difference between them. Adrian thought that his mother still seemed to be unaccustomed to being a lady in her own home. Winking at them, he said that the title of Marquis was not enough. He needed to become at least the king of an entire country and have a harem. His father, starting to get angry, said that he was a brat, and Adrian wondered why they were reacting this way. The Viscount said how dare he say that when his beloved was sitting next to him. Of course, they did not have that kind of relationship, and Adrian decided to watch his language. He said he was joking, but his father called him a brat and said that some things were not to be joked about. Pointing to Arcia, he said that she knew he was joking, but looking at her, he saw that her emotions were complex and she was experiencing subtle feelings. But literally a second later, her emotions returned to normal. His mother told him to be kind to her and not to look around for no reason. Blushing slightly and clearing his throat, he said that, in any case, they would soon be given an important assignment. Therefore, he would like to continue the work they had put off in order to celebrate the new beginning of the Lawrence family. His father clarified what he meant. Adrian said that they needed to deal with Anna and Cedric's vassal and punish the servants who had harmed him and his mother. In other words, he needed to clean up everything inside and out. There was discussion in the kingdom that not only the title of Margrave, but also that of Marquis was too much for Adrian. But some considered him a genius and a great magician. The members of the council argued, some believing that for his merits, he could be granted the title of Viscount or Baronet. Prince Luke told his father that many countries were already trying to lure Lawrence away, and such indecision looked like they were abandoning a competent person. The first prince challenged this, saying that Luke's arguments were based on the fact that he had been able to recruit Adrian and therefore wanted to support him. He said he would not sugarcoat anything, and that his brother was wrong to think he would simply allow this because he was a person who would be useful to him. The second prince became angry, believing that his brother's words were not befitting of the status of crown prince. Then Michael said that if he accepted their request, they would accept his arguments. Their request was that he allow Count Raven to leave his post as Margrave. He did not think it was a bad proposal, because Raven could retain his position as Count, and a new Marquis would be added. Luke replied that this was unacceptable, and that he would not stoop to such meanness for the sake of profit. Michael said that he was simply amazing, as expected of a leader. As Michael had expected, Luke refused, but he had not expected Luke to accept the offer. He said that in that case, he would make a new proposal. He said he hoped that Count Otis, who had made a huge contribution as Sir Lawrence's superior in battle, would be appointed Margrave. He believed that half of Adrian Lawrence's merits belonged to his immediate superior, Count Otis. Luke listened carefully as his brother said that this proposal was made because of the unjustified appointment of the new Marquis and the ignoring of Raven's mistakes. After listening to both of them, the king told them to stop arguing with each other. The king announced that it had been decided to accept the requests of the Crown Prince and Prince Luke. Both princes turned to their father and thanked his majesty. A few days later, Adrian and his family arrived at the palace for the victory celebration. Sylvia admired the beauty of the palace, which she was seeing for the first time. She asked Adrian if she looked tacky. He replied that many sons from respected families would ask her to dance without knowing that she was married. She also said that Arcia would look very beautiful in a dress, but she replied that she really liked her costume. Adrian said that there was no choice, because it was an official ceremony, but he hoped they would have time to change her into a dress before the ball began. Several people approached them and called his name. He turned around and saw that the first of them was the nobleman Viscount Doherty. The second young man was staring intently at it, and it was the nobleman Viscount Parma. One of the girls covering her face with a fan was the noblewoman Viscountess Karma, and the last of the four young people was the noblewoman Viscountess Ronier. Adrian said that apparently they all still got together to gossip, even though they had grown up. He said he would visit them a little later when he had time, and then they would chat to their heart's content. They said that Isabella would also arrive a little later. Sylvia thought they were Adrian's friends, but he said they were classmates at the academy. Doherty said that Arcia looked at him at the end, as if she was going to send him to the other world. Viscountess Karma said that Adrian didn't seem to have forgotten them, and they all hoped that Isabella would cover for them this time too. They decided to find Isabella first, while Arcia watched them. She asked Adrian if she should send them to the other world, but he replied that it wasn't time yet. He smiled to himself, thinking about how he had promised them that once. Soon a man approached them, and greeting the Lawrence family, said he would show them to their seats. He showed them their seats at the table in the front row. The people attending the event immediately noticed them. Everyone in the hall began whispering among themselves that the Viscounts Lawrence had arrived. They were surrounded by people. The ladies complimented Sylvia, and a man approached the Viscount and, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, invited him to visit his estate. Adrian assumed that all the high-ranking aristocrats were already aware of his new title of Marquis. Then, turning around, he noticed that Margrave Raven had appeared among the other guests. Adrian thought that the second prince had warned him, judging by how quietly he had retreated. The victory celebration ceremony began. Count Otis was awarded the Order of the Golden Lion of the border town of Ort, and was appointed Margrave of Iges. At that moment, Adrian thought that, thank God, Otis was also on the side of the crown prince. He watched as Prince Luke whispered something to Marquis Vincent, the most famous weapons master in the entire kingdom. And looking at Arcia, he thought that the aura experts of this kingdom seemed to be overly interested in her. But then he smiled and thought that, as expected, she was not suitable for the second prince. The king appeared and asked the noble Viscount Adrian and Madame Arcia Klein to come forward and kneel. Adrian Lawrence was granted the title of Marquis and the lands of Marinka as an estate. Arcia Klein was granted the title of Countess and the lands of Glendale as an estate. He also said that each new title holder would be granted a heavenly fortress. Adrian and Arcia were kneeling when the king ended his speech by saying that he hoped they would strive to defend their kingdom with glory. They thanked the king, and there was whispering in the hall that the title of Marquis had been granted suddenly, and no one could remember anyone else becoming a Marquis so quickly before. Finally, His Majesty asked Adrian if he had anything to say. Turning to the people standing in the hall, Adrian said that he did not know how to thank His Majesty for the mercy shown to him. He added that he would also like to express his gratitude to the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. He said that there was something he wanted to do as an aristocrat with an estate, and he wanted to reveal this desire to those present. He named all 4 of his classmates, whom he had recently met, and said that he was declaring a territorial battle against these 4 families. Everyone present, including the king and princes, did not understand why he was doing this. In those days, King Kalitza van Reihart's anxiety was growing, and it was related to the succession to the throne and the dispute between the crown prince and the second prince. And now, Adrian was declaring a territorial battle. The king thought that his head was already splitting from worrying about his children. In addition, he thought that now there was another madman in the country. Prince Luke said that he had apparently misunderstood Marquis Lawrence's inclinations. He thought he was a typical scientist and did not expect him to be such an aggressor. He asked Adrian if he knew that the new lord had no right to expand his territories for another year. He replied that he would simply destroy these families, and he would return their lands to the crown. Prince Luke realized that he was not going to back down until the very end. As he left, he said that Adrian's behavior had disappointed him today, and added that he would see what would happen next. Watching him leave, Adrian thought that this was roughly the reaction he had expected, but the prince had no way of expelling him. Returning to the hall, he saw that the real celebration had already begun. Arcia met him and said she had been waiting for him. Before the celebration began, everyone had been rushing to exchange greetings with them, but now no one approached them. Everyone kept a safe distance of 3 meters. He thought that they had probably branded him a dangerous person. He said that he seemed to have become the main scoundrel in the family. His father said that he was a scoundrel. He hadn't planned on going that far, and apologized, saying he had probably gotten carried away. His father asked what this territorial battle was for, and he replied that it was revenge. The Viscount said that declaring war on 4 families at once was very dangerous, and Adrian should have understood that. He replied that they had nothing to worry about. Sighing, his father told Adrian that he believed in him anyway. He added that he had not participated in the festivities organized by the royal family for a long time and planned to enjoy them. Reaching out to his wife, he told her not to worry and to trust in his skill. Adrian and Arcia stood a little away from his parents, and he smiled as he looked at them. He thought that all this time, his father had been tiptoeing around Anna, but now he could fully take care of his mother. And Adrian told Arcia that now was the time to continue where they had left off. His former classmates discussed that even territorial battles must have a reason, and the reason was their actions as children. Viscount Parma said that they would not lose, and suggested that all 4 families unite. But his comrades feared that their opponent was the Marquis. But he said that if they united, they would be strong enough to deal with the newly appointed Marquis. In theory, they would be more powerful than the Viscount, but weaker than the Margrave. Viscountess Karma happily said that it sounded plausible. But at that moment, Adrian appeared behind them and said that this was not the case. When they saw him, they called him by name, and he smiled, waved his hand, and said how dare they call the Marquis by name. Viscount Parma told him not to make him laugh, and that Adrian was wrong to think they would respect him after declaring war. Then Adrian took off his glove, threw it in the Viscount's face, and said that he would make them respect him. He told the young Viscount Parma that he could not forgive his rude behavior, and he told the Viscount, who recoiled in surprise that he was challenging him to a duel. But then the heads of the 4 families appeared and said that Adrian had provoked them first and that a duel could not be held under the law of this country. Adrian said he was sorry and that if they had allowed the young Parma to be beheaded in this duel, they would not have had to participate in the territorial battle. Parma's father said that he did not know what their relationship was, but that he had gone too far. Adrian replied that their relationship was clear and that he would make up for what had been lost. Then the Viscount's father asked what it all meant, and Adrian replied that he could ask his son about it. He said that a letter announcing the battle would arrive within a week, and that if they did not want the family to fall, they should arrest his son and bring him to him. The Viscount's father said that since he insisted on selling his son, he had finally crossed the line. Turning slightly, Adrian replied, "Really?" When Adrian turned around, he saw Isabella among the others, covering her face with a fan. As he left, he told everyone present that they would see each other on the battlefield. The young Parma wanted to say something to his father, but his father interrupted him and said they would talk when they returned. But when Viscount Parma saw Isabella, he asked why she had only just arrived. He asked her to talk to his father, but at that moment, she was thinking that she did not understand what was going on. Soon, information about the reasons for Adrian's actions, and the fact that he had been bullied as a child, surfaced on social media. Many people supported him in this situation. He was distracted from these thoughts by a man who was talking about the specifics of the heavenly fortresses that needed to be sent immediately. He showed him a catalog of heavenly fortresses, and Adrian thought that, as expected, they were outrageously expensive. He was told that it was illogical to engage in territorial battles without sufficient strength. They were wrong, because if he lacked strength, he could buy it. He had 48 trillion in cash, and if you added Raven's property and their family's assets to that, it would come to 70 trillion. The seller said that the transaction amount was so large that part of it had to be paid in advance. He said he had paid a lot of taxes and hoped to be exempt from them. They shook hands, and the seller thanked Adrian for the purchase. And he thought that even if he bought 8 heavenly fortresses, he would still have 20 trillion left over, and this deal seemed unreal to him. As he left, he thought that if he excluded the prepayment, he would pay a colossal 50 trillion in installments. Moving toward the exit, Adrian suddenly met Margrave Otis, who was happy to see Marquis Lawrence. Adrian asked him to dispense with formalities, since they were on the same side. But Otis said that he was a Marquis and was not allowed to do so. He replied that he would not be allowed to do so if he were Count Otis. But now he was a Margrave, and Otis laughed. Then Otis came to his senses and asked what Adrian's arrival here meant. He said that he had just bought up all the fortresses, and Otis said that he had thought so. Otis said that there was no other option, and that he would have to make a pre-order. Adrian realized that he was here to buy an additional heavenly fortress. Then Otis introduced him to his daughter, whom he had talked about so much. Adrian thought that this was the very daughter who had become famous for being eccentric. She bowed and said she was glad to meet him, and that Michelle from the Otis family welcomed him. He also said he was glad to see her, introduced himself as Adrian Lawrence, and introduced Arcia Klein as his fiancée. There were rumors that Michelle was a real psycho with a terrible reputation, but looking at her, Adrian thought she didn't seem like that at all. Looking at her through his glasses, he saw that she was interested and neutral, and that she also understood English. He was extremely surprised because it was the English he knew. Looking again, he saw that Michelle Otis was a seeker. Her attitude was one of interest and neutrality, and her emotions were approval and enthusiasm. Her special traits were her ability to reason and interpret English, and he still couldn't believe that it was the same English. Margrave Otis said that his daughter had been actively searching for the fate of the Archduke, which had been found in the Republic of Prius. He said that she had fallen into a deep depression because of this, and that was why he took her everywhere with him. Michelle shouted at her father that the fate in Prius was fake. Adrian said that it was a very curious statement that the destiny found in Prius was a fake. Michelle explained that the fate was hidden in a location unknown to anyone, and that it was impossible to find it just by wandering around the Republic of Prius. He asked what kind of location it was. She replied that the details were classified, but that it was difficult to find this location as an aristocrat. She was clearly talking about Hollywood, and at first he thought she was just making a weak prediction, but she was very close to the solution. She asked for permission to follow him, and Adrian replied that he would be happy to. Michelle said she preferred people who had made themselves. Michelle told Adrian that she would like to chat from time to time, and with a smile, she asked his lordship what he thought about that. Adrian replied that he was all for it, and would send her an invitation as soon as possible. Arcia asked if she should send Michelle to the other world, but Adrian said it was worth watching her for a while longer. He looked again at Michelle Otis, who, as she left, showed her father that she had signed up for him. Adrian stood and watched them leave, thinking that he needed to keep an eye on her. Those present at the table, Viscount Doherty and Viscount Karma, listened attentively to what Adrian had ordered, during his visit to the capital. Also present at the table was Viscountess Rainier, who also listened attentively to the number of fortresses and equipment purchased. Viscount Parma, who was also at the meeting, listened to the information and then banged his fist on the table. All four began to discuss whether this was really the entire list of his purchases for today's visit to the capital. Viscount Parma shouted that this brat had spent so much money on weapons in one day and was apparently serious about fighting. Clutching his head, Viscount Karma thought that he had been too careless about the situation. But Viscount Doherty believed that even if he had bought all the weapons, he still had no fighters, and as a new lord, he would not have time to acquire a knightly order. At that moment, Viscountess Rainier joined the conversation, asking if anything had gone according to their expectations since his arrival. The men listened to her words, that he was someone not to be thought of with common sense, and that he was about to become an archmage. She believed it would be better to keep the worst-case scenario in mind, as they could not be confused all the time. A servant present said that, even before receiving the title of Marquis, Lawrence had posted an advertisement for hiring knights in his online diary. He said that the ad had attracted about 4,000 comments from residents of the kingdom who wanted to work for him. Everyone considered this to be bold behavior for someone who was not a lord. They realized that they had fallen into Adrian's trap. The servant said that he had also acquired a magic tower and an artifact manufacturing company. Viscount Karma said that Ronya's prediction had come true. He said that if a battle began, there was a high probability that they would have to face the maximum number of forces that the Marquis could field. But Viscount Parma reminded them that their leader was an archmage who could also use his fiancée, an aura expert. After thinking about it, all four Viscounts decided that this was terrifying, and they decided that if this happened, it would be a one-sided destruction. But Viscount Doherty said that if he pulled the surrounding territories with him, the royal family would not tolerate it. Clutching his head, Viscount Parma realized that they had no way to prepare countermeasures from the outset, and did not understand how he dared to humiliate them like this. Then he turned to his servant and ordered him to bring that bastard to them. The servant did not understand who he was talking about. The servant shouted that he was talking about the main culprit of this meeting. Soon, the Black Eagle was circling over the estate of Marquis Lawrence, the metropolis of Marienkauf. Adrian looked around, and the feeling was new to him, but looking at the sprawling metropolis, he truly realized that he had become a great lord. Perseus appeared and asked his lordship how he liked his newly assembled knightly squad. Turning around and seeing him, Adrian said that they had finally arrived. They appeared at the last minute, but they looked pretty good. Perseus said that it was not just pretty good, but wonderful to assemble a knightly squad in such a short time. Adrian believed that it was all because they had come and expressed their desire to work for him, and that he was lucky that many people saw him in a good light. Baroness Elena, head of security for the city of Marienkauf, who had come with Perseus, said that my lord had surprised them more than once. She said that just a couple of days ago, he had brought huge combat supplies, including sky fortresses and equipment. In addition, the knights had been trained in advance. Everyone looked at him, and Adrian said embarrassedly that he was just lucky. But Perseus embarrassed him by saying that he couldn't just blame it on luck, because everything was according to his calculation, and there wasn't a single useless move. Adrian asked what he thought of the knights, and whether they could be sent into battle. He replied that they had selected people with experience, so it was possible. He looked at the metal fortresses and thought that they should have given the latest generation of aircraft, not just those that had been taken out of production. They were a gift from the king, and it would not be easy to get rid of them. Adrian decided to use them for a while, and then sell them at a lower price. He said that if there were no problems, then they should move forward, which surprised Billiam. As he left, Adrian added that it was time for them to join the battle. Perseus asked when they would join the battle. He said that preparations had to be completed in 3 hours, and that they had to be divided into 4 groups and locked up in the territory so that they could not join forces. He and Arcia would be in the main fortress, capturing territories one by one. Perseus said they needed permission from the royal family, but Adrian said that permission would be granted sooner or later, and until then, they could call it training, since everyone used that excuse. This time, he was not going to give orders from a safe place, and decided to rush into battle without a shred of regret, and show them his power with Arcia. After all, he believed that there should be a leader who would lead everyone from the front lines and win the hearts of his subordinates from the first days of coming to power. Fully prepared for battle, Adrian marched forward resolutely. Meanwhile, Countess Elfrith, who was in the Viscountcy of Parma, thought that what was happening was cause for concern. She thought about the fact that Lawrence had been granted a title. The emperor wanted her to recruit him, but they began to act very quickly. Moreover, as soon as he received the title, he immediately declared a territorial battle on 4 viscounties at once, and Countess Elfriede decided that she needed to find out if he was crazy without a king in his head, or just an eccentric personality with his own plans. While she was thinking about all this, a girl appeared next to her and said that she did not expect another visitor here. Countess Elfrith turned around. The voice seemed very familiar to her, Standing before her with a slight smile on her face was Duchess Olivia Riverdale. Meanwhile, Adrian met with Viscount Parma, surrounding his territory. The Viscount said that, as far as he knew, there was no permission to start the battle. He asked if Adrian was ignoring the law by appearing before the Viscount with his fighters. Adrian calmly told his future opponent that he was mistaken. He declared that they were only conducting exercises and that he was one who obeyed the law, so he would not attack until he received permission. He asked them to ignore him and continue with their business. These words caused Viscount Parma to break out in a sweat. He asked if they were going to attack once they received permission. Adrian replied that of course they were, and that it just so happened that they were training in front of their Viscount. Parma said that this sounded too implausible, and that such an act was contrary to morality. He said that permission for this territorial battle would not be granted. It was not rational to start a battle over a minor schoolyard quarrel. Adrian received a message and used the spell to immobilize the enemy representatives, saying that he needed silence. He was informed that from that moment on, he had permission to start the territorial battle. Adrian said that this was wonderful, and the timing was just perfect. Parma couldn't believe it, and said that couldn't be. Adrian replied that it seemed the royal family had a different opinion on the matter. The Viscount decided that the royal family had abandoned them, but Adrian said he thought they had made their decision based on who would ultimately be more useful to them. His opponent asked him to make a rational decision, but Adrian asked him to leave, and from now on to try to convince the Viscount Parma instead. He said that Parma's territories had only one chance to survive, which was to surrender. Otherwise, they would not be able to avoid this battle. Perseus ordered a magical ban on teleportation to be imposed, and it was activated. Then he commanded the Heavenly Fortress and the Vanguard Regiment to advance, with the goal of defeating the Viscount of Parma. Adrian's opponents listened in horror to these orders for everyone to advance. Turning to the Viscount, Adrian asked in surprise why he was not returning. He added that he should be aware that he had no time left for idleness. The Viscount withdrew, and Adrian rose from his seat and offered his hand to Arcia. He told Perseus that from that moment on, he and Arcia would join the battle. He added that for the time being, he had decided to leave the command to Perseus, which greatly surprised him. He wanted to stop his lordship, but he was already heading for the exit, leading Arcia by the hand. Then he reported to the Vanguard Regiment that his lordship the Marquis of Lawrence and her lordship the Countess of Klein would be arriving in person. The Heavenly Fortress loomed over the Viscount, and Adrian thought about what someone had said, that after revenge is accomplished, nothing remains but a feeling of futility. As his fighters moved forward, he thought that in the end, revenge begets revenge. But his opinion differed, because nothing gives a clearer sense of purpose than revenge. It started with Anna and Cedric, and would end with the villains from the Academy. One could say that destroying their existence would be his starting point for a new future. Besides, he found it amusing to watch his enemies writhe and scream in pain. After a while, hearing an explosion, the young Viscount clutched his head with tears in his eyes. He thought that Adrian had gone crazy and was really shooting at them. He couldn't believe that he had actually attacked them. Parma asked his fighters what their chances of victory were. They replied that the enemy's power was twice as great as theirs, and that there was an archmage and an aura expert among them. They believed their chances were close to zero. The Viscount shouted that they were mocking him, that he had hired them for a huge sum of money, and they had to do something. He asked the knight what he thought would happen to him if they lost this battle. The knight did not answer. Finally, he said that even in such a situation, he only thought about himself. The Viscount did not understand what he meant. He asked if he should tell the young lord what to do. He said that he should go to the other world on his own, at the hands of Marquis Lawrence. The knight said that if he allowed him to take his revenge, he thought his anger would subside, and then perhaps the damage to their territory would be less. The Viscount of Parma asked how he dared to say such things to his lord's son. The knight replied that everyone in the castle thought the same. He was the only one who had always been very embittered, and no one here understood why everyone had to go to the other world because of him. He added that when those lower in rank than them went to the other world, they would definitely blame him and not Marquis Lawrence. There were 10 or more people who had gone to the other world directly or indirectly by his hand, and in the end, they realized that you reap what you sow, and the knight, on behalf of everyone, thanked the Viscount for the lesson. But the Viscount thought that he was from the ruling class, and did not understand what their problem was. After all, he had simply instilled a little discipline in those lower-class losers. He thought that this Adrian was simply insane. Then another knight entered the room. Seeing that it was the commander of the knights, the Viscount said that it was good that he had come, and ordered them to hurry up and get him out of there. He said that they should ask for help from other territories and join forces, but the Viscount just threw the Vanguard's equipment, power weapons, and armor in front of him. He said that the Viscount put on the equipment and asked Marquis Lawrence to come out with him alone. He added, looking at the Viscount, who did not understand anything, that this was his father's order. The knights grabbed the young Viscount, and he shouted that they would see if he would follow this order, but they forcibly put the equipment on him, while he shouted that they were all crazy lunatics. And then he remembered Adrian in his youth, who said he would make them regret being born. The commander of the knights told the young Viscount that there was no need to despair. After all, Marquis Lawrence was an archmage, but in the end, a mage was a mage. The vanguard fighters were armed with power armor and weapons capable of resisting him. The young Viscount cried and asked if he considered this to be consolation. But he said that it was not consolation, and that he was only telling him how the Viscount could survive. He asked if he planned to cower in a corner in fear and wait for retribution. He explained that even if he hid, the outcome would still be the same. He would simply become a victim of revenge. But if he could break through the defenses and defeat him, considering that Marquis Lawrence had no wife or heir, this battle would end in his victory. In other words, the young Parma would become the hero of their viscountcy. He thought he would do it, pretend to be a clown for once, since everyone wanted it so much. He told the knights that he would survive and send the cursed Adrian to the other world, and they would not let him get away with it. The commander of the knights replied that if he defeated Marquis Lawrence, they would gladly accept any punishment, and the squad set off. The young Viscount thought that the vanguard's equipment, with its incredible defense and powerful attack, was not named so that some magician could win. But when they went outside, they saw that a fierce battle was underway, and their fighters were scattering in different directions. Viscount Parma thought that this was impossible, and wondered how a mage could do such a thing. He saw that an aura expert was fighting alongside the archmage. Turning to the commander, he told him to look and asked what kind of joke this was, and that he wanted him to go there. His fighters shouted that this couldn't be, and that the enemy was a real monster. They tried to attack Adrian all at once, but he was so skilled with his magical weapon that they scattered in different directions. Then they looked up and saw that their heavenly tower was collapsing. The young Viscount of Parma stood with tears in his eyes, and then heard a voice asking who was there. Before him stood Adrian Lawrence, with his magic staff in his hand. Laughing, Adrian said he thought he would be hiding somewhere. The Viscount's knights raised their hands and said they surrendered, begging for mercy as they did not want to go to the other world. Adrian told the young Viscount Zareth Parma, who was standing with trembling legs, that this was unexpected. The Viscount stood still, and then the commander of the knights pushed him forward. So he had to step forward and tell Adrian Lawrence that he was challenging him to a one-on-one duel. At the same time, he held his weapon in front of him, which greatly surprised Adrian. He said that if Adrian considered himself an aristocrat who valued honor, he would not ignore the challenge. But Adrian did not let him finish, smiling. He said he didn't understand what he was talking about, and, calling him crazy, snapped his fingers. A beam of magical light formed around the Viscount, and a black eagle immediately appeared and severed his weapon-wielding arm. Wounded, he said he was going to the other world, and Adrian laughed and said that this time he had spent 73 trillion in installments on this weapon. He added that for some reason, he had a feeling he would be able to pay it off in an instant. He said that the Vanguard's equipment was lying around here and there, and the heavenly fortress was hanging in the backyards. And smiling, he added that the icing on the cake would be the Viscount's family treasure. Parma said that he should not say that this was his goal. Adrian replied that this was also to take revenge and get money, killing two birds with one stone. He reminded his former classmate of his twice broken ribs, once broken shoulder bone, and once broken wrist. He also reminded him about the bone in his foot, at which point Viscount Parma, sitting on the ground, asked what he was talking about. Standing over him, Adrian said that these were the bones he had broken, and of course, he would not have started this if he had only broken his bones. Pointing his magic staff at the crying Viscount Parma, he said that his patience was not unlimited, but he felt that he didn't need to say all this. After all, they had tormented him mentally so much that he was very upset. And pushing Arceus aside, he said that he would not let him pass away peacefully. After that, Adrian used his magical abilities to heal Viscount Parma. He said that it would not be fun if he went to the other world from simple blood loss. He ordered his fighters who had captured Viscount Parma to take good care of him. He apologized, calling him Sir Adrian. Meanwhile, Adrian was thinking about what to do with the rest of them. The Viscount's squad leader suggested escorting him to the Lord's office. Adrian smiled and replied to the enemy commander that he was very kind. Thus, the battle between Marquis Lawrence and Viscount Parma lasted only 30 minutes. Meanwhile, Countess Elfriede asked Olivia if she had come to check up on him, because she suspected that Lawrence belonged to her family's circle of friends. She replied that of course he was part of their circle of friends, and that she had come under the pretext of visiting him. But she was curious about what had brought the head of the Brigham Empire's intelligence service here. She said that if she was planning to take him out of the Empire, she'd better think again. And they decided to leave everything as it was, because if they started fighting, they would only tire each other out. They saw that the teleportation ban spell had been activated, and realized that the battle had begun. And they both decided to go and see how good Adrian was in battle. But when they looked closer, Olivia Riverdale was astonished. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the mage fighting in close combat. And Countess Elfried thought that the main reason magicians were so limited in modern battles was not at all due to compatibility with the Vanguard. It was all because of the teleportation ban spell. In the past, short-range movement spells could increase the survivability and mobility of mages. And since the best way to eliminate this was magic that prohibited teleportation, movement became impossible to use on the battlefield. Ultimately, this forced mages to isolate themselves from the battlefield. But the Countess thought about Marquise Lawrence's battle. His battle showed that he could simply dodge without using teleportation magic. And she asked Duchess Riverdale if such a battle was possible. She replied that even with the help of a bunch of spells, it would not be easy at all. Apparently, it required considerable combat experience, a trained body, and combat instincts, and not many people could do it. Countess Elfried said that their priest was simply amazing. Olivia said that she was warning her in advance to stop taking an interest in their people. She replied that she was sorry, because she liked Adrian in many ways. Turning around, the Countess said that it was time for her to leave, and that she could see that the fate of these territories was sealed. And Olivia Riverdale stayed to watch what was happening, thinking that this was, of course, the case. She remembered how Adrian said he didn't want to share the pleasure of hunting, and she came here to check, just in case. Using all these spells, he displayed many habits characteristic of the Riverdale school, and she realized that she should not have doubted him. She checked everything for herself and decided it was time for her to go back. Meanwhile, a black eagle watched her from above. Adrian, who knew of their presence, thought that they had finally left, and it seemed that he had managed to get rid of them both. With him was the commander of the Viscount's night squad, who showed them which way to go. After a while, there was an explosion in Viscount Parma's office, which he barely managed to dodge. Turning around, he was horrified to see the Marquis of Lawrence enter the office. Behind the smiling Marquis Lawrence, Arcia Klein also entered the office. The Viscount of Parma tried to shield himself from him, shouting for him not to come any closer. He began to back away from the Marquis of Lawrence, and at some point fell to the floor. Sitting down next to him, Adrian asked why he had not signed the surrender agreement. The Viscount asked what he was going to do with him and his family. He replied that he was not going to send anyone to the other world, except the main culprit, but in turn, they would become a fallen aristocratic family, whose property and title had been stolen. He asked if perhaps the Viscount would prefer to go to the other world. With tears in his eyes, he said he would sign the pact. At that moment, the Viscountcy of Parma disappeared as a result of the battle, and it was clear that the battle was practically over. After a while, Viscount Doherty was informed that Marquis Lawrence had already occupied the territory of Parma and was heading towards their territories. Hiding on the floor behind his desk and hearing explosions, he replied that the Marquis of Lawrence and the Countess of Klein had probably already arrived. He told Viscount Carme and Viscountess Rania that if he lost here, they would be next. Viscount Carme asked, what about simply handing over their children? But the Viscountess Rognier considered this useless, because when he subdued the young Lord Viscount of Parma, he entered their castle on foot. The men asked what she meant, and she replied that for him, revenge was primarily a justification for this battle. She said that he obviously wanted to replenish his treasury by cultivating such power, and that he planned to pay for his military purchases at their expense. The men said that this problem was worse than the first, and asked her if there was any way to stop it. Rania said that it was now clear that they could not win this battle, so they should change their method. Soon, the Viscount's vanguard fighters arrived at the teleportation zone. The commander of Viscount Doherty's squad, Dennis, also reported this. The commander of the Viscount's vanguard fighters, Karma, said that this was a battle of time, and that the marsh should now be empty. The Viscount Ronya fighters discussed that they should use this advantage to capture buildings and take civilians hostage. There were 15 seconds left before the operation began, and everyone understood that if it was successful, the tide of battle would turn in an instant. The countdown began, and the squad commanders opened their scrolls. When the countdown ended, all the Viscount's fighters teleported. They arrived at the location, and the commander reported that the vanguard unit of the Knights of the Viscountcy of Ronya was in contact. The vanguard units of the Viscounts of Karma and Doherty also made contact, and the operation began. But then all the fighters heard a voice saying that a welcome ceremony had been prepared for them. The soldiers saw a huge flying ship approaching them, and then they saw Marquis Lawrence standing on this ship. He was ready for the meeting, holding a magic staff in his hand, and he told them to come to him. The fighters only had time to say over the radio that the operation had been compromised. Literally a second later, they were all teleported to an unknown location. They realized they had been teleported, but did not understand where they were. But soon they noticed that they were surrounded by fighters from Marquis Lawrence's night squad. Marquis Lawrence himself was also there, watching them from his flying ship. A short time ago, the three of them were on the flying ship, waiting for the enemy to appear. After a while, Adrian said that they were here, and Perseus asked if he had clairvoyant abilities. because everything had happened just as he had said. Adrian replied that it was just a simple prediction. Then Perseus said that now he was getting scared and was glad that he was not Adrian's enemy. He said that it was a good strategy for them, but it was useless because they were one step ahead. Perseus replied that now he even felt sorry for their enemies. Leaving Arceus and Perseus on the ship, Adrian teleported and landed near the enemy fighters. He told all the knights to lay down their weapons immediately. He added that this was the only way they could all save their lives. But the commander of the Doherty detachment pointed at it and said that he was Marquis Lawrence. He said that the battle would end if they could capture Marquis Lawrence. Adrian said that he had not expected this. Perseus, standing on the ship, clutched his head, worrying about his lordship. Arcea jumped off the flying ship and in a second was standing next to Adrian. The enemies decided that this was their chance and rushed into the attack all together. One of the fighters ran up to him and shouted for Marquis Lawrence to surrender, but he easily pushed him away. He said that the reason he hadn't even considered such a situation was that it wasn't even worth it. Explosions began to ring out around the enemy fighters, and they thought things were looking bad. Someone shouted that instead of capturing him, it would be better to just send him to the other world, and the territorial battle would be over. Adrian thought that he had been too lenient with them and activated a powerful fire explosion. One of the knights thought that he would not be able to dodge it and needed to take cover with a force weapon. He succeeded and was able to avoid injury from such a powerful explosion. But then he saw Marquis Lawrence rushing straight at him with his magic staff. Trying to defend himself, he shouted for him not to come any closer. He began to strike, but his blows instantly bounced off Adrian. The knight realized that he was creating an aura around himself with cutting-edge equipment and the strongest fifth circle shield. He couldn't understand how a mage could be like that, and Adrian said that he was constantly being asked this question today and delivered the decisive blow. After a while, he was sitting calmly, reading the news and marveling at how many articles had been published. Most of them wrote about how Marquis Lawrence's battle against the 4 Viscounts ended in just half a day. The final push was a solo operation, and the Viscounts had no chance of victory. Adrian was able to quickly capture the remaining castles. His fighters were jubilant, and he saw that their attitude was favorable. They were in a state of complete obedience in accordance with their labor relations. Arcea came to him, and he asked her to come in. She entered and said that her mouth was bored and she wanted some cake. She was followed by a maid who was surprised that she was covered in dirt and said that sweets were served after meals and that she had eaten a lot of cookies in the morning. Arcea sat down, and the maid said that the blood would not wash out of the chair. Adrian watched them and thought it was very noisy. Then he thought that Catherine had adapted perfectly, and that was wonderful. A few days ago, right after the fighting ended, Catherine was standing in the market. Adrian was standing next to her, and 4 people were apologizing to her and saying they were wrong. They were 4 of their former classmates, Viscounts, who were now kneeling before them. She was surprised by what was happening, and Adrian said that, as she could see, these were the 4 people who had bullied them in the past. She had been particularly targeted, so much so that she had to leave the academy, simply because she had spoken to him, whom everyone had bullied. Adrian said that for political reasons he needed time, but he planned to make Isabella Cascabel and Folo Brooks apologize. He added that he hoped she would wait, but Catherine said he shouldn't do that and asked him to stop. He said he couldn't and took her hand, which was covered in scars from those days. Using his healing powers, he said that she might not know it, but she was his savior. Catherine looked at her hand in surprise. There was no trace of the scars left. She smiled with tears in her eyes, and Adrian suggested that from now on, they should smile together. She was standing near Arcea when he called her, and Catherine turned around and asked the Marquis if he had called her. Sitting at his desk, Adrian asked Catherine how she was doing. Catherine smiled happily. It was the most wonderful day for her, and Adrian, with a slight smile on his face, said he was glad to hear it. After a while, he met with the Crown Prince, who said that he reminded himself again and again that it was brilliant to get him on his side. The disappearance of the 3 families supporting the second prince had led to a favorable outcome. Adrian said that the one family supporting him had also disappeared. Michael replied that there was nothing to be done about it, for they had sinned against Adrian, and so they should pay a fair price for it. The Crown Prince asked if Prince Luke had said anything about it. Adrian replied that he was very upset about it. He asked whether it was worth going so far with the nobles who were on their side, even for the sake of revenge. He also said that Count Brooks and Margrave Cascabel had committed the same sins as the Viscounts, and that Raven should also be defeated for the sake of the second prince. And Adrian added that after a long silence, the second prince said that this time he would let everything slide. This greatly amused the Crown Prince. Putting his mug on the table, Michael said that in any case, this This had further narrowed the gap between them and the second prince's faction. He added that a narrow victory was not what he wanted. What he wanted was a complete and decisive victory. Adrian asked if civil wars did not destroy the life of the country. He understood that his betrayal was planned for the sake of the crown prince's complete victory. He asked the crown prince when he should begin the operation. The crown prince replied that they still needed time. Michael asked if something had happened, and Adrian replied that the second prince was still trying to win over Arcia. He said that at this rate, he would be the one to cause a problem. But he thought to himself that, to be honest, he didn't care. The first prince sat holding a mug in his hands and was shocked by the news. He asked permission to apologize as a member of his family. He said that his self-confidence had become excessive since he became an aura expert. The second prince believed that every woman should fall at his feet if he flirted with her. At that moment, Adrian thought he was like a child. Michael thought about it, and Adrian thought that if things continued like this, he would deal with him before the real battle began. After thinking for a moment, the crown prince told Marquis Lawrence that he had a proposal. He said that instead, why don't they hold a ceremony? Adrian was very surprised and asked if he was talking about a wedding ceremony. After meeting with the crown prince, Adrian walked pensively around the grounds of Klein County Castle. He was still pondering the first prince's words about the wedding ceremony. The prince believed that a wedding was a good solution because they were engaged anyway. Adrian also believed that a wedding was the best solution in this situation, but it was not something he could decide so easily. They were fake lovers, and Arcia belonged to Archduke Lucas's inheritance. He knew that she would follow his decision without any objections, but now he was thinking that he couldn't constantly use her for his own purposes, regardless of her feelings. Then, Arcia, seeing that Sir Adrian had returned, ran up to him joyfully, but then he noticed several unconscious men on the lawn and asked what was going on. Arcia replied that she had trained them a little. He asked if she was sure she was talking about training and not something else. She replied that it was training. At that moment, Catherine approached them, calling Milady, and saw his lordship. He asked her what had happened. He thought there must be some kind of problem, because Catherine was very upset. Arcia also asked what had happened. She replied that the second prince had sent someone and said he wanted to meet Lady Arcia. Adrian asked in surprise if he had gone mad. Arcia said that the second prince had the look of a pervert, so she didn't want to, and she could say that she would not have anything to do with him. But Catherine didn't know what to do, because if the countess responded that way, it could lead to serious problems. Then a young man approached them and greeted her grace, Countess Klein, and then the Marquis of Lawrence. Adrian asked why he was so surprised, or if it was so shocking for him to see him next to his fiancée. He asked what had brought him there, and told him to get straight to the point. The young man used his magic ring, and flowers appeared in his hand. He said that Prince Luke was inviting her ladyship Countess Klein to dinner, and handing the flowers to Arcia, he said that he was also sending this bouquet. Without thinking twice, Adrian opened the teleport and, taking the bouquet from Arcia, threw it in. He asked if that was all, and the young man replied that he would be grateful for an answer. Then Arcia asked about Sir Adrian. The young man replied that his lordship had invited only her, and she had declined. He asked her to reconsider. Adrian asked what family he was from, and the young man was surprised by this question and asked why he was interested. He replied that he had heard that to become a royal knight, one needed to be of noble birth. He added with a smile that he liked to carry heavenly fortresses around with him and destroy other people's families. He asked if he had read the news. He also said that he couldn't cut off his head right now because he was the second prince's errand boy, but then he thought that maybe it would be better to cut off his parents' heads instead. The young man said that this was very rude of him, since he was only following his highness's orders, but Adrian said that he was offended. He added that from now on, he would not remain silent if anyone else came to Arcia with indecent proposals, and that he could report it to the prince. And he whispered to him that if he continued to provoke him, he would lose his temper. And he said this so that he would understand that this woman was his bride. After a while, the young man reported this to the second prince, who was very angry and asked if he had really said that. He replied that he had said exactly that, and he looked serious and was not joking. The prince said that he did not think that Marquis Lawrence could even understand what was going on. Hamilton believed that it was now necessary to retreat, and that further provocations by Marquis Lawrence would not lead to anything good. He told the prince that if he really wanted this woman, it might be better to take her when he got the throne. After looking at the inspector, the second prince decided that this was a good idea. He added that he should definitely take care of educating this spoiled Marquis Lawrence. But then, after thinking about it, he decided that it was not yet time to discipline Adrian. After all, he now had another reason to take the throne, and that was Arcia. Later, Adrian made calculations at the end of the territorial battle. He had more than 42 trillion won left in his balance. Leaning back in his chair, he rejoiced that it was finally over. He received not only cash from the viscounts who had lost in the territorial battle, but also mithril, mana stones, jewelry, and so on. Everything that was worth even a penny was seized as spoils. Adrian stole his enemies' assets and enjoyed their wealth. But he believed that the greatest benefit from this battle was something else, and he opened his reserves. He took out a relic, the hilt of a heavenly weapon that was supposed to consolidate, strengthen, and release energy when filled with mana. Looking proudly at the hilt, he thought that anyone would say it was an unusual thing. It was made of orichalcum, a rare mineral produced in the holy lands of Everhill, and it alone was worth more than the heavenly fortress. Adrian was still thinking about visiting the Holy Land, so he would have to look into it. But right now, he considered the most urgent task to be the game where he encountered another enemy. It was a vampire, and after another attack, one of its fangs fell out. Adrian smiled and told him that he looked very much like the second prince, and with the help of his magical abilities, he dealt the vampire another powerful blow, and the vampire begged him to stop. Another enemy was defeated, and Adrian decided that he could not leave this place unattended. Lately, he had been so busy with work that he could only devote 3 hours a day to the game, and thanks to this, he barely reached level 205. So Adrian decided to focus on leveling up. The first thing he did was delegate tasks that did not require his personal presence to his subordinates. To recruit talent, he put his magic glasses on Arcia in reality, and Adrian asked her to continue this work while he was in the game. He thought that with this momentum, he would level up as quickly as possible and open the 8th circle. Soon, Arcia informed him that a very high-level talent had been discovered, and he told them to recruit him quickly. She said she understood and would leave the negotiations to the escorts. He asked what exactly his high-level talents were. Arcia told Adrian that his main talent was divine power. In addition, he possessed the unique trait of being a saint. Adrian said with surprise that being a saint was unique. Soon, Arcia herself, accompanied by her assistants, visited the place where they had discovered this talent. The saleswoman behind the counter asked if they were looking for something specific, and Arcia looked at her intently through her glasses. Her name was Everil Barnett, and she was a commoner. She had divine power and a special trait, the nature of a saint. In Rondell, there was only one God and one religion. Here, they worshiped the creator of this world and the only God, and the doctrine about him was called Sepiaism. The center of Sepiaism, and the place where its leadership was located, was called the Holy Lands of Everhill, and was known as the Golden Country. 3 people rule this holy land. One of them is the Holy King, who oversees the general administration of the church. The second is a saint who watches over the warriors, including the holy knights themselves. And finally, there is a saint who watches over all the priests who perform divine miracles in the world. When she was brought in, Adrian asked Arcia where the girl was. She replied that Sir Eric had accompanied her to the hall for gifted talents. He entered the hall, and everyone present greeted his lordship. Extending his hand, he said, "Welcome, Everil," and introduced himself as Adrian Lawrence. He looked at her through his glasses and saw that she truly had the nature of a saint. Arcia said she had found her working part-time in a shop because of family difficulty. He said it was an excellent choice, and Arcia thanked him. He asked if it was true that she had said her dream was to become an administrative official, and Everil replied that it was. But Adrian said that unfortunately, her talents were not suited to administrative work. He said she had a talent for divine power, and that her nature was simply amazing, so much so that she could achieve the status of a saint. The girl was stunned. She couldn't believe what he had said, and Sir Eric asked if it was true. Putting down his cup, Adrian said that of course, it was impossible to become a saint with only potential. He explained that a holy knight who had received the blessing of the one god, Sepia, was chosen from the holy royal family by blood. However, saints and holy ones are chosen by God every 50 years, regardless of their status. This is because when choosing a saint, one must prove oneself well by acting on behalf of God. Everil asked what he was proposing. He replied that since God had sent him such a person, he would not sit idly by, especially since he had learned that the selection of the saint would take place soon. Adrian was going to give Miss Everil his full support and make her a saint, but she exclaimed that someone like her could not possibly be a saint. But he spread his arms and said that 7 out of 10 saints had previously been ordinary people, so it was not so impossible. This does not happen overnight, so it will require effort and willpower on her part. Before being chosen as a saint, she would have to study etiquette, theology, divine magic, and much more. He said that for now, he was considering giving her a payment of 200 million and then a monthly salary of 500 million. He knew it would not be a loss, because if he could create a saint with his own hands, it would give him great power. Adrian considered it a simple transition from administrator to priestess, and that it was a profession in any case. Sir Eric supported him, saying that his lordship was not the kind of person to joke about such things, so she could trust him. But then Adrian thought about the fact that he had placed Eric here without hesitation, and what if their combination turned out to be bad? If Eric, with his talent and political skills, helped her, would they be able to create their own synergy? Adrian said that from that day on, she would become a member of the castle family, and her parents would be allowed to visit her at any time. Everil was very happy about this. He asked Eric to take good care of her, as it seemed they had gotten along well in such a short time. Eric nodded in agreement and told his lordship that he understood everything. And Adrian smiled, thinking that he couldn't wait for the battle for the title of saint. It took Everil some time to get used to the new situation. Meanwhile, Adrian, Arcia, and the Black Eagle were once again fighting enemies in the virtual world. During the battle with the trolls, he commanded Arcia to cover his position at 10 o'clock, and Adrian spent all his time leveling up in this virtual world. After this victory, he moved up to level 208 and felt that the pace of leveling up was too slow. Stroking the funnel, he thought that there was nothing he could do about the pace of growth. Of course, leveling up in a group of 5 to 10 people is important, as the group is equipped with weapons and skills. But they are a combination of 2 people and an animal, and he believed that the real problem was that they were increasingly encountering other players. After thinking it over, Adrian decided that it was finally time for them to move on. But then a girl ran up to them and apologized to him. She said she had never seen such an eagle as support before, and asked where she could get one, saying that it was a wild animal that he had temporarily tamed with the help of taming magic, and that it was not a support. He turned around and was about to leave with Arcia. The girl wondered where she could tame one like it, and Adrian, as he left, thought that this was not the first time he had to explain himself in this way. During the next battle, he thought about the value of Chronicle Online production and the possibility of buying everything. It occurred to Adrian that this sounded like a pretty good idea. And if the main user base was ordinary people, then it was simply underestimated. Then he found out that the global gaming market was worth 102 trillion. Upon learning this information, he thought that perhaps it wasn't so undervalued after all. He began to think about what he could do, and whether it was worth using his last wish ticket. But he didn't want to use it without good reason. Adrian really wanted to find an effective way to level up without encountering other players. And then he thought of a very suitable way that did not require buying the whole game. This method involved monopolizing the hunting grounds. Meanwhile, several people gathered in the administrative office of the Black Dragon Guild. One of them said he had heard that their country would double the time limit for accessing the game. Another replied that it was lousy. 2 girls were discussing that all cash transactions had recently been blocked, and whether it would be possible to sell goods through intermediaries. Listening to these conversations, the girl sitting at the table said that playing games was becoming more and more difficult. She was the guild leader, and a girl entered the room and said that someone was asking for her. She replied that it was a mage of about level 200 and that he wanted to meet with the guild leader, specifically because he wanted to propose a deal. She said she thought it would be better for her to meet with him. The guild leader asked why and what she knew about it. She said that he had brought the 10th heart of the decathlon as a gift. She also said that he was wearing the best hybrid equipment available at level 200. And considering the potential of the equipment itself, she thought he was dressed better than any user of the highest level. Entering the room and sitting down, Adrian said he was glad to meet her and introduced himself as Mingy. The guild leader said he had an unusual nickname and that her name was Penny. Glancing him over, Penny thought that everything he was wearing was worth a fortune and that he might actually be a member of the nobility. She said that he had mentioned a deal and asked what had brought him to them. He replied that he wanted to rent hunting grounds that the guild had monopolized. Penny asked again if he wanted to rent hunting grounds. Adrian explained that he wanted to cut off other players, as they did in the guild. He wanted to lease the land on the condition that he could use it exclusively for himself. Penny had never heard of leasing land and monopolization. She thought he was talking nonsense, since they wouldn't even be able to use the land. But he said that of course he would have to pay rent. Adrian promised to give 5 times more than the total profit they could get from these lands in cash. She asked what lands he meant. He replied that he wanted the Chimera Calterna dungeon, which surprised Penny greatly. She said that over 200 people use them every day, because it is profitable for people at the highest levels to go to these hunting grounds. If each person earned a minimum of 50,000 loot, the total profit would be over 10 million loot. But he said that wasn't a problem, but on the condition that in return, they would have to carefully block the entrance to other adventurers. She thought that perhaps there was some special item in these lands, or that it was somehow related to a search quest. But Adrian replied that he just wanted to level up. He explained that he liked to level up solo, and wanted to enjoy the game without any interference. Penny thought that he was ready to burn through 50 million loot a day, without any particular goal. She said that his words sounded like a challenge. He said he could make a prepayment, and would leave even if she wanted to trade online currency. She asked how long he wanted to rent it for. Adrian replied that for a month at the moment, and they would continue in the same vein if he managed to level up well. If not, he would rent another plot of land from them. Penny clarified what that meant, and he confirmed that he would rent the land up to the maximum level. She was so happy that she told the guys present not to stand around, but to bring tea quickly. One of the young men present pulled out a chair and invited Arcia to sit down. Penny opened her account to make sure the transfer had come through. There was 350 million for the week. Everyone was ordered to hurry up and send messages to the guild members to clear the Chimera dungeons as soon as possible. Soon after defeating another monster, Adrian was delighted at how quickly his experience points began to accumulate. It was a completely different matter, because the rate of experience accumulation had doubled compared to before. In a month, he reached level 220. Adrian happily said that it seemed he would reach level 250 much faster than he had expected. A little later, outside of the game, Perseus reported that there were rumors that the selection would take place on the Holy Lands much earlier than expected. Hearing this, Adrian thought that just when he had decided that he would finally be able to level up without distractions for a while, this happened. They moved to Adrian's office, where they discussed that the selection of the saint and the saint had been decided to take place earlier than they had planned. Perseus heard that everything would take place in the second half of next year, and that they were now busy searching for candidates and planned to complete it this month. After listening to Perseus, Adrian said that it was all a bit sudden, but that the situation wasn't so bad. He meant that since the selection was progressing so quickly, the number of competitors might decrease immediately. They needed to prepare a winning strategy for Miss Everil to make her stand out, and he asked Perseus not to worry. Perseus asked if he had any ideas. Adrian replied that first, they had to turn Everil into a candidate for the role of saint, representing the Kingdom of Reinhardt. 2 weeks ago, they had already sent a donation to the Archdiocese of the Kingdom of Reinhardt on behalf of Everil. The next day, the Archbishop of the Kingdom of Reinhardt was to visit their territory. Adrian and Miss Everil would meet him. Finally, Perseus understood that Adrian had decided to involve the Archbishop in this matter first and foremost. Adrian planned that if they managed to get the Archbishop involved in this matter, they would additionally ask for support from the royal family. Perseus asked if the girl would follow his plan. Adrian replied that there was a person close to her who motivated her, so everything would be fine. And Perseus said that if he said so, then everything would definitely work out as it should. Then he gave Adrian the materials he had requested. He clarified that among the candidates participating in the selection for the title of saint, these 3 were the most influential. The first was Grace, a high elf and supreme elementalist of the 7th Circle. She was also the Queen's granddaughter. The second girl was Evelyn Francis, an aura expert and high knight. She was the 3rd daughter of Evelyn from the Duchy of Brigham. And the last girl, Judy Esther, was a laywoman and a resident of Everhill. Adrian thought that since she was also a laywoman like Everil, it would make things easier. In the end, Adrian said that these ladies were outstanding. Perseus said that, in his opinion, it was a bit too much, and the struggle would soon become extremely tense. But Adrian thought that even if the sponsors were excluded, they were all superior to Everil. He said that such rivals were inevitable, and that there was no point in getting upset about them. He added that it would not be easy, but it was not impossible. Perseus said that the gentleman took this very seriously. Adrian replied that he believed in Everil's potential. He couldn't give up and renounce the title of sponsor that had created a saint. He said that his work for today was done, and it was time for him to get back into the game. Perseus asked if he could ask one question. Adrian asked what the question was, and he asked how much he had donated to the Archbishop. He asked this because he knew that Archbishop Reinhardt of the Kingdom was not the kind of person who would go anywhere for money. He had donated 10 trillion, and Olivia Riverdale had already been told about it. She was told that Marquis Adrian Lawrence was Avery Barnett's sponsor, and that he had made a huge donation of 10 trillion. Closing the book she was holding, Olivia said that it seemed like one little priestess was going to take part in the selection, and Olivia Riverdale smiled, thinking that this priestess was very interesting. Her companions saw her smile, and it was an ominous smile. The next day, they were visited by Archbishop Reinhardt of the Kingdom, who found Everil's abilities delightful. He said that she was already very good at using divine magic, and the old man believed that she would become the new saint. And Adrian was happy that they had won Archbishop Fred over to their side. Turning to Archbishop Fred, he said he would like to discuss something with him. The Archbishop turned around and told him to speak. He said that Judy Esther had proposed forming an alliance during the selection process, or, more precisely, her sponsor, the Duchy of Riverdale, rather than Judy herself. The Archbishop considered Miss Esther a good candidate and thought it was worth considering, and Adrian agreed with him. First, they needed to increase the chances of Miss Everil being selected, and then later compete with Miss Esther. The Archbishop said that the Duchy of Riverdale did not want to confront the Marquis, even though he was their competitor. Now all Adrian had to do was win over the Reinhardt royal family. The second prince, Luke, said there was no reason to refuse. He believed that if a saint were born in their country, it would significantly improve their national status, and he promised to put in a good word with his father. Adrian was about to leave when the second prince asked if he was aware of the latest events. He told Adrian that the daughter of Margrave Otis and Duke Erx had disappeared. Adrian did not know about this. Prince Luke went on to say that because of this, the Crown Prince's side had suffered a decline. Adrian thought that if he was talking about the Margrave's daughter, he must mean Michelle. Count Urx was the second aura expert after Marquis Vincent, and Adrian thought he was definitely on the Crown Prince's side. He stood a little confused in front of the second prince, who realized that the news had apparently just reached him. Prince Luke said that he himself had only learned about it an hour ago. Meanwhile, Adrian wondered how both of them could have disappeared at once. But then he congratulated His Highness, saying that it was wonderful news. Laughing, the second Prince Luke said that he had hit the nail on the head. Leaving the second prince, Adrian thought about how first the selection of the saint had been suddenly moved, and now this. And he met the Crown Prince in the corridor. The latter said that judging by Adrian's face, Luke had already briefly told him about the situation. Over tea, the prince said that Margrave Otis and Count Urx were cousins on their mother's side, and accordingly were very close. Count Urx adored Michelle like his own daughter, and volunteered to be her protector when he heard that she was going on vacation alone. Adrian said that an aura expert could not be a bodyguard, and decided that the problem must have arisen at their destination. The Crown Prince said that the whole problem was that their final destination was the Republic of Prius, where a battle with the Brigham Empire could begin at any moment. In addition, he said that Michelle Otis was an ardent admirer of Archduke Lucas, and was seriously searching for his destiny. But everyone had heard that his destiny had been found in the Republic of Prius. Adrian shuddered at these words. The Crown Prince continued, saying that Michelle could not come to terms with this, and that there were rumors that she had impulsively gone on vacation. And then Adrian thought that it was his fault, because he was the one who had fueled this crazy girl's unquenchable passion. He remembered that Arcia was on the other side, and he had left her, saying that he would meet with the second prince himself. Meanwhile, she was calmly having lunch and thinking that Sir Adrian should return soon. The Crown Prince requested the extradition of 2 people through official diplomatic channels and secretly deployed special forces from the National Intelligence Service. Adrian thought that if the matter resolved itself, it would be the best scenario, but the likelihood of such an outcome was very low. He understood that diplomatic friction was inevitable in one way or another. But the Crown Prince wanted to take on this loss for the sake of those 2, and Adrian decided that in that case, he would no longer be able to help. So he stood up and told the Crown Prince that he would go there. He thought he was the perfect person to find them both. He wanted to sneak in secretly, but he asked the prince to resolve all the accompanying problems so that his identity would not be revealed. The Crown Prince thought about it in confusion, and Adrian thought that there was no need to look at him like that, because, to tell the truth, he was also to blame. Finally, Michael said he would send the coordinates of the place where they were last seen, and narrow down the search for places they might have visited on the terminal. He also said that he would leave the 2 to Adrian, who thought that this was clearly unexpected and illegal immigration. Meanwhile, Michelle and Count Urx were running away from their enemies, trying to hide. There was a magical explosion, and Count Urx barely managed to shield Michelle from the pile of stones that fell on them. They fell to the ground and barely began to get up. Michelle thought her uncle was injured. Immediately, they were surrounded by armed knights, who ordered them to surrender immediately. Count Urx said that there had been a misunderstanding, and that they were just tourists who had no hostile intentions towards their country. One of the knights said that there was no misunderstanding, and that as soon as the woman approached, their fate was sealed. Frightened and in tears, Michelle begged her uncle for forgiveness. He whispered to her, asking if she could see the thin perimeter on the left side of the blockers. He told her that as soon as he gave the signal, she should run without looking back. He said that if she ran 30 meters, she would be able to use a teleportation spell. Michelle asked, what about him? Count Urx replied that he could escape without her, so she shouldn't worry. Michelle tried to argue that she couldn't, but he shouted at her to stop talking and run. She ran to the side, and Count Urx took out his weapon and prepared to defend himself. Seeing the woman running away, the knights set off after her, so as not to lose her. But Count Urx blocked their way, threatening them with his weapon. He said how dare they, and that they would have to deal with him first. One of the knights already raised his weapon above the Count, saying that they were damn thieves. But he did not have time to strike, as he himself was wounded, and Count Urx turned around to see who had come to his aid. Meanwhile, Adrian, aboard the heavenly fortress Icarus, thought that he had indeed created a reason. But at the same time, he thought it was pointless to go to the Republic of Prius in this state. While he was thinking, Arcia managed to find the 2 missing people. Looking at the monitor, Adrian said that it seemed everything would be resolved more easily than he had expected. Onus and Arcia teleported and hovered in the air, watching the events unfold. They saw how the vanguard of Prius and other forces confronted each other, helping the 2 escape. The fighters of the Prius Republic's revolutionary detachment showed them which way to go. Arcia asked Adrian what he was going to do in this situation. He put on his mask and replied that they should join the battle. Activating his magical abilities, he caused a fiery explosion. Arcia landed and began attacking the knights with her weapon. When the battle was over, Adrian told Count Urx and Michelle that they had come to meet them both, and that they needed to return. Using his abilities, Adrian healed a small wound that Count Urx had received. Michel looked at Adrian, and he realized that she had guessed who he was. Thinking that she had sharp eyes, he gestured for her to remain silent. She was very happy and began to ask her uncle to return. Adrian thought that now everything was over, and he was relieved that everything had been resolved so quickly. They were about to leave, but the knight blocked Michel and Count Urx's path. Adrian asked him what was going on, and the knight apologized and said that they had something to ask the young lady. He thought that they must have some kind of goal, which is why they were trying to protect these two by fighting against the vanguard of the Republic of Prius. Turning to Michel, the knight said he had heard that she had received the fate of Louis Fermont and asked if it was true. She replied that it was plausible in form, but after a quick inspection, its contents turned out to be more incomplete than she had expected. The knight concluded that there was a small chance that it was real, but it was also obvious that it was not. Adrian listened intently, as he said that it could be a fake fate created by the real discoverer. While they were discussing this, Adrian wondered if he should send them all to the other world. But he changed his mind, realizing that he couldn't act without knowing how big the revolutionary group was and how dangerous the person behind them was. Meanwhile, the knight asked Michel how she found her destiny. She replied that she got it online. She explained that she had always assumed that destiny was hidden in a virtual world that was not real. When she remotely accessed Louis Fermont's terminal, she discovered that he often accessed a certain domain and decided that it was the gateway to destiny. Adrian thought that Michel was unusual, and who would have thought that she would dig so deep? If he hadn't found out first, she would have become the mistress of destiny. Besides, she had a device that she got through an acquaintance, which meant that there was another hacker. Adrian said that they would take their leave here. He said they were escorting these people, but the knight told them to wait because he wasn't finished yet, and he said that their commander had invited these two to meet with him. They all moved together to the Republic of Prius on the North Glacier. There they were met by several fighters, along with their commander. One of them was Grace Declan, an aura expert and commander of the 3rd Revolutionary Assault Unit. Looking around, Adrian realized that all the guards were aura experts. A man approached them and said that he was a citizen of the Republic of Prius, but had also come to the North Pole for the first time. It was Israel Oscar Prius, a 7th Circle Archmage, former commander of the Revolutionary Detachment, and prince of the Prius royal family. He said with regret that there was no polar light here, but they said that the northern lights on the glaciers of the Republic of Prius should be rainbow-colored. He added that he was glad to meet Count Urx and the young Countess Otis. They, in turn, thanked him for saving them and said they would never forget his kindness. He replied that it was only right for anyone to do so. Adrian thought that this was probably due to his hidden intentions. Israel said that he had not thought about meeting the man who had been the center of attention lately. He greeted Marquis Lawrence and Countess Klein. Adrian was very surprised that he recognized him even behind his mask. He apologized for surprising them and said that everyone should know that he and Marquis Lawrence were mutual followers on social media. Since they had been recognized anyway, Adrian and Arcia had to take off their masks. Count Urx wondered why people from the second prince's side were here. Michelle asked her uncle if it was really that important right now, and Adrian asked Israel how he knew it was him and Arcia. The prince smiled and replied to Adrian that it was a trade secret. Then Adrian spread his arms and said that His Highness Israel Oscar Prius seemed to be quite a mischievous fellow. He was incredibly surprised and asked how Adrian knew who he was. Adrian, in turn, folded his arms across his chest and smiled, saying that it was a trade secret. Israel's fighters moved towards Adrian, grabbing their weapons, but he stopped them and told them to calm down. He said that he had recognized them intuitively as a pair of archmages and aura experts, based on their young voices. He asked Adrian if he would tell them how he had figured out his identity. Adrian replied that he had long been interested in the Republic of Prius and their revolutionary forces. The prince said he couldn't comprehend the depths of his mind, but he was definitely someone he would never want to be enemies with. Then Prince Israel turned and addressed Lady Otis. She said she would listen to him, calling him commander. He asked if she had copied Archduke Lucas's research materials, to which she had gained access. Adrian thought that copying the materials sounded plausible, since she had received the fate, but checking the contents would be too difficult for her. The prince said that even if she was a fake, her value could not be ignored. He asked if she would share some of the research materials. He added that they would, of course, pay appropriate compensation. Michelle thought for a while and remained silent. Finally, she said that she was unable to obtain the fate like Louis Fermont, because most of the data she had access to was commercial technology. The prince said that it would be better if they obtained the equipment blueprints for current and future generations, but they had no choice because they did not have them either. What he wanted was materials for manufacturing equipment for the vanguard units. He said he thought this data was important, even within the industry, and Adrian thought he understood that. Looking at Michelle, he thought it was no surprise that she was hesitant, as her actions could provoke battles. Israel said that Marquis Lawrence had correctly revealed his identity, and that he was a descendant of the current royal family. He said that they probably knew how much blood had been shed in disputes with the nobility before their family established a republican political system. Adrian thought about how the royal family was the first to advocate for the creation of a republic. Obviously, the king was a great man, but there was one thing he missed. He created a democratic country for the people. But this democracy was not achieved by the people themselves. Rather, it was a one-sided democracy. The current president, Catro Fairmont, filled a gap in public consciousness that had not yet been properly formed. As a result, there was more dictatorship than in feudal countries. Israel said that the future envisioned by the last king was completely different. Then Adrian said that he had decided to correct his mistake as a descendant of the royal family. Israel said that everything was correct and that he wanted to lay the foundation for the country. Adrian thought that no matter how he looked at it, it seemed that he had a long road ahead of him. But it seemed that they were trying to do something better than the current regime. Finally, the prince told Lady Otis that it seems she did not plan to make a deal. She apologized and said that it was too serious a step for her to decide on her own. Prince Israel replied that he completely understood her concerns. Adrian considered that the situation would continue to develop in this way, and that there was a high probability that it would turn into a deal close to extortion with threats. He was deciding whether he, a former citizen of the Republic of Korea, should offer her a helping hand. And he said that if they didn't mind, and it wasn't the fate of Archduke Lucas, then why not try to make a deal with him? Thus, Adrian Lawrence made a breakthrough with a new business partner. Prince Israel reiterated that what they wanted were the blueprints for the equipment of the avant-garde forces. Adrian said that he was going to make and sell power equipment anyway. This meant that he already had the blueprints for the power equipment. Israel said that Adrian Lawrence was truly a man beyond common sense. Adrian smiled and thanked him for the positive feedback. Count Erx and Michelle did not understand what was going on while they were discussing power equipment that was not inferior to other manufactured equipment. The prince asked Adrian if he happened to have a prototype, and Adrian showed him the power connection device and asked him to wait a minute. The prince was surprised by the unique design of the device. Adrian said that performance was undoubtedly important, but appearance also played an important role. Israel had no reason to doubt that this thing was really top-notch, but it was unexpected for him, and he asked why Adrian wanted to help them by revealing his secrets. Adrian replied that it was because he liked them, which surprised him greatly. The prince laughed and said that this was an unexpected benefit, and Adrian said that they should pay him well. But Count Erx tried to stop him. He asked if everything would be all right with him, because trading technology without the permission of the royal family was illegal. Adrian replied that it would not be a problem if everyone present kept their mouths shut. The Count asked what he was talking about. He said that they all knew each other's secret, and suggested that Count Erx live in harmony. These were people whom the Republican government considered rebels. A young lady from Otis County who had come into possession of the treasure, and it was not surprising that the Brigham Empire might suddenly attack them. And Adrian's illegal trade. It's all very complicated. Michelle happily said that it turns out they are in a relationship where they can share secrets. Adrian replied that it seemed that way, and she promised to keep his secrets. Adrian smiled and thought that if everything came out, it wouldn't matter at all, and he would think about it a little later. And they began to discuss the amount of the deal. After a while, Adrian was calmly drinking tea in the palace of the first prince. Count Erx and Michelle arrived with him, and the crown prince said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. He had heard that they had returned from the Republic of Prius. He said that this was the place where the owner of destiny had appeared, and that a battle could begin there. It was dangerous there because of the rebels, and they were alone there without an advance guard. They had visited the most dangerous area, and even returned after surviving an attack, and he considered it fortunate that Marquis Adrian had helped with this, and that nothing had happened. And the prince told them to behave properly from now on. They apologized and said they would remember his words. Count Erx bowed and addressed His Highness the Crown Prince, who asked what was the matter. He asked him if Marquis Lawrence and Countess Klein were not on the side of the second prince, and what they were doing here at all. At that moment, Adrian wondered if the Count had ever heard of tact. Clutching his head, Michael replied that it was because they were actually on their side. The Count did not understand what he meant. Then Michelle told her uncle that they were putting on a show, pretending to be on the second prince's side, and he could have guessed when they saved them. Adrian thought that it was probably because he had been waving his weapon around his whole life. He was a naive old man. Finally understanding what they were talking about, Count Erx said it was excellent news. Looking at Michelle, Arcia said it would be good to send her to the other world. Adrian thought that her existence was problematic because of her false destiny. Adrian stood up to leave, but Count Erx invited them to stay for tea and mend their relationship, since they had saved him and his niece. But he said he was already running a little behind schedule. At that moment, the Crown Prince's servant approached him. He whispered to the Crown Prince that he should watch the news. Adrian was watching them at that moment. The news reported that the Brigham Empire had declared war on the Republic of Prius. The Republic of Prius criticized the Brigham Empire for starting the war. In addition, they appealed to the public and neighboring countries to recognize the legitimacy of Louis Fermont's rule. Adrian thought about how the conflicts surrounding Archduke Lucas's fate were escalating, and they went for it. The Crown Prince asked how he thought the battle would go. He asked the Crown Prince if he thought the odds of victory were about 6-4. He said that, of course, the Brigham Empire would have 6. It seemed to him that Adrian did not like the Republic of Prius, but he gave them a generous assessment. He replied that this was because the Brigham Empire was invading the Prius Republic, but they would have problems crossing the ocean and infiltrating. The Crown Prince believed that the defensive position of the Republic of Prius would have advantages, but Adrian said that with such an enemy, the fight would be brutal. He thought that the Kingdom of Reinhardt could do nothing, and they could only hope that the situation with the regime in the Republic of Prius would be resolved. The best-case scenario would be one in which the revolutionary forces, now experienced, would seize the opportunity and remove the current corrupt regime. Count Erx looked at him intently, and Adrian thought he had something to say, and he asked if Adrian had made that choice knowing everything in advance. But he thought that the old man seemed to have misunderstood. And the Crown Prince, hearing this question, asked what Count Erx meant. Adrian answered for him, telling the prince that in the process of rescuing these two, they had borrowed the strength of the revolutionary fighters of the Republic of Prius. He said that they would need at least some kind of local information network, and he had managed to make some connections. It turned out that he and the leader of the revolutionary forces were mutual followers on social media. The Crown Prince laughed, saying that he thought it was curious. Adrian said that because of this, they had to spend a little money, and he was surprised that the scale turned out to be much larger than he had thought. The Crown Prince said that, in a sense, the revolutionary forces could use this situation as an opportunity. Adrian believed that it was not yet time to make any statements about this battle, and Michael agreed with him, and the first prince said that they should end the conversation there for now. Finally, he told Count Erx and Lady Otis that they must keep their mouths shut about Marquis Lawrence and Countess Klein at all costs. He asked if they understood that these two were their main trump cards in the upcoming battle for the throne. They replied that they understood, but the prince clarified that he wanted them not to meet with anyone while they were in the royal palace. Adrian thought this was the right decision. The count replied that he understood, and Michelle asked if she should stay just in case. The Crown Prince said it would be easier for him if she did. She happily said that was fine, and that she would do just that. Michelle said that if she stayed here, she would be able to see Marquis Lawrence and Countess Klein more often, and winked at him. The battle between the Brigham Empire and the Republic of Prius quickly escalated. The expeditionary forces of the Brigham Empire were deploying at a frightening speed, as if they were just waiting for an opportunity to surround the Republic of Prius. Prius, in response, took advantage of its home turf and formed a strong line of defense. Although a direct confrontation had not yet taken place, experts predicted that it could happen soon, at the latest in 3 years. A short time later, the host welcomed viewers to Anthony's comparative variety show. It was a special project for the 10th anniversary. The episode was called The Magician and the Knight. It featured magicians, and the first was a 20-year-old genius archmage who caused an incredible stir, Adrian Lawrence. Taking the stage, Adrian greeted the audience and introduced himself as Marquis Adrian Lawrence, the new star of the Kingdom of Reinhardt. A few days earlier, Eric had said that what Everil lacked compared to the other candidates in the selection of saints was recognition. To solve this problem, Adrian and she needed to make an effort. He showed them a plan for the external presentation, and Adrian thought that he knew Eric was promising because he had made his master do something crazy. The host first asked Adrian if he knew he was attractive. He replied that he did, and was immensely grateful to his mother for that. Then he asked if he was grateful to his father, and Adrian replied that his father was not handsome. He jokingly added that he should thank God for being an aristocrat, otherwise he would not have been able to marry a woman like his mother. The host said that today's topic in society is taboo, and that they would conduct a comparative experiment between magicians and knights. He also said that many experts had evaluated the situation and concluded that this topic was rather disadvantageous for the Marquis, who was a magician. If he does well in the comparative test, they will be able to recoup their investment. If not, their reputation could suffer. But Adrian said that he was going to get rid of this prejudice about magicians, so the host needn't worry. Everything would be fine. The host said that he should calm down, and continued by inviting and welcoming the representative of the knights. The representative of the knights was Count Felix, the new proud aura expert of the Kingdom of Lucius. The host said that during the filming, he would be compared to Marquis Lawrence, and asked what motivated him to participate in the show. The Count replied that he accepted the invitation simply to have a good time, The host asked if he felt relaxed with such an opponent, to which he replied that he had heard Duchess Riverdale praise him for his extraordinary talent. But when he saw the Marquis in person, he realized that her love for her younger children had clouded her mind, and he was going to show the Marquise that reality was not as simple as he thought. Adrian was surprised to realize that he reminded him of Cedric. The host said that the Count's statement was like a declaration of war. He asked what the Marquis of Lawrence thought about it, and the latter adjusted his glasses. Adrian, turning to his opponent, clarified that he had said his name was Count O'Dwell Felix. He added that he had no idea who he was, and had heard the name for the first time today. Adrian laughed, saying that the curious man had become an aura expert. The opponents stood facing each other, and the host said that this tense battle had been heated from the very beginning. He suggested moving to the test site and starting the competition. The TV channel staff had a feeling that this episode would be a big hit. It was decided to hold the sparring on an island where a huge ring had been set up, a place called Duel Island. Experts were invited to observe the sparring and write reports. In addition, there were listeners who had won an event dedicated to the show's anniversary and were now among the audience. The host asked if they thought it might be better not to use power armor in the competition. He said that knights arm themselves with magical equipment, but magicians fight with their bare hands. Count Felix said that he did not care, and that if the Marquis wished, he could fight him in normal equipment. Marquis Lawrence, without even looking at his opponent, said that there was no need for that, and Adrian said that he could not lose to such a novice as the Count. Turning to him, the Count asked the Archmage if he himself was not a novice. Adrian asked him if he thought they were the same. The host listened to them and said that since they agreed, then that was what they would do. The opponents moved some distance away from each other, and the host gave the command to start the countdown. While the countdown was going on, Adrian stood silently, looking confidently at his opponent. Meanwhile, the Count was thinking, how dare this slippery little brat look down on him? Preparing his weapon for battle, he decided to show him who was on top. The countdown ended, and Count Felix rushed toward the calmly standing Adrian, shouting that he would send him to the other world. But at some point, it turned out that the aura expert was the loser. The host said that the last spell was a weapon of the sixth circle and asked if he had learned it in advance. Adrian replied that he had simply conjured it. Then he turned to Miss Everell, who was also present, and asked her to heal this man. Everyone, including the host and the experts, began to watch this girl with surprise. Averill knelt down next to the defeated Count and began to recite a healing spell. The experts were very surprised when they saw angel feathers floating around the hall. The host told Adrian that he had heard that he had invited a team of doctors to the show, but he did not expect it to be a young girl. Adrian said that he decided to enlist the help of someone he trusted. The host said that she was a bishop-level priestess at such a young age, which was amazing. But Adrian said that she had not yet joined the church. But the host had heard that divine magic and angel feathers could only be seen in someone of the level of a bishop or priest who healed in the church. Adrian said that she studied divine magic under Bishop Fred, who lives in the kingdom of Reinhard. The effect of the angel feathers was due to her nature, and she planned to take part in the upcoming selection of saints. The host said that was amazing. Turning to the experts, the host said it was incredible and asked if they agreed. At that moment, Adrian thought that the unique impression Everell made and her soft voice perfectly matched the image everyone had imagined. The cameramen were filming her, and Adrian thought that even though she only appeared for a short time, she attracted a lot of attention. When she finished, she introduced herself as Everell Barnett and said that she was responsible for medical support and promised to do her best today. But then she added that she asked everyone not to get hurt today. All this time, Adrian was thinking about Eric, who turned out to be a really good worker. One of his employees asked if she was the girl who appeared with the gentleman on the air. The girl replied that she might soon become a new saint. Avery thought it was all very burdensome at the moment, but she followed Sir Adrian's words and worked on preparing to become a saint. But at the same time, she doubted whether she could really handle such a great task, since she had recently been working part-time in a shop. She arrived at her mother's house with her escort, and her mother met her at the door. Her mother said it was a great stroke of luck and shouted to everyone that Everell had arrived. There were many guests in the house, and they all came out to greet her, saying they hadn't seen her in a long time. One of the men present smiled and said he was her uncle and asked if she remembered him. The guests began to discuss her expensive shoes, which cost more than $5 million per pair, as well as her expensive clothes and terminal. They discussed that this was probably because she was a candidate for sainthood and that the Lord simply adored her. Then Everell asked why their relatives had come so suddenly, since they usually behaved as if they were strangers to them. Her uncle said that their life had been difficult all this time, so he gathered the whole family to propose a joint business venture. He presented her with a business plan and said that if they presented it as a family business of Averill, a candidate for sainthood, the business would never fail. As Everell looked through the business plan, she thought about how completely unethical this business was. Her mother said that Everell shouldn't worry because she had no intention of implementing this absurd plan, and her brother said that they didn't need their uncle's help. Avery's mother told him not to even think about selling her name somewhere, and if they found out about it, he would not get away with it. He asked if she was being too cold toward her brothers. Another young man said that they were doing it for their own good, and that she was too heartless. Averil's brother told her uncle that 4 years ago he had paid off his debt and run away. He replied that he regretted it and was trying to make amends. He replied that if he regretted it, he should have helped them when they were suffering because of their debts, but he was living comfortably after his escape to another region. His uncle replied that they did not do so because they wanted to, but because they were trying to pay off their debts. He said that the incident with the deposit was created by relatives and that they took part in it because they did not read it properly. He admitted that it was his fault, but believed that the brothers should not continue to talk about money. At this point, Averil could not take it anymore and asked them to simply leave. She said she didn't want to have anything to do with them and suggested returning to the relationship they had before, when they pretended they didn't exist. The relatives began to say that she should not talk to her elders like that and reminded her that they were her family and asked her to help them a little. But then they heard a voice asking who these parasites were, filled with beggarly stubbornness. Sir Adrian entered, and everyone, including Averil, was surprised by his appearance. Jasmine Trenton, commander of the mobile group of knights, and Rick Castro, a first-class knight, greeted his lordship the Marquis of Lawrence. Avery's relatives also bowed their heads and greeted the lord, but Adrian snapped his fingers, and Uncle Averil froze, unable to move. He asked if he knew what was most wonderful about becoming a great aristocrat. Uncle Averil replied that they, a bunch of insignificant creatures, knew nothing about it. Adrian said that the most wonderful thing was that he could do whatever he wanted with trash like them. And to prove his point, he lifted Uncle Averil into the air with a single movement of his hand. Then he threw him down, so that he fell to the floor with a crash. Uncle Averil was unconscious, and Adrian turned to the young man and told him to come closer. But before he could ask if he was addressing him, he landed next to his father, who was sitting on the floor. The women who were with them knelt down and began to beg my lord for forgiveness. He asked if they were begging for forgiveness because they knew they had done wrong. One of the women replied that they had been blinded by money and had complicated their lives. But Adrian replied that this was not the case and that this was not their mistake. He asked how they dared to harm one of his men and asked if this was a declaration of war. But the woman replied that such insignificant creatures would not dare. But Adrian, without listening to her words, told his men to arrest them all. They began to beg for forgiveness from my lord, and said that they had not intended to do so. Meanwhile, Averil remained silent, not knowing what to say. Adrian took Averil's mother's hand, and said that he had overheard everything by accident. He added that he would make them pay the debt they owed her family. Through forced labor, they would compensate for the moral damage with interest. Averil's mother thanked him. He also said that they could all move into his castle together, because it was better to enjoy luxury together with such an outstanding daughter. They hesitated and looked at each other, but Adrian said he was doing it all for Miss Averil. Evelyn's relatives thought about it for a moment, and her brother said that if his lordship said so, he agreed. Then Adrian happily asked permission to accompany them to the castle. Averil blushed and thought about how she wanted to be someone who could help Sir Adrian in some small way. But she was afraid that if she expressed her interest in him, even though he already had a fiancé, it would cause him unnecessary problems. And she decided that she could help Sir Adrian as an assistant. Meanwhile, in the Empire of Brigham, in the Duchy of Francis, there was a broadcast with Averil, where she asked everyone not to get hurt too badly. One of the 4 great dukes of the Brigham Empire, Duke Francis, was watching this broadcast, and it infuriated him. He thought that if things continued like this, his plans to make Evelyn a saint could collapse. Duke Francis summoned Gregory, who appeared and knelt before his excellency. And then the Duke ordered his mercenary to send these people to the other world. Adrian was sitting in his office doing business when he received a message from the Duchess of Riverdale. In the message, he read that he should be careful because Duke Francis was involved in some strange business. Meanwhile, in the emergency room waiting room at Lord Lawrence's March Castle, several people were discussing how convenient it was to work on the backup team. They said that if the master was strong, the guards would have a lot of free time, and only someone with expert aura skills could cause damage, but it was unlikely that anyone would dare to do so. Their lords strictly calculated their working hours and monitored their condition, and Sir Damien had been eating and crying recently because he was so moved. They turned to Sir Damien and asked if he was still crying while eating. They said that now they had something to tease him about for the rest of his life. But one of them approached him, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that the joke had gone too far, and asked Sir Damien if they had hurt him. He raised his head and asked if they meant him when they mentioned Sir Damien. He said that he had already forgotten that name, and that it had been a long time since that had happened. Sir Farman approached them and removed the young man's hand from Sir Damien's shoulder. He said that enough was enough with the jokes, and asked if they wanted to ruin their mission. The young man replied that all people make mistakes, but Sir Farman said that constant mistakes were considered special. Then Sir Damien said that he could simply erase them. The young men drew their weapons and said that they were in disguise, and ordered them to show themselves. Looking at Sir Damien, whose eyes were shining, they asked asked how they dared to sneak in. The rest of the team couldn't understand what had happened to Sir Damien and Sir Farman. But soon, everything was back to normal, and everyone felt as if they had blacked out for a second and thought they were just exhausted. Farman told Damien that he tended to blindly trust his abilities. Damien replied that he could change their memories as if nothing had happened. He told Damien not to forget that their target was not the Marquis of Lawrence, but a girl named Everil, and that he should not expose himself to unnecessary risk. Damien replied with a smirk that he was unusually excited today. He said that before going to the castle, he had been watching the Marquis of Lawrence from afar. Damien asked if he thought he was too unusual. Farman replied that he didn't, but their eyes had met. Damien said that his eyes met with others hundreds of times a day. He remembered how Adrian and Arcia were in a place where there were many people, and everyone was asking the Lord to look their way. Among these people was Farman, watching Adrian, and at one point, as he passed by, he looked in his direction and their eyes met. But Farman dismissed these thoughts and told Damien to forget about it, as it seemed he was imagining things. At that moment, they heard an alarm signal that intruders had been detected in the left wing, and everyone needed to move out immediately. The guards ran there. The intruders were 5 armed, expert-level assassins, and the Lord and his guards were already fighting them. The guards' task was to support the reserve team in the East Wing and prevent the assassins from escaping. As they ran, Damien said that everything was going according to plan, and Farman said that the target was in the far room of the East Building, next to the Lord's office. They ran into the Everil room and saw Jasmine Trenton and Rick Castro there. When they saw them, they asked if Sir Damien and Sir Farman were from the backup team, and why they were there when they should be protecting the Lord. Upon entering, they replied that they had heard that there were not enough guards here and had come to help. But Rick Castro ordered them to stop and said that no one in the castle should approach Miss Everil, except those personally appointed by the Lord. The young men stood still, and Rick said that Miss Everil's guards would arrive soon and that they had better return. But then Sir Farman drew his weapon and headed straight for them. Miss Everil's guards realized that these were the hired mercenaries, but Sir Damien used his powers and they couldn't move. Sir Farman had already approached Miss Everil and raised his weapon above her. But literally a second later, he was thrown back so hard that the floor beneath him broke. As he got up, Farman said that it was a trap and that this was not their target. Instead of Everil, Countess Klein was in her room, disguised, and she stood up and said that they should both leave. Sir Farman realized that information about their operation had been revealed, and the man who entered confirmed this, saying that they had just found out. It was Adrian, who said that their eyes had met. He added that he was glad to meet them. He called him by his real name, Gregory Hayden, and saw through his glasses that he was an aura expert from the Empire of Brigham, Duchy of Francis. The second man was August Knox, the supreme spiritualist of the Brigham Empire, Duchy of Francis. Both of them were members of the Blue Moon. Adrian said that he did not know that the organization mentioned, only in fairy tales, really existed, referring to the Blue Moon. August told Gregory that they had no other choice and needed to proceed with Plan B, and he agreed with him. Activating their magical abilities, they said that none of their enemies who had seen their true forms had survived. And taking on their true forms, they added that they were very sorry, but today, this place would turn into hell. Adrian watched this transformation and said it was cool, then asked Arcia how she felt. The Blue Moon was a legendary organization, involved in many mystical and bloody rumors, and no one knew for sure where it was, or if it even existed. Perhaps because of their mystery and bad reputation, the members of the Blue Moon often appeared as villains in Rondel's fairy tales, like witches on Earth. Adrian thought it was all a fabrication, invented by parents to scare their children. When he was little, his mother used to say that children who didn't listen to their parents would be taken away by the Blue Moon. At the time, he thought it didn't make any sense. He wondered if the Blue Moon were the dogs of the Duchy of Francis, or if they were simply using the duchy as temporary lodging. And who would have thought that 2 members of the Blue Moon would attach themselves to Duke Francis and ask what they wanted? August asked if he was his partner. Gregory told Augustus to shut his mouth. Adrian wondered what he had said about him, and apparently that was what they called someone who supported them. Adrian said that he was definitely not their partner, but he was someone who understood them well enough. His opponents replied that then he would have to go to the other world. Standing with his magic staff at the ready, he asked if they were going to pull it off. Instead of answering, Augustus activated his magical abilities, and a spirit surrounded by butterflies rushed into the attack. August laughed maliciously and asked if it was their first time seeing a spirit, but Adrian said he would play with them a little and fired his magic staff. The shot knocked Gregory aside, but he managed to grab hold of August. Now they stood facing each other, and their opponents realized that Adrian had used a power attack. Adrian told them that the world was vast, and there were many talented people in it, so they shouldn't think that August was so special. Then they assumed that he was a magical fencer. Adrian thought that he had simply released a charge of aura and power as an auxiliary function. Gregory said that Adrian was confident that he could withstand close combat against an aura expert. Adrian wondered whether to leave them in the dark, but said aloud that that wasn't all. He snapped his fingers, and a huge black eagle flew into the room. His opponents were very surprised, and Adrian said with a smile that he was also a beast tamer. August was wounded. He lay on the floor and screamed, clutching his injured leg. Lying on the floor, he activated his magical abilities, and the spirit reappeared. Watching what was happening, Adrian thought it was a mental attack. Through his magic glasses, Adrian saw that the spiritual skill he was trying to use was mind control. He calmly asked August what he was doing, while Arcia had already started yawning. She said she was hungry and suggested sending their opponents to the other world, but Adrian asked her to wait a little longer. Meanwhile, August was trying his best to use his spiritual skill of mind control, but his techniques had no effect on his opponent, and Adrian asked him again what he was doing. But looking at him, he thought that this couldn't be, because even Duke Francis, being a grandmaster, couldn't do that. He did not know that the abilities of the Master of Destiny had been transferred from the online game to reality. Adrian warned that such attacks were useless against those whose defensive abilities against debuffs were almost at their maximum level, and he asked the surprised August what their ability to fight was if mental attacks didn't work. Meanwhile, Gregory stood and thought about how this man could see right through them. Moreover, they could not determine his identity, even though he was standing right in front of them. He had just seen that he had become an archmage at the age of 20, and was the last student of Duke Riverdale, the greatest teacher of all time. And that wasn't all. Gregory understood that the man standing in front of him was not so simple, because he was simply a monster. Meanwhile, Adrian was thinking about the blue moon, and how easy it would be to simply send them to the other world. So he pulled a couple of tricks, and his plan worked even better than he thought. So their status at the moment was fear and loss of desire to fight. He began to approach August, who was still sitting on the floor, and told him not to come closer. But Adrian simply began the process of restoring him. When the process was complete, he said that he had no desire to fight them, or more precisely, no plans to fight Blue Moon. He said he would like to meet with their leader, and asked if they would convey this to him. August was still sitting on the floor, happy to be healed, and Gregory replied that he understood. Adrian apologized for sending everyone in the support squad to the other world, and asked if they were Duke Francis's men. His surprised opponents replied that they were all the Duke's men. Apologizing for their rudeness, they both disappeared, leaving Adrian and Arcia watching them go. They stood in the part of the building destroyed by the eagle, and watched their opponents flee. Adrian asked Arcia if he looked like an important person, and she replied that it was funny. Looking down, he said that it was very difficult to make Everil a saint. Some time passed, and an announcement was sent out to the whole world from the Holy Lands of Everhill. This announcement stated that a total of 15 candidates had been selected. In addition, 11 candidates for sainthood had been selected, and the competition to select 2 leaders had begun. The announcement also said that the selection would last about a month. The content of the selection itself was to be broadcast and distributed online. Everyone read the announcement, and Everil turned to Sir Adrian. He was thinking about the fact that he had not yet received a response from Blue Moon, and the actual selection of saints had already begun. Soon, they all arrived in the Holy Land of Everhill, where the people present looked at them with curiosity. They discussed Adrian and said that he was too young for such a position. Others spoke of his outstanding abilities, and it was clear that he should not be underestimated. After a while, the saints greeted everyone and expressed their gratitude to those who had participated in the opening ceremony of the selection. It was announced that 15 female candidates and 11 male candidates had been selected for the role of saints, and that the selection process would last about a month. The audience listened attentively when it was announced that everything that happened would be shown on broadcasts, and also uploaded online. The theme of the first round was related to the practice of subjugating monsters, and all of the candidates' abilities except for divine power would be sealed. At the end of his speech, His Excellency said that he hoped everyone would enjoy the event dedicated to the first day of selection. Adrian and his companions greeted His Excellency, the Holy Saint and Holy Knight. All the saints, in turn, also greeted Marquis Lawrence. And now Adrian stood with his hand on his heart, thinking that these were the 3 leaders of the Holy Land of Everhill, and the head of all believers in the world. He believed that the main person Everil should pay attention to was the current saint, Sharon Sylvester. They stood before her when she asked if his name was Marquis Lawrence. He replied that it was. She said that he was very young, and that if she were even a little younger, she would seduce him. Adrian only replied that it was difficult to comment on that, while standing next to his fiancée. Saint Sylvester laughed and said that was unreasonable. Then he introduced Saint Miss Everil, whom he sponsors. He also asked Sharon Sylvester to take care of the girl. Looking at her, the saint thought it was incredible, and that Marquis Lawrence had chosen a worthy candidate. At that moment, Adrian thought that As he had expected, she had recognized Everill's value at first glance. If he had not seen her talent, he would not have participated in the selection for political gain. He saw that the saint's attitude was favorable and neutral. He thought that if they had made a strong impression, it was a success, and he wondered whether he should find the Duchess of Riverdale, with whom he had formed an alliance. On the way back, Adrian saw a group of people, among whom was Duke Francis. The Duke also noticed him, and Adrian saw through his all-seeing glasses that his attitude was wary and hostile, while his status was confused and uncertain. But when he approached him, he smiled and said that he was Marquis Adrian Lawrence from the Kingdom of Reinhardt, and that he was pleased to meet him. He added that he had received his gift, and a rather large one at that. The Duke began to get angry, but Adrian continued, saying that a major incident had occurred on his territory, when two people were running away from persecution. Isaac Francis remembered how these two people had advised him never to make Marquis Lawrence his enemy, as he was a monster. Adrian also heard that his heavenly fortress had suddenly collapsed onto an industrial area, and asked why this had happened. The Duke was very angry, and Adrian, noticing the girl standing next to him, said that she must be Lady Evelyn Francis. He asked her to be gentler with his candidate, Miss Everil. She replied that she would take care of it. Adrian thought that this behavior was like an apple falling from an apple tree. Finally, he decided to tickle the Duke's nerves, and asked if he knew that he had decided to meet with Sir Gregory and Sir Augustus again. From the Duke's reaction, he realized that he had completely lost touch with the two, and said that since it no longer concerned him, there was no need to worry. As he left, he said that the Duke seemed very dissatisfied with many things, so he should take his leave, and they would see each other next time. On the way, Everil asked if Duke Francis was from the Empire of Brinham, and Adrian replied that this was correct. She told Adrian that he was even more influential than she had thought. He replied that she was one of the chosen candidates, so she should be confident. He added that she was the only one he had chosen, which made the girl blush. On the way, they met Duchess Riverdale, who said it was a very curious scene. Adrian said he was just about to look for her. She asked him to call her older sister Olivia, instead of the stuffy title of Duchess, and she would call him her little brother Adrian. She introduced him to Judy Esther, whom she was promoting. She greeted him, and introduced herself as a follower of the chief god Sepia. Through his glasses, he saw that her talent was divine power, and her trait was that of a great holy lady. He wondered if this trait surpassed holiness. Arcia, meanwhile, brought food, and Olivia said that strict conditions had been set for the first round of selection, and asked if they had any problems. He replied that he thought they would manage because he had the right staff. Looking at Miss Esther, he said that a tactic based on subjugating monsters seemed suitable for her, as she was already at the level of a first-class priestess. Olivia replied that she would be able to use divine magic at a higher level than the others. But the problem was the people who would become her companions. She said that they did not have any mages with real combat experience. Adrian thought that mages were considered more as researchers than combat personnel. Then Adrian asked her if he should lend them some people, and Olivia happily asked if he could. He replied that he would find 2 third-circle combat mages with excellent skills and good character, and send them to her. Olivia said that they had formed an alliance, but she felt that she was the only one benefiting from it. Adrian replied that this was not the case. He explained that even just standing around talking and laughing put enormous pressure on the other candidates. She said she understood him, and Adrian asked permission to ask a question that might seem completely inappropriate. He asked whether the owner of the magic weapon would be counted as one person in this tactical competition. Later, when Olivia and her assistant were reading the list of participants for the first round, he asked what they should do. He believed that the other candidates would obviously express dissatisfaction with the knight using magic as part of Adrian's team. She replied that it was their fault for not stating immediately that hybrids were not allowed, and told him to just continue. He wanted to argue about the controversy. Stopping him with a gesture, she said that they couldn't change the rules, and that finding loopholes in them was considered part of the candidate's abilities. He left, and Olivia thought about Marquis Lawrence, who turned out to be even more interesting than she had thought. The competition began, and huge monsters were released for the participants to fight. Protecting Miss Everil with his weapon, Alan Lopez asked her to use her abilities. Averil used her holy protection, and the huge beasts scattered in different directions. The theme of the first round of selection was monster subjugation tactics, and the participants used their magical abilities. Holy men and women were registered as mercenary, and led teams of 4 to defeat the monsters. Cameras followed all the participants at all time, and the selection process was broadcast online. Each participant had their own channel. After catching several monsters, the men told Everil that she could take them. She didn't understand what they meant. They explained that they had watched the TV show with her, and suggested using the captured monsters. The men asked Miss Everil to use these monsters to complete the quest. They were joined by other people who wanted to give the monsters to Everil, and the men even started a fight. Everil turned to the operator, and asked if they could leave them like that. He replied that he wasn't sure, because this was the first time this had happened to him. Meanwhile, the elves who appeared on the broadcasts attracted a lot of attention with their gorgeous appearance. But because of their characteristic cruelty, they focused only on the tasks and completed them perfectly, turning their broadcasts into a kind of documentary. It didn't matter how pleasant they were to look at. If the content was boring, people would get bored, and many would switch to something else. That's why when the participants started to warm up, the viewers began to move, and Everil and Alan watched this movement with excitement. Unlike other channels, Avery's channel contained entertaining moments, like in teen melodramas, and began to attract a lot of interest. Meanwhile, the participants from the other team were arguing, and one of the girls asked why she had to do this. Another team member, a young man, replied that it was a commoner's job. Joining the conversation, Evelyn Francis said that she had hired them to do the dirty work, so they should do it themselves. The candidates for sainthood from high-ranking aristocratic families were somewhat villainous, and public opinion was putting increasing pressure on Everil. One man said that the world points fingers at mercenaries who risk their lives for money, but Miss Everil is different and treats everyone the same. The men chanted that the other channels were ridiculous, and that someone like Miss Everil would easily become a saint even without their help. She tried to stop them, but a man approached her and said that they sincerely wanted her to become a saint, so she shouldn't worry so much. He thought he looked like the most dangerous of the mercenaries, but she still approached him first and used healing magic. One of the young men told him that he was wrong to think that only his appearance was not very good, and at first he scolded Miss Everil. The man replied that he was not the only one. Everil smiled as she listened to him tell the young man that he was picking on her, and saying that he hated newbies who wandered around their hunting grounds. He replied that he was just worried that she might get hurt, and they had already started fighting. When another young man asked to take the monsters they had collected, Evelyn replied that they were probably fighting to earn a living, and that they couldn't possibly spend these monsters on her. He replied that they were doing it to set the stage, but she didn't understand what he was talking about. The young man explained that if Miss Everil, whom they were helping, became a saint, people's opinion of them would most likely change. And all the men began to shout her name in support, which made Everil blush. In the end, Everil also shouted, promising to give it her all. The cameraman, the hosts, and the other participants stood and watched this youthful drama with amusement. Everil had the highest percentage of the current channel viewership ratings among the participants, and even Archbishop Fred was rooting for her. But during his meeting with him, Adrian said that there was another reason why he had requested a meeting on holy ground. He placed the orichalcum handle he had received in front of Archbishop Fred and asked if it was orichalcum. The Archbishop replied that it was just a piece of orichalcum. He said that divine power flowed within it. Adrian confirmed that it was a relic, and according to preliminary estimates, it was about 20,000 years old. The Archbishop said that they needed to announce it. Adrian thought that, as he had expected, the Archbishop immediately thought about how to use it for the benefit of Everil. But Adrian planned to use it differently. He suggested repairing the relic with the help of an outstanding craftsman. Archbishop Fred was interested in Adrian's desire to revive the ancient relic. He said that it was quite possible, because inside there was a sacred magical chain from a mythical era, and only part of it had been destroyed, while the rest was intact. He asked Adrian if he wanted him to invite a worthy craftsman. Adrian replied that he did. Smiling, Archbishop Fred said that he would find a suitable one, as this was a great discovery. Adrian asked if he would need to hand over the relic to the church. The Archbishop replied that there was no need, as the royal and imperial families of every country possessed similar relics. He said that if it was considered advertising for Everil, then donating it was the best choice. But if it was a working relic, then it was too much for advertising. If Adrian decided not to donate it, there were many ways to advertise it, but he thought about it and decided he was not going to donate it. They agreed that Archbishop Fred would find the best craftsman. As they parted, the Archbishop said he would contact Adrian as soon as possible. And Adrian thought that in order to make Everil a saint, a lot of people were working behind the scenes. Meanwhile, one of her rivals was watching the broadcast where the mercenary said that if Miss Everil became a saint, people's opinion of them would change. One of the candidates for sainthood watched the broadcast where Everil promised to give it her all and bit her nails. A couple of days later, Adrian met with Kobe Ventry, who was the chief engineer and a highly skilled craftsman at the Sepia Church. When Adrian introduced himself, Kobe said that he had often seen him in the news and was curious to meet such a famous person in person. He also said that he couldn't easily analyze his clothes, but it seemed that Adrian had acquired a huge treasure. Apologizing, he said that it was difficult for an inquisitive craftsman's mind not to study new equipment when it was right under his nose. Hearing this, Adrian thought that he understood everything at a glance, and the Archbishop had accurately introduced him to the right person. Showing Kobe the hilt, he said that this was the item he wanted to show him. Looking at the relic, Kobe suggested that it was a weapon handle with ancient divine magic. Adrian said he was right. Adrian said he would like to use this item, and Kobe thought for a moment and replied that it was quite possible. He said that he had seen similar items in the depths of the church, and that, compared to them, this hilt was almost untouched. Adrian was very pleased with his words. Adrian asked if he could use mithril for this weapon, since orichalcum was very difficult to obtain. But Kobe said that a weapon was not needed here. He did not understand what the craftsman meant, but Kobe handed him the hilt and said that it was already a finished item. Adrian was very surprised, and Kobe repeated once more that it was a finished item. He said that it was called a weapon that strikes evil, and a weapon capable of piercing through any darkness. It had many nicknames, but its most famous name was the Holy Weapon. Surprised, Adrian stood silently for a while, and then just repeated that it was a holy weapon. Kobe said that although they differ in form and function, surprisingly, there are not many of them, and currently, the church has only 3 such weapons. He had heard that there were 6 holy weapons in the world, and this one would be the 7th. Adrian asked what he meant by saying that weapons were unnecessary. He explained that when this item is in its complete state, a weapon of divine light emerges from the heliotrope he pointed to. Adrian clarified that it was something like a magical weapon, but Kobe said that it was on a completely different level, not so pretentious. He said that this weapon is more effective against demons, and that it can transform all kinds of energy into a blade: magic, aura, divine power, and elemental power. If he hadn't had the opportunity to read literature about relics, he wouldn't have noticed anything, and probably even Adrian's 3 subordinates don't know about it. Adrian thought about his story because now he understood why this item was known among ordinary people, only as a piece of orichalcum. Kobe was still holding the relic in his hands when Adrian asked how valuable this item would be if it were fully activated. Adrian was amazed when he said that, at best, it could buy a large city. But Kobe said that it was quite difficult to estimate its value. When Adrian heard these words, he felt as if he had won the lottery. He asked if it could be repaired, and Kobe thought for a moment and replied that he would need a heliotrope and some new tools. Adrian immediately showed him the terminal where the amount for his work was indicated. Kobe even asked if it was too much. He replied that this fee included the cost of materials, and that if he successfully repaired the relic, he would pay twice as much. After thinking about it, Kobe said that in that case, he would not refuse, because the value of this item was indeed great. Smiling, he asked for a week, and said he would do his best to repair it for the sake of his honor as an engineer. Adrian was delighted at the thought that if he could form an aura-level weapon using mana, he would be able to act as a magical swordsman. Or perhaps he could combine it with a magic staff and use it as another type of weapon. Then, he heard a voice calling his name. It was Arcia, whom he had left with Everil for safety reasons. He asked her what had happened, and Arcia replied that Miss Everil had been kidnapped. The kidnapped Miss Everil was at that moment in the Dragonlands, on the border of the Croizen Empire. The kidnappers tried to attack her, but nothing worked, and one of them asked why their attacks did not even touch her. The second replied that she seemed to be connected to an 8th-level artifact. They had been told that they had to get rid of her carefully, and they thought it would be easy, but now it had become a problem. One of them told the other to stop talking and attack her mind, as the magic created by artifacts is vulnerable to mental attacks. He replied that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing, and his companion asked who he was talking to. Turning around, the kidnappers saw another person behind them who waved and greeted them. They asked who he was. It was August, who said he was a passing spirit summoner. Soon, Adrian and his team were standing in front of people they did not expect to see. Gregory greeted his lordship, and Adrian saw that his attitude was neutral and cautious, while his status was friendly and nervous. He told them that they should not have been the ones to blame, and they showed him the culprits who had been caught kidnapping Miss Everil. Adrian asked where Miss Everil was, and Gregory replied that she was resting in the hut, and said that they had prepared well, so she was safe and sound. Gregory said that they still had to find out who was behind it, and that it seemed that they had used an intermediary to hire these people. Adrian asked why they had helped him, and Gregory replied that, to be honest, this place was their hideout. He said that everything was clear, and that Miss Everil was indeed lucky, but he meant that he didn't believe it. Then, Gregory finally admitted that they had received orders from their leader. They were told that Miss Everil would be in danger, so they were ordered to save her as compensation. Adrian didn't understand what kind of compensation. Gregory began to tell him that it was the first time he had seen their leader so angry. He told them that the Duchy of Francis was no longer of value to them, and ordered them to move their base. Adrian realized that what had happened then was without the involvement of their leader. Gregory confirmed this, saying that the leader did not particularly interfere in their affairs. But since the assassination attempt on Miss Everil, instructions had been given to all Blue Moons, forbidding them from harming Marquis Lawrence and anyone associated with him. Adrian thought that the more he listened to their stories, the stranger it all seemed, and wondered if the leader of Blue Moon was too afraid of him. Gregory said he hoped they could atone for their past action. Adrian expressed his gratitude for saving Everil and promised to forget the past. He himself thought that their ambush did not pose a threat to him, so he could not call it a bad thing. He asked if their leader would meet with him. Gregory replied that the leader was expecting his visit. They were there to inform him that once this situation was resolved, he could visit them at any time. Adrian thought that they were inviting him to their base too easily, and that it might be a trap. But then he decided that judging by their faces, this was not the case, and that even if it was a trap, he was sure he could get out of it. They gave him the terminal and password used at Blue Moon, and told him that the device was connected to their terminals, and he could call any time. Looking at the device in his hands, Adrian had a feeling that his secret communication device was being tapped. Before he could say that he understood and that they could leave, they both disappeared. Arcia asked if she should follow them. Adrian said that they had a way to communicate with them, and that they could be left for now, because Everil's protection was more important. Soon, Miss Everil woke up, well rested but confused about where she was. Adrian thought that since her kidnapping had been broadcast live, it would be best to bring in the church's investigation team. He also remembered the words of Augustus and Gregory, that they had readily accepted his request, and the leader of the Blue Moon had ordered not to contact him. Thinking about all this, Adrian wondered what was going on in this world. Soon, he met with the saint, and she asked if he knew what the higher echelons of the church called him. He replied that they called him a competent and handsome man, but she slammed her fist on the table and said that they called him a rule breaker. Adrian thought so. She said that it had been mentioned that nothing but the designated equipment could be used in the competition. She asked what kind of necklace it was. Adrian replied that if he had not taken any action, Miss Everil would have been dead long ago, as they had already survived one attack. The saint objected that this was a matter of the past, but Adrian said that the past was all there was, and if the church had managed the site better, this would not have happened. He said that the candidate for sainthood had been kidnapped by people who had broken into the competition, and the church had not even wanted to look for her until he intervened. Calm down. Adrian thought that this was the end of the good image he had maintained. He asked to leave it alone and evaluate Miss Everil's potential. He said that she was not the kind of person who would fail because of something like this, and since he was responsible for it, he was ready to take the punishment. Smiling, she said that he was truly an interesting man, and that she would have seduced him if she were 10 years younger. Adrian saw that her attitude was neutral and favorable, and her status was admiring and interested. He thought that she already had great-grandchildren. The saint said that the council suspected that this incident was a game planned by him. Adrian asked if that meant she was assessing his reaction. Apologizing for this, Saint Sharon began to take something out of her clothes. She said she was convinced that there was no lie in his words, and placed a round object on the table. When Adrian realized it was a mirror of truth, he was amazed. After a while, Saint Sharon gathered all the candidates' sponsors in a huge hall, and no one understood why. She said that the reason she had called all the candidates' sponsors together was to reveal the truth about the kidnapping that had taken place a few days earlier. She showed them the mirror of truth, a holy relic that reflected the whole truth, and with its help, she discovered that it was not the initiative of Marquis Lawrence. She asked everyone present to come forward and prove their innocence before the mirror of truth. Duke Francis shouted that the people gathered here were highly respected aristocrats, including royal families, and asked if she was going too far. Then Saint Sharon asked Duke Francis if he was the culprit. If not, then there should be no problem, and she asked if it would be difficult for him to say one sentence in front of the mirror. But then Marquis Lawrence entered, and she asked what had brought him here with the Holy Knights. He said that the criminal was possibly the Grand Master. Duke Francis shouted how he dared to suspect him, and the saint said that they had not yet identified the criminal, and asked Adrian to watch his words. After these words, she asked everyone to approach the mirror of truth, one by one. The first to volunteer were members of the Elysia Union of Nations, Queen Elvheim Claudia Haelvin, and candidate for sainthood, Grace Haelvin. Approaching the mirror, the queen said that she, Claudia Haelvin, had nothing to do with the kidnapping of the candidate for sainthood. Next was Grace Haelvin, who also repeated that she had nothing to do with the kidnapping of the candidate for sainthood. The mirror lit up, and Saint Sharon said that their innocence had been proven. They continued, and Olivia Riverdale and her candidate for sainthood volunteered to go next. Approaching the mirror of truth, they uttered the same words, and their innocence was also proven. Saint Sharon, who was watching the process, said that it was wonderful. Only two people remain, Duke Isaac Francis and Evelyn Francis. They approached the mirror and uttered the same words as the others, and were found innocent. Lawrence, who was standing aside, clicked his tongue, and the Duke turned around and said how he dared to do that, and that he did not even hide his dislike. Adrian said that it was a natural reaction, given his past actions. The Duke replied angrily that it seemed his life would be short. They began to argue, and the Duke promised to send Adrian to the other world. Saint Sharon, clutching her head as she listened to them, ordered them to be quiet. She said that they were not finished yet, so everyone needed to be quiet. The last ones, who had not yet approached, were Prime Minister Trino Ost of the Republic of Prius and candidate for sainthood, Miss Miel Ost. They came out and said they wanted to explain themselves, but the saint said that this was the last warning and that they should quickly stand before the mirror of truth. They wanted to say something, but Saint Sharon stopped them with a gesture and said that if they didn't want to, there was no choice. She said that from that moment on, they would be under arrest for the attempted murder and kidnapping of Miss Everil Barnett. Adrian had no idea that the Republic of Prius was to blame, and Duke Francis said that only idiots could do such a thing during the selection of saints. But then he laughed and said that, on the other hand, it was an unexpected benefit. Adrian thought that since representatives of the Republic of Prius were participating on behalf of the Republic, it would undermine the situation within and outside of it. This would be an unexpected gift for the Brigham Empire, which was in a state of war, but it would also provide a good opportunity for revolution and change for the better. The case of Everil's abduction puzzled Adrian, the church leadership, and even the saint, but the people watching the competition reacted surprisingly mildly. In contrast to this bland finale, the course of the first competition changed slightly due to the incident with the representatives of the Republic of Prius. Among the remaining candidates, the top 5 were now considered the strongest. This included the granddaughter of the elf queen, Grace Halevin. The second candidate was Miss Everil Barrett, who possessed the nature of a saint. Next was Esther, the candidate from Duchess Riverdale, with whom they were in alliance. Also in the top 5 was the daughter of Duke Francis, Evelyn Francis. And rounding out the top 5 was Princess Zhao Lin of the Kingdom of Roberta, from the powerful nation of Triton on the eastern continent. The Republic of Prius now actively supported Princess Zhao Lin, and Adrian thought that now they needed something to distract their attention. But he decided that the Republic of Prius would collapse anyway, and then Princess Xia Lin would fall too, so there was nothing to worry about. After the kidnapping incident, Everil's popularity continued to grow. Adrian officially released the power equipment he had developed, the Fencer, which was even mentioned in the news. There were no problems in the territory. Things were going well in the Magic Tower, and they set off to level up. Adrian didn't need to worry about Everil, so he was able to relax and get the most out of every day. After a while, he met with George Vason, the leader of the Blue Moon, and at this meeting, Adrian realized that he would not be able to relax for a long time. When he met George, Adrian complimented him with a smile, saying that they had wonderful drinks. George replied that it was wonderful because he had paid special attention to this since such important people as them had arrived. Adrian looked at George through his comprehensive gaze and saw that he was friendly and an ally, but also that he was interested and nervous. But he doubted that he was really the leader of the Blue Moon. And besides, they had only just met, and he already had a very good opinion of him. As a result, he began to suspect that what he had seen was not all there was to him. After a moment of silence, George ordered Augustus and Gregory to leave. He added that he did not need protection, so they should not even think about eavesdropping, but simply stand aside. Gregory apologized and wanted to object, but their leader told them to leave immediately. A second later, they asked permission to leave and disappeared, leaving their leader alone with Adrian and Arcia. Adrian asked George to reveal his true identity. George rose from his seat, and Adrian didn't understand what was happening, but through his magic glasses, he saw that he was nervous. He began to lower himself, and Arcia, not understanding what he wanted to do, shielded Adrian and grabbed her weapon. But he simply knelt down before Adrian and said that it was an honor for him to meet the one who had taken on the legacy of Manuel Lucas. Adrian looked in surprise at the man kneeling before him, not understanding how he could know this. Finally, he realized that George was somehow connected to Archduke Lucas, and that he was the previous master of the Blue Moon. In fact, Adrian understood perfectly well that this meeting was not intended simply to establish a partnership between them. He asked George if he could explain in detail what was going on. George replied that he would, of course. George took out an object, and Adrian thought it was a high-performance terminal. But Chester appeared from it and greeted Sir Adrian. Adrian thought that this was also fate, and Chester confirmed his guess. Adrian thought that, judging by Chester's face, he understood what was going on. Then Chester said that the Blue Moon was supposed to be part of the quests of destiny, and a reward for completing the 8th level. He explained that 5 years ago, when Adrian set out on the final path to obtaining destiny, various divisions resumed their activities. The Blue Moon also awoke from its slumber and began to show activity. But as a result, they made contact with them earlier than planned, and a mistake occurred. Then Adrian asked who George Watson was, and Chester replied that he was his assistant and manager of the Blue Moon. Adrian thought that if Blue Moon was an 8th level reward, it made no sense for him to interact with them yet. He said that it would have been better to mention this within the game, and that there was no need to bother him and make him come here. Chester replied that what was done could not be undone. He said that he could not yet recognize him as Lord Blue Moon, but he would not stop him from forming friendly relationships at this point. He believed that this happened because of his negligence in management, and Adrian could consider it compensation for the damage caused to the client by the administrator. Adrian said he would be pleased to do business with Sir Vasson. The latter bowed and said it was an honor for him. Chester explained who Blue Moon was made up of, and that it owned hotels and resorts around the world, casinos, and various business companies. He also said that the Pacific Hotel where they were staying also belonged to Blue Moon. Adrian smiled and offered to be friends with Sir Vasson. George said that he would do everything possible to support Marquis Lawrence. Adrian felt somehow calmer, even though they were only allies for now. Later, Adrian met with Kobe, who thought something good had happened because Adrian's face was beaming. Adrian replied that he was just happy to see him. Kobe came to the hotel where Adrian was staying and asked him to get to the point and tell him why he had come to see him. Taking out the handle, he apologized for the delay and said that it had taken longer than he had expected. Adrian was glad that he had succeeded. Looking at the hilt, he thought that it looked like an extravagant handle on the outside. He asked how it worked. Kobe replied that you could simply put any kind of energy into it, such as aura, mana, divine power, and so on. Adrian said he could try it and applied his energy to the orichalcum, and the part that did not belong to him protruded from the handle. At that moment, a movie about aliens came to mind, and Kobe told him to try swinging it. He swung the weapon several times, and several objects around him shattered into pieces. Adrian was delighted with such destructive power. It was amazing. But then Kobe noticed blood on the Marquis's body. However, the Marquis did not even notice that he had been injured. Kobe started shouting that they needed to call a priest. Then Arcia approached them, picked up Adrian, and took out an elixir. Holding his head, Kobe watched as she dripped the elixir onto the wound, and the healing process began. Once healed, Adrian sat down, coming to his senses, and Arcia said that, apparently, serious preparation was needed to use orichalcum. Sitting down next to Adrian, Kobe asked if he was all right, and he replied that it wouldn't send him to the other world. Then he saw a notification pop up, saying that the holy weapon needed to be given a name. He asked Kobe if the weapon had a name, but Kobe replied that Adrian had to name it himself, and Adrian decided that, as an Earthling, he would name his weapon Excalibur. He realized that it had the ability to strike at the level of an aura weapon. He joyfully fell to the floor and thanked the Viscount of Parma for helping him obtain such a powerful weapon. He lay on the floor, and Kobe thought it was because of blood loss. Arcia suggested to him that the floor was dirty, but he was thinking about how to use the weapon in the Everall competition. Meanwhile, the first round of the competition was over, and the mercenaries tearfully said goodbye to Miss Everall, saying that she had to become a saint, and promising to cheer for her. None of them could imagine what they would do when Miss Everall left, and they asked her to take care of herself. Adrian thought that no matter how much he watched this scene, he couldn't get used to how gentle these tough guys were becoming. She promised them she would try her best, and for now, she took second place in the tactical test, first place in the audience rating, and first place in the overall standings. Adrian thought that Princess Xia Lin was just an ordinary candidate who was lucky enough to get the support of the Republic of Prius, but she rose to 4th place. He didn't expect her to be a dark horse, but at that moment, Everall noticed him and Arcia and interrupted his thoughts. He gave her a bouquet of flowers and told her she had done a great job, and Everall thanked him. She said she hoped she could live up to his expectation, and Adrian replied that she was already doing a great job. He thought that if the selection continued in the same vein, Everall would be one of the 5 girls who would get a chance to become a saint. All the members of his team had already decided that they should return and begin preparing for the second round. At that moment, a man approached them from behind and addressed His Excellency Adrian. He said that candidate Xia Lin wished to arrange a meeting with His Excellency. Adrian was very surprised that Princess Xia Lin wanted to meet with him. At the meeting, she said that the great name of Marquis Lawrence was known even on their continent of Triton, and to meet him like this was a great honor. He replied that she was flattering him, and that with such a bright mind as Her Highness's, the future of the kingdom of Roberto would be bright. She assumed that the beautiful woman next to him was Countess Klein, and said that she was pleased to meet her. Arcia greeted Her Highness. She said that if it was more convenient for them, they could address her as Princess Xia. She seemed quite intelligent and good-natured to Adriana. The princess was one of the candidates who used her sacred magic for other people. This behavior came as a surprise, since she was from the royal family. Adrian thought it was good that the dark horse he was worried about had made contact with him. She introduced her sponsor, who had requested the meeting. Extending his hand, he introduced himself as Garcia Vallon, chairman of the State Council of the Republic of Prius. Adrian remembered that he had done many dirty deeds for this republic. First of all, planting a false fate. And dirty trick number 2 was that he had helped the revolutionary forces. As he greeted them with a smile, he said that he had been looking forward to spending time with the beautiful Princess Shah, but someone unexpected had suddenly appeared. Adrian said that he was probably busy fighting the Brigham Empire, and asked why such an important person wanted to meet with him. Garcia replied that he understood how many questions he had, but suggested not rushing things and talking over dinner. He gestured for them to enter the room, where a huge table had already been set. He said they had plenty of time, and Adrian was already delighted to see rice and many other familiar dishes. He ate with pleasure, thinking that Princess Sha Lin's clothes bore a striking resemblance to the hanbok of the Goryeo dynasty and seemed familiar to him. Even their food was similar to Korean cuisine, and it was the taste of home that he had not felt for a long time. Seeing him eat, the princess even smiled. Adrian apologized and said that it was his first time trying this cuisine, but it perfectly suited his preferences. Garcia laughed and said that everything was fine, and that, as the person responsible for the reception, he was very happy about it. He suggested moving on to business, and said that extremely terrible events were taking place in their republic. Adrian replied that he understood, since they were at war with the Brigham Empire. But he said that there was another problem, and that for some time now, they had been concerned about the actions of an anti-government revolutionary group. He went on to say that, to their surprise, this anti-government group had managed to make their own equipment for the vanguard. But they discovered that this equipment had a lot in common with the core of the new fencer produced in Lawrence's magic tower. He replied that this meant the power equipment had been counterfeited. Garcia said that they could have done this consciously or without knowing what they were doing. Adrian said he couldn't know how the revolutionary forces equipment was similar to the magic tower's equipment, but they couldn't be the same. Garcia said that he had arranged this meeting not because he suspected him, but Adrian did not understand why he had met with him then. Then Garcia said that this was enough to file a claim that they had stolen Marquis Lawrence's technology. Putting down his glass, Adrian clarified that he wanted him to accuse the revolutionary organization of stealing their technology. He replied that this was indeed the case, because their republic was fighting the Brigham Empire, and this immoral group was undermining it from within. Adrian thought that this was why he needed a scandal to undermine people's trust in the revolutionary forces. He asked what was in it for him if he did so. He replied that they would introduce 1,000 units of Lawrence's magical tower power equipment and purchase it at a price 10% above market value. Adrian said it was a tempting offer and asked the princess what she thought about it. She did not understand why he was asking her this question, and Adrian asked if he should accept the offer. Garcia looked at the princess, and Adrian said that he was wondering whether it would be right to strike such a blow for the sake of the politicians of the Republic of Prius. She replied that she did not think she could afford to interfere in this conversation, but Garcia did not like her answer. She said that as a representative of her country, she agreed with the Republic's government's decision. Adrian thought she had handled the situation skillfully. Without expressing her personal opinion, she mentioned her position as a representative of the country, saying that siding with the Republic was the best choice for those receiving their support. Garcia happily said that there was nothing to think about, because Adrian would earn more than 50 trillion just for a simple nod of his head. And he smiled and suggested that Adrian would obviously accept his offer. Adrian asked what he meant by obviously. Garcia did not understand his words, and Adrian said that, as he himself had said, there was nothing to think about. Continuing to eat his dinner, he said that he was rejecting his offer. After his refusal, Garcia jumped up from his seat and shouted, "What are you saying?" He said he would convince him that he was not interested in the offer. Having already begun to activate his magical abilities, Adrian thought that perhaps he would start making threats. Freezing Garcia with a wave of his hands, he said that Garcia was forgetting himself and that they were on the continent of Defteron. Then he asked why Garcia thought he would participate in anything that would lead to the defeat of the Brigham Empire. He was fighting for the Brigham Empire in this battle, which was located on the same continent as him, and Adrian had no reason to put it at a disadvantage. Garcia asked if this was not a matter for other countries, and whether His Excellency should be concerned primarily with his own personal gain. Adrian replied that in the long run, conflict with the Brigham Empire would result in heavy losses. Moreover, the government must solve its own problem, and if the population is listening to rebel groups, there is a good reason for it. In the end, Adrian said that he believed everything could be easily resolved if Garcia took care of it himself. Garcia was so angry at these words that he even blushed. Garcia got up and headed for the exit. Adrian asked if he was leaving, but Garcia left without answering. After he left, Adrian calmly asked Princess Shah if she would like to enjoy her meal, now that the outsiders had left the room. He began eating again, and added that he could finally eat in peace. Soon, information about this meeting appeared on the internet, and many believed that Marquise Lawrence was behaving recklessly and not thinking about the consequences at all. The information reached the royal palace, and the king was shown the post that Adrian had posted. Seeing what important information he had posted on social media at such a time, the king clutched his head in despair. The crown prince and the second prince reacted differently to the vengeful government of the Republic of Prius, imposing economic sanctions in response. At a meeting on this matter, the speaker said that if they ignored the situation, Marquise Lawrence would do something similar again. Adrian thought that his post had caused a scandal in both the Republic of Prius and the Kingdom of Reichardt, which is why he was summoned and rushed with accusations. Marquise Ali Trayton considered it his duty to teach the immature child what was good and what was bad in aristocratic society through disciplinary measures. Otis Margrave asked to speak and said that trade between their kingdom and the Republic of Prius was not significant anyway. In fact, it was even lower than with the neighboring kingdom of Geordie, and if such a country imposed sanctions, the damage from them would not be significant. He also said that they could simply ignore it, and wondered if the meeting was making a mountain out of a molehill. Marquise Trayton replied that the Republic of Prius was closely linked to the continent of Triton, and that they would definitely drag him along with them. He shouted that His Excellency should understand how many weapons and artifacts their kingdom supplies to the continent of Triton. Sir Otis said he protested and asked if the continent of Triton wanted to make enemies of them by believing in a republic that was in complete chaos. So they continued to argue, while Adrian thought about how he was already confused about who was on whose side. Then Countess Klein raised her hand, and the king allowed her to speak. This surprised Adrian, who apparently wanted to defend her fiancé. But Arcia simply said that she wanted to ask a question because she did not quite understand what Marquis Lawrence was wrong about. Marquise Trayton replied that he had revealed the secrets of the Republic's government to the whole world. But Arcia objected that he had not lied and had only spoken the plain truth. And as far as she understood, the blame for the truth coming to light and creating problems should lie with the government and not with Marquise Lawrence. After listening to her arguments, the king himself said that this was definitely the case. Turning to the king, Marquise Trayton said that it was immoral to reveal the details of the deal and put his partner in an awkward position. Prince Luke then spoke up, saying that Countess Klein and Sir Otis were right, and that if this post had caused a lot of problems, it was the fault of those who had committed the crime. He said that if this was a form of personal protest, then sanctions were an excessive expression of anger. Adrian thought he understood this and remained silent. The Crown Prince also expressed his opinion, saying that he saw no need to bring charges against Marquis Lawrence. He said that since the Republic of Prius looked down on their kingdom and imposed sanctions, they could resist them by cooperating with their allies. While the others were discussing this, Adrian thought about how anyone could have imagined that Arcia would show so much initiative in the discussion. Adrian was proud of Arcia, who had grown up so much. But then Princess Diana joined the conversation and said she wanted to ask Adrian a question. Princess Diana was third in line to the throne, and she asked what he believed in, since he was so calm when discussing the consequences. Adrian replied that he had taken precautions, just in case. The princess did not understand what he meant. Turning on the recorded video, Adrian said that they had been talking about an interesting topic, so he had recorded the conversation. Everyone watched the recording with surprise, and the first prince couldn't help but laugh. Now he understood what Adrian meant by putting the hashtag "I'm scared of the Brigham Empire" on his post. He believed that if he showed the Brigham Empire clip, they would be obliged to stand up for the one who had made sacrifices for them. The other two members of the assembly discussed that the chairman of the State Council had not taken any action against the audio and video recording during the trip. Adrian thought that what was happening would give other countries on the continent of Defteron a reason to participate in resolving this conflict. This video was posted at the end of the meeting. As expected, the Brigham Empire and the allies of the Kingdom of Reinhardt supported them. As a result, the Republic of Prius declared its surrender, and a decision was made to lift economic sanctions against the Kingdom of Reinhardt. The maid, Xia Lin, who was watching the news, asked why she was afraid. She replied that Marquise Lawrence was a little older and was already shaking up the world order. Unlike her, who had nothing but her status as a princess, he had too much. Her maid said that a man like that would be the perfect match for the princess. Xia Lin agreed with her, but suddenly she realized what she had said and cried out that he already had a fiancé. The maid replied that she had just said it, and that the princess was overreacting. Princess Sha Lin told her not to say another word, and the maid apologized. At that moment, the princess was informed that a message had been received, stating that the second round of selection would take place, simultaneously with 2 participants. Xia Lin thought that this round would create a competitive environment. She asked the girl if she knew who she would be competing with. She replied that the princess would be participating with Everil Barnett, who was sponsored by Marquis Lawrence. Preparations were underway for the second round of selection. Equipment was being set up, and operators were choosing the best angles. It was decided that the second round would be held in an open concert venue built on sacred ground. Each of the candidates for sainthood would be given 2 hours to demonstrate their abilities in front of the camera. Before the competition began, Princess Sha Lin greeted Marquis Lawrence's team and said she hoped they would work well together. Adrian's team members also greeted her and said they were happy to be working together. Xia Lin admitted that because of what had happened, Adrian scared her a little, but he told her not to worry and that he was kind to those he liked. The princess asked if he really liked her, and Adrian replied that of course he did. Adrian said she looked like she was about to dance. She replied that today's concept was dance and the art of charm. He said that he had long been interested in Triton's art of charm, so he would wait with anticipation. But the princess was distracted from the conversation by her assistant. She said she would return to her seat. Adrian suggested they cheer each other on and put on a great show. As she left, her assistant said that she didn't think they needed to worry about Miss Everil because, despite her fans, she was just a commoner before the selection. The assistant knew that Everil had no talents other than the divine power she had hastily mastered. The princess knew this, but she had some doubts, and turning around, she looked at Adrian's team. Soon, the host announced that the competition would begin in 3 minutes. He said that the candidates and their assistants needed to prepare. Meanwhile, Princess Sha Lin was convincing herself that she had to become a saint. She wanted to be a pillar of support for her country, at least now. Meanwhile, the competition began. Princess Sha Lin took the stage and began to spin in a dance. At one point, she said to rush from the northwest to the white tiger, which immediately appeared. Adrian watched her and now understood what the art of enchantment looked like. At best, the spell was at the 4th circle level, but in terms of its sophistication, the princess could compete with any archmaid, and Adrian was sure that if everything continued in the same vein, Princess Sha Lin would take a high place in the second round of the selection. They couldn't lose either, and suddenly the Ford store appeared, where Everil welcomed everyone. People watching the competition were surprised to find a store here. Adrian went inside and said he wanted to pay. Everil was at the cash register and said it would be 5,000 loot. The audience did not understand what was happening and thought it might be a joke. But then Adrian turned around and offered to buy something for each of them. He added that being a customer in a store where a candidate for sainthood worked was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. People began to enter the store, and Everil happily greeted everyone and served the customers. She told them where to find the goods and offered them bags. The film crew discussed what a hard worker she really was, and how well it showed how close she was to the people, despite her sacred status. The cameraman said that it might not be as extravagant as spiritual practices and the art of charm, but it immediately made you feel good when you looked at her. They decided that this was also a kind of talent, and Adrian, who had overheard their conversation, thought that this was the reaction he had hoped for. The goal was to show her as someone familiar, as if she were no different from the average viewer, and to humorously emphasize Everil's unique qualities. But in fact, the idea did not belong to Adrian, but to Eric Jones. And then Adrian heard that she would apparently only be showing how she works in the store, and there was nothing special about it, except that the candidate, Everil, was standing behind the counter, and that they wanted to show only that for 2 hours. Xia Lin thought that they had managed to show the candidate's down-to-earth nature, but people tired of this performance were returning to her. Meanwhile, Adrian was already telling the audience that, of course, they couldn't just keep showing her working. Every performance needs a beginning, a middle, and an end. And after saying this, Adrian snapped his fingers. After that, an explosion occurred in the store where Miss Everil was. The audience and the film crew were in shock. They couldn't believe that the store had really been blown up. Adrian said that he was not expecting a documentary, but a variety show. After his words, Countess Klein appeared in the form of a demon. Everyone present looked at Arcia, not understanding what would happen next. She laughed and said that she was an insatiable demon and an aura expert, and demanded meals 3 times a day plus snacks. She said that she was Arcia Klein, and that in the name of the devil, everything here would belong to her. The operator turned to Adrian and asked if this was all part of the show. Then Miss Everil saw the demoness and shouted to the visitors to go to the emergency exit. Appearing in the store and threatening Miss Everil with a weapon, Arcia said she would take all the snacks there. Taking out her orichalcum, Everil replied that she couldn't let her do that. Arcia rushed into the attack and told her to stop talking and just give them to her. The film crew watched with fascination as she used her aura weapon. The cameraman asked Adrian if this was also part of the performance, but Adrian smiled at the camera and said that it was real. The cameraman was afraid that Miss Everil might get hurt, but Everil had already begun to activate the orichalcum, pouring her divine power into it. Adrian said that she would not hurt herself, because she was simply using her holy weapon for self-defense. Meanwhile, Arcia was already rushing to attack Everil with her weapon. At one point, their weapons clashed, and a bright light formed around them. Adrian managed to create a protective dome, as stones flew toward the film crew. During the battle, Everil thought it was because she was nervous, as it was much more tiring to do this on stage than she had thought. Nevertheless, everything was fine because Miss Arcia was adjusting to her as they had practiced all this time. During their training, Arcia instructed her, saying that she would hurt herself if she held the sacred weapon that way, and Adrian asked her to be gentler, and Miss Everil reasoned that she could just move as her body remembered. Then Arcia jumped aside, saying that Everil was just a pathetic saleswoman, and she remembered that she had to take a step back while saying her lines. And according to their script, when that happened, Everil had to end the performance. She swung and struck with her holy weapon near Arcia herself. Arcia was defeated and finally told Everil that she would still dance. And so, the supermarket almost fell into the clutches of the snack demon, but was saved by Everil Barnett. The performance was over. Adrian stood with a megaphone in his hands, and one of the crew members asked the Marquis what it was. Turning around, he asked how they liked the plot twist and whether the action on stage was exciting. They replied that it was fun, but they didn't understand the plot. Adrian said that it was a story about how Everil protected the store from demons, and Everil bowed. He added that they should keep in mind that the weapon she used was a real holy weapon. Hearing his words, even Princess Sha Lin sat down on the floor in surprise. But in the end, the Holy Selection Committee deducted points from Everil's second round because her performance could not be considered entirely her own achievement. They came in 6th place, and Everil blamed herself. But Adrian said that this round had put her at a disadvantage, so she had done very well. However, the audience loved it, and they took 1st place in the audience rating, so Adrian asked her not to be discouraged and to try her best in the 3rd round. She promised she would try her best, and Adrian thought that the long process of selecting a saint was finally coming to an end. At that moment, Perseus came in with important news that the 3rd round of the saint selection had been postponed due to an unexpected incident. He reported that the Republic of Prius had won a major victory in the war against the Bringum Empire. Meanwhile, the Emperor had ordered the mobilization of the main forces of the Bringum Empire. He ordered that everything possible be done to wipe the Republic of Prius off the face of the earth. Garcia Vallon wandered down the corridor at night with a bottle of wine in his hand, thinking about the revolutionary forces. A man appeared before him, and Garcia asked who he was. The man said that as an official, he had amassed considerable wealth by stealing from the civilian population. He added that on behalf of the revolutionary forces, he would be punished for his crimes. Garcia thought that they had recently begun to get rid of the leading figures of the state, and, in an attempt to escape, began to call for the guards. But then he saw a second man with a weapon in his hands. Approaching him from behind, the man apologized and said that he had to send him to the other world. After everything was done, the two appeared at the headquarters of the revolutionary forces with their prey. They had gathered a lot, but they couldn't carry the building away, so the actual scale of the damage was much greater. Israel Osk asked if they had considered founding an organization of assassins and living the good life. He added that it was unexpected, and although he understood that he was not joking, he expressed his favor towards them. But he could not have imagined that he would be so actively helping them, providing information and sending key opposition figures to the other world. They both took off their hoods, and they were Marquis Adrian Lawrence and Countess Klein. It all started a few days ago when Adrian learned that the Republic of Prius had won the war against the Bringum Empire. Adrian believed that the best solution would be to deplete the enemy's resources and money in order to resolve the situation politically. This was a serious blow to the pride of the Bringum Empire and turned into blind rage. Adrian understood that the possibility of a peaceful settlement was lost. He asked Perseus what the difference was between the forces of the opponents. Perseus replied that the Republic had suffered heavy losses, 5 times less than the Imperial forces. Adrian said that the Republic's Prius fighters were doing better than he thought, although it was worth considering that Marshal Anson was indeed as good as they said. Perseus said he was right, but that Marshal Anson had initially only wanted to prolong the fighting and minimize casualties among his soldiers. Most likely, this victory was the result of orders from above. Adrian said that these idiots consider preserving their position to be more important than the security of the country. The Bringum Empire sent forces 3 times greater than the first time to fight the enemy. And will the Republic of Prius have at least 500 sky fortresses? Perseus said that there were about 460, and that was the end. Miss Everil was horrified when she heard his words. Adrian thought that his decision had jeopardized the survival of 500 million people because he had started the battle by throwing a false fate. And since he had started this mess, he would have to clean it up. That is why Adrian decided that he would have to help the revolutionary forces. Adrian asked Israel if the negotiations with Marshal Anson had gone smoothly. He replied that they had agreed to meet tomorrow afternoon. The leader of the revolutionary movement believed that they would be able to reach an agreement with this man. Moreover, this man hated the current president and other officials, so he would have no problem joining the revolutionary forces. Turning to the monitors, Israel Osk said that so far, everything had gone smoothly. But Adrian said that President Fairmont and Louis Fairmont were still there. But they couldn't deal with this pair because their palace was well guarded by aura masters, archmages, fighters, and heavenly fortresses. As for Louis, who possessed destiny, the problem was that he needed to be kept alive in order to be able to negotiate with the Brigham Empire. If they joined forces with Marshal Anson, they could capture the capital. But the longer the battle lasted, the more time the politicians would have to escape. Adrian suggested that all they needed to do was ensure a steady supply of new recruits once the battle began. The president was asked to send at least a small number of fighters to the battlefield from the presidential palace, where most of them had been trained. He shouted that battle was a soldier's duty, and told them to deal with it themselves. Then the commander asked the politicians and officials for permission to take refuge in the presidential palace, because redirecting the fighters to defend them would help in the battle. He replied that he could not know which of the people admitted to the palace might be a spy or a rebel. He said that the palace's working methods would not change. At that moment, his secretary entered his office and said that Mr. Lewis wished to use the main hall of the presidential palace. He asked why he needed the main hall. Secretary Kacha replied that he wanted to hold a banquet there. The president asked what kind of banquet. He replied that he was going to invite the heirs of large companies to socialize together. He also planned to invite celebrities for entertainment. The president gave his permission. The commander shouted that they were in the midst of battle, and he was throwing a party. He replied that the battle was not free, and that Lewis was establishing connections to obtain funding. The commander thought he did not know his son, and President Fairmont said that the conversation was over, and he could leave. At the party, one of the girls asked Lewis if it was okay to throw a party during an invasion, but he replied that he didn't care about the fighting. He said that even if the enemies knocked on the door, she should not be afraid because he was the owner of Archduke Lucas's destiny and would protect her. After a while, the whole company woke up to the noise, and a soldier entered the hall and said that they were under attack. He reported that a large unit of the advance guard had broken into the presidential palace, bypassing the capital's defenses. Everyone was terrified and begged him not to say that the Brigham Empire had broken in, but the soldier told them to run quickly. Louis Fairmont stood up and ordered the advance guard of the presidential palace to defend it. His friends were shocked by this behavior, but he said that he was the future of the Republic and that they must protect him so that the Republic could survive. He ran away, and his friends tried to stop Louis. The soldier asked about the others, but he replied that they should be told to figure it out themselves. Finally, they ran to the underground bunker, and Louis thought, "Why the hell are they making me do such humiliating things?" But as soon as they approached the bunker, there was a powerful explosion. The knights entered and rushed to attack the guards, saying that they would no longer sit idly by and watch the corruption of the Fairmont family. Louis said how dare these people stand up to him, but at that moment, one of the guards picked him up and showed him where to go. As he ran, Louis asked where General Laminus, who was in charge of protecting the presidential palace, was. The guard replied that he might be near the bunker. He informed Lord Louis that the National Guard forces under the command of Marshal Anson were marching hand in hand with the revolutionary forces. In addition, more and more civilians were joining the revolutionary forces. Louis said that those who had pointed their weapons at him were not civilians and told them to defeat everyone. Finally, they ran to the place where another fighter met them and got into the elevator. Angrily hitting the wall, Louis did not understand why he had to endure such shame and promised that they would not go to the other world anytime soon. They got out of the elevator and found themselves in the bunker where Louis's father was. He asked his father if he had a plan to deal with the people outside. His father remained silent, and then Adrian approached and told Louis that he was a deceiver and had been foolishly caught. Louis asked who he was, and he replied that he was Marquis Adrian Lawrence, and next to him was his fiancée, Countess Arcia. Israel peeked out from behind President Fairmont and said he was his friend. Louis was surprised to see Israel Osk, but he said he was Israel Osk Prius, and asked who told him he could so calmly disregard the name that was the foundation of this country. Looking at this group of people, Louis could only ask how these scoundrels got here. It all started a few hours ago in the presidential office of the Republic of Prius, where the president did not expect to meet Marquis Lawrence. He was surprised by this meeting, and Adrian said that he himself had not expected to visit this palace. It was not difficult to meet with the president, because he had many interesting things that he liked. He asked what kind of deal he wanted to make. He hoped that the offer would be tempting and comparable to the time he had devoted to the Marquis. Adrian said that he would like it and reached into his pocket. Adrian placed 2 power cores in front of him. One was a fencer's power core, and the other was a power core from the vanguard of the revolutionary forces. Fairmont asked if he meant to say that the rebels' weapons had been created using his technology. Adrian replied that he had discovered that this was indeed the case. He said he didn't know that the revolutionaries were thieves who had stolen his technology. The president asked him to make an official accusation. He said that there would not only be a statement, and, turning on his terminal, said that because of his mistake, he would like to present 2 gifts. He showed the president information about companies whose stocks would skyrocket in the near future, and said he could look at a couple of them. His second gift turned out to be the location of the headquarters of a rebel group calling itself the Revolutionary Forces. President Fairmont did not understand how he could have known this, but Adrian said that the source of the information was not important. The president's assistant said they had confirmed the presence of the rebel group's headquarters at that location. Adrian said he believed they could deal with the thieves who had stolen his technology, and asked if they would do so. The assistant said that of course they could not simply ignore such a criminal organization, and that they had received incredible help from Adrian. Adrian said that for him it was a matter of honor, and he thought to himself that he had finally cleared himself of all suspicion. Then President Fairmont suggested that he move to a more comfortable place, but at that moment he was informed that they were under attack. A large advance unit was approaching the city, most likely for a siege. The president decided to go down to the underground bunker first. Adrian asked if he could lift the restriction on teleportation. The president apologized and said no. Adrian asked fearfully if he wanted him to leave on his own, fighting his way through the Brigham Empire's siege. Adrian thought that he had become an important acquaintance of Catro's, whom he could not simply abandon. After thinking for a moment, Catro said that there was nothing to be done, and that they had to go together. Once they got into the bunker, the rest was easy. They took advantage of the chaos, took the president hostage, and invited their friends. Israel winked at Lewis and told him not to despair, because he was an extremely important being. He said that Lewis was a gift he would present to the Brigham Empire to end the battle. Lewis screamed and tried to run away. He began yelling at the guards to save him, saying that he was the owner of Archduke Lucas's destiny and the son of the president. But at that moment, he was stopped. It was Israel who wanted to give him a couple of punches, because he was too proud of being the president's son. Israel asked Marquis Lawrence what he thought about becoming president, and whether he wanted to become a full citizen. Looking at him in surprise, Adrian said that they had all gone mad. He said that it was better to continue ruling his own territory than to be president, especially for only 5 years. As Fairmont was being led away, they talked about it, and Adrian said that they had a cruel sense of humor. Israel laughed and said that was true. Marshal Anson said that he was going to appoint him as the temporary head of state affairs, and Adrian advised him not to involve foreigners like him. Israel replied that he was not sure that putting him in this position was the right decision. He was worried that the people would revolt and everything would return to authoritarianism. But Adrian said that it was true that there was no one more suitable for this position than Commander Israel. Marshal Anson said that the idea of a commander becoming head of state was similar to a dictatorship. As he left, Adrian said that in his opinion, it would be ideal if Israel became president, as it would be easier for him to receive the promised compensation. He said it was time for him to go, and that he had a lot to do. Israel called out to him, and they turned around. He and his men saluted him, and Israel said that they owed him a great debt. Such treatment was the least he deserved. Israel taking power would not make things any easier, and the people who fought for the revolution would have too high expectations for the future. But there was no need to worry too much, and Adrian said that in that case, let him show such sentiments in the form of a reward. A few days after the revolution in the Republic of Prius, Adrian and Arcia were in the kingdom of Reinhardt, in the royal hunting grounds. He read that the revolution had ended with the imprisonment of the Firman oligarchs. As the leader of the revolution, Israel took the helm of the state until the next presidential election. Former President Fairmont, a hotbed of corruption and deceit, was sentenced to 1,350 years in prison. His son Louis Fairmont was handed over to the Brigham Empire, along with a false fate, in exchange for an end to the fighting. Looking at Israel's performance, Adrian smiled and said that he seemed to be doing well. He thought that the problems that had been troubling him had been resolved, and now he could focus on selecting a saint and leveling up in the game. Tranton approached him and said that, judging by all appearances, His Excellency was bored. Adrian replied that he wasn't particularly interested in hunting, and Tranton said that was a great pity. He told him about rumors that the Republic of Prius had retreated during the fall of President Fairmont, which was facilitated by Marquis Lawrence. Adrian confirmed this. He overheard a conversation about how this might be revenge for some past deeds, and that he had attacked him because he didn't like him. People were whispering, and then Arcia said that they could all hear them. Adrian thought Arcia was clever. Marquise Tranton apologized for his servant's rudeness, but Adrian said that it no longer bothered him, and that high society had always been like that. It was a masquerade where people smiled at you, but you couldn't know what was inside them. The young man said that Marquis Lawrence apparently didn't socialize often. He just wanted to convey that many aristocrats want to be friends with Adrian, and since he is a 7th level archmage like them, there is nothing wrong with that. Marquis Vincent, who approached him from behind, asked how he could have the nerve to try to befriend him after attacking him at the last meeting. Then Adrian asked if the Marquis Vincent was here because he was also trying to befriend him. He replied that he would not have approached him with such an obvious purpose as he had. Transton told Marquis Vincent to watch his word. Then Marquis Vincent turned to Countess Klein, saying that it was her first time hunting in a competition and suggested that she show off her skills. He said that her skill in combat was well known, thanks to her victory over an aura expert on television. But many were interested in skills they had not seen. Not far from them stood the second prince, watching the conversation, and Adrian realized that it was he who had ordered him to approach. Marquis Vincent promised to prepare 2 ogres and believed that this would be enough to demonstrate her aura expert skills. Arcia agreed, and Adrian asked her to finish quickly. Vincent asked if she was comfortable with such light equipment, or if she would wear a helmet just in case. Arcia replied that it would be enough. Prince Luke happily said that finally, everyone would be able to see Countess Klein in action with their own eyes. Adrian assured him that he would be surprised. Meanwhile, Arcia had already approached the 2 huge ogres behind the bars. The doors opened, and the 2 huge ogres rushed to attack Arcia. Less than a minute later, both ogres were defeated, and Arcia announced to everyone that she was done. After that, Adrian laughed at the surprised faces of those present and said that they should have been recorded on video. He turned to Arcia and said that she had done a great job, but noticed that something was wrong with her. He called her by name and touched her, but suddenly she collapsed. Their driver, noticing what was happening, asked His Excellency about it. He wanted to turn around, but Adrian, holding Arcia unconscious, told him not to look. Adrian was frightened and did not understand what was happening. She had suddenly lost consciousness, and this had never happened before. Looking at her, Adrian was worried that she would never open her eyes again. Finally, she woke up, got up, and found herself sitting on Adrian, not understanding what had happened. He asked what had happened, and Arcia said that it seemed the connection to the Hollywood system had been interrupted for a moment when she was hit. There had been an error that caused the entire system to crash for 10 seconds, but she didn't know why. He shouted that they needed to check if she was okay. She said she had just blacked out for a second due to the shock, but her body was fine. Adrian thought about how there had been no errors since the system was created. He didn't understand how an error could have been found in this practically perfect system, but he couldn't ignore it. He decided to return to the castle as quickly as possible. For the rest of the way, he thought that the privileges of the Hollywood system administrator were probably one of the rewards in the quest line of destiny. He was going to figure it out because, even if not right away, one day the system would belong to him. Seeing that Adrian was very nervous, Arcia put her hand on his. He was most concerned about what kind of problems this error would create for Arcia if it happened again. As soon as they returned to the castle, Adrian immediately picked up the virtual reality glasses. Appearing on the 8th floor of Manuel Lucas's magic tower, he immediately called Mr. Chester. Appearing behind him, Chester said that he had logged in earlier than usual today. Without wasting time on small talk, Adrian shouted that Arcia had just lost consciousness. He told Chester what Arcia had said about an error occurring in Hollywood and all systems going down, and asked what was going on here. Chester said that there should be a communications network, along with hardware and software for ease of use. Adrian realized that he meant that something had gone wrong in the central system, and Chester confirmed this. Seeing that Chester was acting a little strange, Adrian asked if that was all. Chester said that as the official administrator of Manuel Lucas's estate, he would decide whether to disclose information about the incident. He showed him footage showing that intruders had broken into the facility where the Hollywood system control terminal was hidden. They were assassins in black clothing and elite fighters with heavy weaponry. He said that an automatic defense system had been activated to prevent the intruders from reaching the main terminal. After that, the second block of the system began operating from a more secure location. Adrian asked what would have happened if they had captured the terminal. He replied that there was no need to worry because the second unit followed the first, and preparations had been made for any emergency situations. And even if all the terminals were captured by enemies, there would be no problem because Sir Adrian was the owner of destiny. He breathed a sigh of relief. He asked where the attackers had come from, but Chester said he didn't know for sure. Adrian was surprised that there was something he might not know. No terminals, artifacts, voice recordings, or even fingerprints were found at the site. After they passed away, their bodies melted. Adrian realized that there was no information that could help identify them. Adrian apologized for pressuring Chester as if they were being interrogated. Chester replied that he understood. He asked if the second unit was really safe, and Chester replied that it was hidden in an even more inaccessible location than the first. Adrian asked that if something like this happened again, Arcia's connection to the system should be cut off first, so that it would not shut down or self-destruct. He replied that it was due to his carelessness, and that he would follow Adrian's instructions from now on. Adrian did not know who his enemies were, but the motives for attacking the system were clear, and if they could control it, the benefits would be comparable to gaining destiny. He decided that he needed to increase the time he spent playing the game, even if it meant losing sleep. Chester agreed with him, thinking it was a good idea. Chester said he would continue to provide him with information about the incident. Adrian said he was counting on him, while thinking that he needed to reach the 8th circle faster to be prepared just in case. After a while, Eric stood next to Everil, with his hand on his heart, and she promised to do her best for His Highness. Adrian smiled as he looked at them, and replied that he was sure everything would go well, because she was Miss Everil. He and Arcia saw her off, because a month had passed since the incident with the Republic of Prius, and the selection of saints, which had been put on hold, continued. The only thing left was to gain real experience. Finally, Eric said it was time for them to leave. Adrian waved goodbye, realizing that he couldn't help her with this, and that there was nothing left to do but trust Everil and Eric. Now he had a lot of free time, because he had no right to interfere. They went back to the virtual world, and now he was already at level 240. He needed to level up 10 more times to meet the requirements for the 8th circle. But then something unexpected happened, and the user Veltor, who now realized that he had won big, sent them to the other world. They were revived at the starting point, and lost some of the experience they had gained as a penalty. Arcia stood in front of Adrian and felt very ashamed. He was very surprised that this had happened to them, and asked if any of her items were missing. Arcia replied that her bracelet was missing, and that they had been unlucky. Adrian thought he was from the world of thieves, considering how much they had lost. And apparently, they knew that someone had spent a lot of money on renting hunting grounds. The items stolen from them were put up for auction, and he decided to consider it help for poor neighbors. He gave Arcia another bracelet. Still, he decided that he probably needed to file a complaint with the Black Dragon Guild, which he had paid for the lease. The guild leader was furious, and offered him her deepest apologies, and asked for the user's nickname. She said that the guild would receive orders to send him to the other world. Adrian replied that it was Veltor, and that he was selling their equipment. In addition, the guild leader promised to strengthen the barrier, so that no intruders could enter the hunting area. He thought that with these conditions, the PvP players would no longer be able to get to him, but that was not the case. The next time, many people were chasing them. The user Veltor was also among the pursuers, already wielding his weapon. The difference in speed was too great, and after a while, the Black Eagle was already entangled in chains and wounded. Adrian decided that they needed to get out, and decided to use a teleportation scroll, but user Veltor used a teleportation prohibition scroll, which Adrian did not expect. While he was looking in surprise at the vanished scroll, one of the pursuers raised his weapon above him, shouting at Adrian to give them his items. He swung his weapon but missed, as Adrian managed to dodge it deftly. The people chasing them did not understand how he could dodge so well with such a low level. Adrian understood that even together with Arcia, the maximum level players were too much for him, and thinking that he didn't want to take advantage of this, he still shouted that he was an aristocrat, and that they would not get away with it if they messed with him. But his opponents didn't believe him, so Adrian said that they were all ready to go to the other world. Before he could think about how he would defeat them, he was wounded, realizing that he just needed to buy time and wait for reinforcements from the guild. Behind him was the user Veltor, and Adrian was sent to the other world for the second time. They were revived at the starting point, losing some of their experience, and the guild leader apologized again, saying she hadn't expected them to gather a group. She stood before him in bewilderment, while Adrian thought that last time, it took 3 hours to regain his experience. This time it would take another 3 hours, for a total of 6 hours. Then it dawned on him, and he realized that he had brought this on himself. Meanwhile, user Veltor was already happy that he had gone there by accident, and had already earned 100 million in loot, thinking about how much more he would earn. He talked to other players about how Adrian said he was an aristocrat, but he didn't think it was his problem. Now he laughed, and thought only about how to catch him next time. But at that moment, he saw a message saying that huge sums of money were being offered for information about them, from an account with a balance of 10 trillion. Then he saw that information about the other guys had already begun to leak out, and wondered how many people in the game knew about him. He thought about returning the money and apologizing, and if he begged for mercy, maybe he would get away with it. But then he decided that no one would listen to him. Then he remembered the service center, because no matter how much the company ignored its users, it wouldn't turn a blind eye to crime, so he called them. The World of Games Customer Service Center asked him to confirm his nickname to verify his identity, and he replied that he was Veltor. They asked how they could help, and he replied that certain people in the community were openly looking for real information about him, and he thought they wanted to harm him. They asked him if he wanted them to delete the post, and then contact him at the number he was calling from, and he said yes. After hanging up, he thought he was safe now. The post would be deleted, and those people, pretending to continue searching for him, would simply give up. But then he saw a post from a user named Sephiroth, who wrote that he had just found out Velter's contact number. He shouted that the service center couldn't do that, and then there was an explosion behind him. Falling from his chair, he saw a man who entered the room and said that Veltor had been found. He didn't understand what Adrian Lawrence had forgotten there, but the man happily said that he was the user Min Gi. Soon, other players were discussing how the people they were looking for had been taken away somewhere, and how people could even play the game when such terrible things were happening. Two girls were talking about how much Min Gi had spent on all this, and one of them said it was about 3 billion. The other was surprised that he had wasted 3 billion just out of spite. The guild leader said that was not all. She had heard that he had connections in the gaming world, so the situation was quietly swept under the rug. But these were false rumors. Adrian found the PvP cheaters, and it turned out that they were just ordinary, unemployed losers. And now they stood before him saying that they were wrong. Bowing to him, they said that for mercy, they would do anything and return the items. Since they had nothing else to do but play games, he gave them all new jobs in somewhat remote locations. Now no one would have to suddenly ambush Adrian, and he could focus on leveling up and going to the next dungeon. After a while, at a meeting with Prince Luke, he announced that the time had come. He said that the last opportunity had arisen to remove the first prince and claim his right to the throne. The king announced his decision to abdicate the throne, and the first prince would receive the crown. Prince Luke would be second in line, and had to act before it was too late. Adrian understood that a civil war was brewing, and that the time had come. But he wondered why it was happening now, just as he was about to play. Opposite him sat Marquis Ali Trayton and Margrave Ariel Lewis from the Trayton faction, which he had been lured into joining while hunting, and they were hostile. Looking at Marquis Douglas Hamilton, an ally who was happy and expectant, Adrian thought that he was different from the others. And so, looking at them all, Adrian thought suspiciously that they too would soon become traitors. Laughing to himself, he finally understood everything about the balance of power between the second and first princes, 6-4. All this time, Adrian was curious about what the first prince had in mind, losing by 20%. As it turned out, he was a cunning man who had involved not only Adrian, but also the Trayton faction in this. Meanwhile, the second prince said that they could not prolong this battle because the kingdom would weaken and the Croizon Empire could begin an invasion. He wanted to personally infiltrate the castle. There would be 2 detachments, a partisan detachment to capture the king and the first prince, and a territorial detachment to prepare everything for battle. Marquis Vincent was to go on a sortie with Prince Luke. Therefore, the position of commander-in-chief was to be taken by Marquis Hamilton. The Marquis of Lawrence was to become the deputy commander-in-chief. Looking at the Marquis of Trayton, who was arrogant and power-hungry, Adrian thought that the first prince had found the perfect man. That was why, fearing for his reputation in the faction, he had so aggressively advocated for his punishment at the last meeting. And then he tried to recruit Adrian to his faction during the hunt. Moreover, he does not get along with Marquis Vincent, who is the second prince's right-hand man. Although Adrian had only recently received his title, he was promoted to the commanding staff. On the contrary, he was not assigned a role in this operation, even though they were both marquises. Adrian thought that the second prince was inciting him to betrayal. Meanwhile, he said that the operation would begin in 2 days at midnight. At the end of his speech, the second prince ordered everyone to tactfully reorganize their forces throughout the territory and be in a state of full readiness. Everyone had already begun to disperse, but Prince Luke stopped Marquis Lawrence, who turned around. Apologizing, the second prince asked if he could bring Countess Klein to him. He explained that since Countess Klein was a master of aura for the guerrilla unit, there was no talent more valuable than hers. Arcia said she had no objection, but Adrian thought he would gladly leave him a eunuch. But aloud, he said that of course there was nothing to be done, and that he understood everything. Prince Luke laughed, patted Adrian on the shoulder, and thanked him. He said that in this way, both Marquis Lawrence and Countess Klein would make a significant contribution to the success of the operation, if they succeeded, of course. He added that when that happened, he would personally reward them for their hard work, according to their merits. Adrian bowed his head and said that they would do their best. They turned and headed for the exit, and the second prince waved goodbye to them. Adrian told Arcia that if the second prince tried to harm her, she could not hold back and punch him in the face, and he would deal with the consequences. When Adrian and Arcia arrived at the castle, they were met by the butler, who informed them that they had guests. Adrian's parents had arrived, and on the way, Sylvia told Arcia that it was probably because it was a castle in a big city that its scale was so impressive. Behind them walked Adrian and Viscount Lawrence, and he asked his father if this was their first visit to their lands. He replied that there was hardly anything more unpleasant than intrusive parents arriving at your home and prying into everything. Looking at the women, he said that they had to defend their territory and refuse the aristocrats so that the consequences would not fall on their child. Adrian thought that this was especially true of his father, who had stopped interacting with his neighbors and completely abandoned social activities. After his musings, he asked what had brought them there, and his father looked at him askance. Adrian added that he was always happy to see them, but there must be a reason for their sudden visit. Viscount Lawrence told his son that he had heard that a civil war was about to break out. This was unexpected for Adrian. He did not think he would learn about it. He explained that His Majesty was planning to abdicate the throne, and His Highness Luke was not going to sit idly by. The Viscount then asked if Adrian would lead the second prince's faction into battle. He replied that His Highness Luke had made him Deputy Commander-in-Chief, so he would stand even further than Commander-in-Chief Hamilton. And when he said that Arcia had been assigned to a guerrilla unit, his father thought seriously. After a short pause, he told Adrian that if His Majesty's personal guard entered the battlefield, he paused again briefly. Then, turning to his son, he continued his speech, saying that under no circumstances should he go against them. Adrian thought about his words about His Majesty's personal guard. He said that it was much more formidable than people thought. He could not be considered merely a nominal head of state, and any major power had measures in place to preserve the royal or imperial house. Adrian said that this might be true, but he asked how it could affect the movement as a whole. Viscount Lawrence asked him if he would say the same if he knew about the Grand Master. Adrian was very surprised by this. His father said he wasn't sure, but while sorting through the documents left by Adrian's grandfather, who had previously worked as a butler, he found a diary and read about it. Adrian knew that after his grandfather passed away, his father had to enter into a risky marriage to prevent the family's status from falling. He was terrified that this might have happened because his grandfather had learned the secrets of the royal family, and his father's words could not be taken lightly. Adrian said he understood everything, and that if something like that happened, he would back down, and asked his father not to worry. His father said that was good, and that life was more important than honor. Then Adrian asked why his father was talking as if it did not concern him. After all, since he was in the second prince's faction, he would also take part in the conflict. But Viscount Lawrence said that he had no intention of participating, which greatly surprised Adrian. His father told him that Sylvia was pregnant. His mother happily announced that Adrian would soon become a big brother. When the first prince heard the news, he said that Marquis Lawrence would soon have a younger relative, and congratulated him. Adrian, in turn, said that this meant his father would not be participating in the battle. He replied that he understood, and that there was nothing to be done. The crown prince asked him where he thought the second prince's faction was most vulnerable. He replied that it was control of information. He replied that this was indeed the case, and that victory or defeat in battle was determined by information, and that they were one step closer to victory. He was going to create a breach and allow an invasion to take place. This would mean the surrender of the king's and crown prince's palaces, which Prince Luke so desired. And as soon as he began to revel in the joy of victory, everything would fall into place. Betrayal and complete annihilation. Adrian understood that the second prince would not give up the royal palace and throne he had finally obtained. That is, he would bring his faction to the castle and barricade himself there. And that would be the worst move in this situation for the second prince. It would be a betrayal from within, a kind of Trojan horse in their time. Adrian said that the second prince would be happy that the crown prince had fled, having no idea what was really going on. But there was one problem. All the traitors, including Adrian and Countess Klein, would be in danger. The crown prince confirmed his words, because they would be the target of a concentrated attack. The crown prince promised to show them several secret passages in the castle. Using them would increase their chances of survival. Adrian thought that would not be enough. He said that His Highness was in charge of the operation, but asked to make a suggestion, and the Crown Prince agreed. Adrian said that he had made a significant contribution to the revolution of the Republic of Prius, and, as a result, had been given certain promises. He explained that they agreed to provide support to their kingdom in the event of civil strife, just as he had done in their case. He emphasized that he was not talking about a large-scale invasion in the form of a cloud of sky fortresses, but that they would provide 3 aura masters. This level of combat force should be enough to confidently back them up, without involving outside fighters. The Crown Prince clarified that all incidents related to the Republic at that time, which turned out to be coincidences, were part of the plan. Adrian confirmed this. The first prince said that Marquis Lawrence would never do anything without thinking about the consequences. Adrian decided to simply let him remain in the dark. With that, all the behind-the-scenes work to defeat the second prince was complete. Shaking Adrian's hand, The crown prince said he had done a good job. He turned to Arcia and said that Countess Klein had also done a good job. At that moment, Adrian remembered his father's words, that if His Majesty's personal guard entered the battlefield, he should not go against them. Adrian asked the crown prince what would happen if Prince Luke's attempt to capture His Majesty failed and he himself was captured. The latter replied that this was almost impossible, but it would make their lives much easier. Adrian realized that even the crown prince was completely unaware of the situation. When the day came, Adrian instructed Arcia. He said that the Raven would patrol the area around the royal palace. In the event of an emergency, she would need to send a telepathic signal, and the Raven would immediately provide support. Arcia replied that she understood everything. She turned to leave, saying goodbye, but Adrian stopped her. He handed her a sacred weapon, and she was surprised because it was an extremely important item. But Adrian replied that she was more important. He thought about it and felt a chill run down his spine, then asked her to listen carefully. Adrian told her that the Grand Master might be hiding in the royal palace, and if she met him, she should surrender, no matter how it might affect the operation. Looking at him, she clarified that he wanted her to make her personal safety a top priority. He replied that this was indeed the case. After entering the teleport, Arcia turned around and told Sir Adrian that he should take care of himself too. They saw her off standing together with the funnel, and Adrian thought it was very sweet. Gathering his fighters, the second prince said that a momentous day had arrived. He said that on this day, he, Luke van Reinhardt, would sever the head of the incompetent first prince from his shoulders, and that he would become the new dawn that would illuminate the kingdom of Reinhardt. After these words, he commanded everyone to move forward, and his fighters, together with Arcia, rushed into the attack. Entering the palace, the entire team, led by Prince Luke, reached the doors of the Great Hall. Entering the room and looking around, the second prince saw that there was no one there, and his soldier reported that the crown prince was nowhere to be found. Angered, Prince Luke said that, judging by all appearances, he realized that something was wrong and fled. He told his men that since the crown prince had fled, they should simply move on to their next target and take the king into custody. When they burst into the king's chambers, he asked how they dared to invade the palace. The second prince, who had followed his soldiers in, apologized and asked his father to entrust him with his throne for a while. Seeing that it was his son who had broken into the palace, the king shouted that he was a scoundrel. Soon after, a meeting of the coalition forces was held in the Heavenly Fortress on the outskirts of the capital. At the meeting, it was reported that His Highness was negotiating with His Majesty, the king. They discussed whether he could convince the king to suppress the ambitions of the first prince, or, since the king was in his hands, allow himself to do whatever he wanted. Some believed that the title of Crown Prince could now pass to Prince Luke. Adrian listened to these conversations. He told the commander-in-chief that they needed to move their forces towards the capital. After all, the first prince would definitely send his forces to rescue the king. The commander-in-chief gave the order to stop hiding and go on the offensive. Their target was the capital of the Kingdom of Lionel. Adrian smiled, thinking that everything was as he had expected when he heard that their goal was to protect the king and the next king, Prince Luke. Turning to Adrian, he asked what was wrong, and Adrian replied that he found it unexpected that the first prince had fled alone. The commander-in-chief said that this meant the situation was too serious, and that this was how people behaved when their lives were in danger. Adrian said he understood, but thought to himself that he was smiling, as if he wished everyone well, but it was all in vain. The commander-in-chief said that now they needed his and Lady Klein's abilities to prevent the first prince's attempts at resistance. Adrian said that they could trust him with everything, but he thought to himself that he would send them to the other world before they could lay a finger on him. Besides, there were still debtors who could not be forgotten. Turning to Margrave Raven, Adrian said that it was time for him to slowly let go of his animosity. He asked Raven how long he planned to maintain this indifference. Raven cleared his throat and replied that he had no idea what he was talking about. Then Adrian turned to Margrave Cascabel and Count Brooks and said that they, too, need not fear his response to the incident with their sons. He said that they were all in the same boat, but he thought to himself that he didn't know about the others, but he would never forgive them. Anna's father, Cedric's grandfather, Margrave Lawrence, bossed the Lawrence family around as he pleased and turned Adrian's childhood into a living hell. The Brooks and Cascabels mercilessly bullied him and Catherine while they were studying at the academy, and until now, he had been holding off on his revenge. Adrian said that now they were on the same side and needed to leave the past in the past because no one wanted to be stabbed in the back by a comrade. Margrave Raven shouted that no one was capable of such a thing, and Adrian thought he was. Laughing, the commander-in-chief said that nothing good would come of the leadership members bearing grudges against each other. He suggested taking this opportunity to let go of past grievances and build a new future together. Meanwhile, the second prince, threatening the king with a weapon, said that his father's era had come to an end. He told the king to quietly and peacefully hand over the throne to him. The king looked at him and called him a scoundrel. Arcia, meanwhile, was looking around, and one of the soldiers, noticing this, asked what she was looking for so intently. She replied that she was on the lookout just in case, but he did not understand what she meant. Then, out of nowhere, a voice asked His Majesty if he needed help. Prince Luke did not understand what this voice from nowhere was. The king shouted that he needed to be protected, and the voice replied that his order had been received. Immediately, rays of light appeared from nowhere and sent the soldiers surrounding the king to the other world. The headquarters reported that communication with the partisan detachment had been interrupted by interference, and that it was impossible to contact them. The second prince, who remained unharmed, sat on the floor and did not understand what had happened. He saw how 4 members of the Special Forces unit were sent to the other world in an instant. Then a man appeared before them, and Prince Luke asked who he was. He replied that he was His Majesty's knight. Prince Luke said he had never heard of a knight like him. The man replied that His Highness the Second Prince had no right to know about him. The prince turned to his father and said that he was a terrible man who had hidden the map and not even told his son about it. He ordered his soldiers to seize him, but they were immediately sent to the other world. One of his comrades thought that 2 weapons were cutting through the air, revealing blue auras. Arcia looked at her opponent from behind her shield, and using her power, realized that he was a Grand Master. Only a few people remained standing in the hall, and now the Grand Master's weapon was aimed at them. Looking at the enemy, Prince Luke realized that he was a Grand Master and thought that this was impossible. Viscount Vincent ordered Count Ingus and Countess Klein to take His Highness away, while he himself was going to buy them some time. The Grand Master said that they were loyal, but not to the one they should serve, and when a student makes a mistake, it is better to correct him than to cover for him. His opponent told him to shut up and rushed at him in attack. As they fled, his comrades saw how the Grand Master easily blocked the attack of Viscount Vincent, the best swordsman in the kingdom of Reinhardt. The Grand Master asked the king for permission to send them to the other world immediately, but the king said it was not necessary because they were an important part of the nation's fighting force. But the Grand Master reminded him that they were traitors, to which the king replied that their forces would fall without central command. And crying, he added that the Grand Master should just deal with Luke. The Grand Master, having received his orders, cut off the fleeing group's escape route. At headquarters, they said that the encryption devices had been compromised. Their purpose was to prevent eavesdropping, and they could not break through the signal jamming. Adrian, realizing that the Grand Master had indeed appeared, sent a telepathic signal to the funnel. When he flew up to the palace window, Adrian saw that this man had a telekinetic weapon in his hands. There could be no mistake. He really was the Grand Master. And now Adrian realized that his father had been right all along. Then he saw Arcia in the window, and he was relieved to see that she was all right. Using telepathy, he reminded her to surrender in case of danger, and while he had no choice but to trust her, he had his own responsibilities. He told the team that if they concentrated, the connection would not work, and that it was not too late to take a deeper look at the situation and then act. Adrian asked for a chance, and he would conduct a second infiltration of the royal palace. He reminded them that he was a battle mage, whose abilities in combat were second to none, even those of the aura masters of the advance guard. In addition, he was an archmage, and if something happened to His Highness, there would be no better reinforcement. Everyone began to whisper about this possibility. The commander-in-chief was going to give him the best knights from the elite, but Adrian asked to summon 3 subordinates with whom he was already used to working. The commander agreed and said that he would personally give the order for the operation. Adrian asked him to lift the ban on teleportation for a second. Meanwhile, the Grand Master had already attacked Prince Luke. He thought that he was facing 4 aura masters who were only capable of blocking the attack. Looking at his opponent, the second prince wondered where this monster could have come from. Meanwhile, he was warned of an attack from below and remembered that the Grand Master was capable of controlling 4 telekinetic weapons. He only had time to think that he would not be able to block this weapon when Arcia covered him. Turning to her, one of the fighters told Madame Klein that it was well done. The Grand Master looked at her and thought that she would be easier to deal with than the others because of her age. But she defended herself steadfastly, as if her feet were rooted to the ground, and she seemed more like a defensive knight than a swordswoman. He thought that she was different, not only in her abilities, but also in her unusual attire. Prince Luke looked at her and thought that this was to be expected from the woman he had set his sights on. Appreciating her skillful style and beauty, the prince decided that giving her to someone else would be incredibly foolish, and even though the plan had gone awry, he was still alive. Looking at her, he thought that as soon as they got away from this monster, he could simply set fire to the royal palace. And if he dealt with the crown prince and his father, he would turn the situation to his advantage. And when it was all over, he would make Arcia Klein his own. But then, unexpectedly, Arcia turned around and, with the help of her weapon, sent Prince Luke to the other world. Meanwhile, Adrian was dealing with the rest of his enemies at headquarters. Through a telepathic connection, Arcia congratulated him on getting rid of the pervert, and Adrian replied that 3 of them were done for now. The Grand Master suggested that Arcia was pretending to be on the second prince's side, but was actually waiting for the right moment to send him to the other world. She replied that the original plan had been somewhat more complicated, but thanks to him, everything had worked out much more easily. He asked if that was part of her plan, then why did she block his attack? She replied that she didn't want to give anyone else a chance to deal with him. One of the prince's comrades rushed at her to attack, but then a black eagle flew into the hall and pushed him away. After that, Arcia struck. The Grand Master stood there, not understanding where the mythical beast had come from. Then the raven bowed and told His Majesty what Marquis Adrian Lawrence had to say. The Grand Master asked Marquis Lawrence why he was addressing His Majesty. He replied that he wanted a decision to be made on the situation before the battle began. He thought to himself that the Black Knight was probably the late Marquis Gabriel. The Grand Master replied that it was too early to judge the outcome of the battle, just because His Highness Prince Luke had passed away. He said that his faction's forces could support another heir to the royal family instead of Prince Luke. Adrian said that this would not happen. From that moment on, 72 aristocrats who were leaders of the rebellion were arrested, and if the decision was delayed, chaos would ensue. Then the king asked if he was suggesting giving them a chance to surrender. Adrian replied that this was indeed the case. The king looked around the hall and at the lifeless body of his son and agreed. Soon it was all over, and the wounded began to be treated right on the street. The second prince's associates were arrested and led away in chains. The crown prince watched all this as Adrian bowed before him and congratulated His Majesty on his victory. Looking at him, he thought that this was not a victory, but a disguised defeat, and all because of a young boy who was barely 20 years old. The coup d'etat led by the second prince failed, and the battle for the throne ended in a crushing victory for the first prince. The heads of the families who supported the second prince were sent to the other world, and all the nobles associated with his faction lost their titles twice. Isabella's brother, Cascabel, blamed her for their father being sent to the scaffold without a chance to appear in court. He feared that the same would happen to him. He considered the last option to be giving her to Adrian, and then perhaps it would be possible to protect what remained of their pitiful possessions. She had to break this vicious circle, or everyone would perish. He believed that this madman was more than capable of such a thing. He said he would not touch her, since her friends had managed to escape death. Marquis Adrian Lawrence was awarded the duchy and the former territories of Marquis Hamilton. In the photo after the title ceremony, there were now Duke Adrian L. Lawrence and Marquise Arcia Klein. Meanwhile, Chester learned that various large and small data leaks had occurred in the Hollywood system, so he decided to check it out. Stumbling upon a huge monster in the system, he realized that there really was a bug hidden in it. The monster opened its huge mouth and tried to attack Chester, but he grabbed it, saying it was a good try, but completely useless. The monster asked who he was, and Chester was surprised by what he said. He realized that due to an error during the system crash, artificial intelligence had developed in it. He said he would like to conduct a series of experiments on it, but since it continued to destroy everything, he had no choice. He crushed the monster. Opening his palm, Chester was surprised to find a heart in it. He decided that if he put it in the doll, he could use it as an errand boy in the real world. Meanwhile, Adrian was delighted that power was indeed a cool thing. After all, even his most sworn enemies now bowed down before him. Isabella Cascabel and her brother knelt before him, and he begged His Highness for mercy. Adrian asked him if he knew how his friends were doing, and he said that for starters, he would work with them. Looking at Isabella, he said that she was special, even among the bullies, and wondered what to do with her. He asked Ekaterina what she wanted, since she was also one of his victims. She replied that she was satisfied that Isabella had knelt before her. She told Adrian to do with her as he wished, and he thought about it. He went to Chester and asked if he wanted Adrian to get him an animal that could be turned into a doll. Chester asked if it was ready yet. Adrian replied that he had found something suitable for him. Chester asked what kind of animal he had brought. Adrian replied that at first he wanted to find a winged animal like a black eagle, but after thinking twice, he realized that nothing was more suitable than a human being. He snapped his fingers, and Isabella flew in. Chester said he was going to wipe the creature's brain clean and create a puppet, and he had doubts about a human. Isabella looked around in horror, and Chester asked Adrian how he had come to this decision, as it was unlike him. Was it in the name of revenge? He replied that it was, and that in her evil deeds, she was no less than Anna or Cedric. Chester said that since a human had arrived, the situation was out of control. Adrian replied that a person could be used to perform difficult tasks. Isabella asked why they were talking about the doll and its brain. Chester handed Adrian the heart, and she said she was scared. He began to approach her, holding the heart in his hand. Isabella began to repeat that she was wrong, begging him to forgive her. Covering her mouth with his hand, Adrian asked if he hadn't told her. He added that he had said he would make her regret being born, using the most terrible methods available to him. Isabella began to scream for help in terror, but Adrian stuffed the heart into her mouth. Falling into the abyss of consciousness, Isabella thought that if she had revealed her feelings instead of her twisted interest, everything would have been different. While he was busy, Everil successfully completed the final competition with outstanding results. There was one competition left, the goddess's final choice. Looking at the venue, Adrian thought it was a huge altar. It was called the Path of the Goddess, where only saints could ascend. Duke Francis appeared and said that those who were not admitted would not be able to take a step, as if an invisible wall was stopping them. He told Adrian that he had heard that he had become a duke. He added that he was not wasting any time. Adrian replied that it was thanks to him. Duke Francis said that anyone who was not admitted by the goddess herself was unable to enter, whether they were grandmasters or great wizards. Only candidates who reached the altar at the very top would have the opportunity to receive the goddess's grace. Adrian thought that the candidates gathered here should have no problem climbing this ladder. Duke Francis added that, apart from the candidates, there was one exceptional person who had ascended there. Adrian asked who it was. He replied that it was Archduke Manuel Lucas, a renowned resident of their empire of Brigham. Olivia said that he should be proud that such a person was born in their great nation, and Adrian thought that this old geezer had come here just to show off, and it infuriated him. And then a bug appeared that looked like Isabella, but that was all that was left of her. This bug was an artificial intelligence born of the Hollywood system. The bug grew into an ignorant creature, taking Isabella's purified mind. She was bored and wanted to leave, but Arcia slapped her. Isabella asked what she was doing, and Arcia told her to watch her language, and, putting her finger on her heart, she threatened that she could send her to the other world. Adrian apologized to Duke Francis, saying that she was somewhat deficient. He replied that on such a momentous day, he would let it slide. The saints appeared and told the 14 female candidates and 11 male candidates who had heard the voice of the goddess Sepia to come forward. They said that if they truly met the requirements, the goddess would open the way for them. Everyone present looked at the saints, and Olivia Riverdale said that it had begun. The candidates began to climb the steps, and then one of the girls was unable to step onto the first step, asking the goddess why. Duke Francis commented that refusals were gradually appearing here and there. He asked Adrian who he thought would reach the top. Adrian replied that he certainly believed in Miss Everil, whom he was sponsoring. The Duke replied that Everil Barnett had a high probability of winning, as their story was truly magnificent. His words surprised Adrian. Adrian said that he was being too kind to him today. The Duke replied that he was only stating the fact, but on the other hand, they were too arrogant. The Duke said that, according to rumors, he had spoken with the goddess here, and that it was the last time in history that the goddess had spoken to a human being. He added that perhaps the goddess would show interest in him as well, as Archduke Lucas. This surprised Adrian even more. Meanwhile, Everil, climbing the steps, caught up with Evelyn Francis, who was coming down. Adrian thought that she had just started climbing, but was already descending, and he did not understand why. Then Evelyn said that she was relinquishing her title of saint. Everyone was shocked that the Duchy of Francis was giving up this position. Olivia said that they had caught them off guard. Adrian understood why the Duke had behaved that way, and talked about the competition as if it did not concern him. Although Evelyn was expected to follow the path of a goddess, the likelihood of her victory was extremely low. Adrian said that was why they chose to leave with honor. Olivia added that the Duke was a slippery old man. Now Evelyn would be remembered not as a candidate rejected by the goddess, but as a person who generously withdrew from the competition for the sake of others. Evelyn's refusal came as a surprise to Adrian, and he was genuinely surprised. But in the end, everyone he had in mind walked the path of the saint. They were Judy, Esther, Sha Lin, Grace Halevin, and of course, Everil Barnett. They appeared before the saint, and she told those who had been given permission to enter this path to pray to the goddess Sepia. The gates at the top of the altar began to open, and the entire space was flooded with bright light, and angel feathers appeared. Shutting himself off from the light, Adrian did not understand what this energy was, but then he realized that it was the coming. The goddess Sepia appeared before them, and the candidates bowed before her, greeting the greatest of beings. Adrian thought that the goddess's choice was just a sign of intent, but it turned out to be a whole advent, and considering how perplexed the saint and the holy man were, they clearly did not expect this. Could it be that someone had attracted the goddess's attention so much that she had decided to descend upon them personally? Meanwhile, the goddess Sepia said that the choice had been made. Adrian looked at her eagerly. She pointed to Jihad as the boy, and Everil became the girl. The goddess said that endless chaos had enveloped the world, and that they needed to beware of the fall of the Black Star, after which she disappeared behind the gates of the altar. People began to discuss whether it was a prophecy, and whether the goddess had warned them about demons, or a sign of the end of the world. Bug Isabella sat on the floor and thought about what had happened, and decided that the real world was terribly scary. When she met Sir Adrian, Everil sincerely thanked him for everything. He smiled and told Lady Everil that she had handled everything perfectly herself. If she needed help, he offered to call him any time, promising to do everything possible. She asked if they could still see each other. Adrian replied that of course they could, which made Everil very happy. Chosen by the goddess, Everil would have to serve Saint Sylvester for a year to learn all her duties before taking on the title of saint. Adrian thought it wasn't so bad that the legend of the goddess's first descent in 300 years overshadowed the results of the competition, as it was better for Everil. While in the virtual world, Adrian wondered if their eyes had met with the goddess, or if it had just seemed that way to him. Then one of the players shouted at Adrian not to get distracted from the battle, because there would be a trap on the ceiling 30 meters ahead. In addition, they reported that 2 dragon demons were already on their way. Bug Isabella said that virtual reality was the home of bugs, and that these bugs should praise their god. After these words, she received a kick from Arcia, who told her not to use such language. Adrian told Chester that with the healer who had appeared, leveling up was going faster. Chester said that the progress was remarkable. He asked if he had enough time to sleep, considering everything that was happening in reality. Adrian replied that it was quite difficult to get a good night's sleep. He said that he was not a genius, like Archduke Lucas, so he had to sacrifice comfortable sleep. But Chester said that he was also an impressive person. Adrian said that no matter how hard he tried to flatter him, it wouldn't work. But Chester said that he simply had the magical abilities of an ordinary person. He said that Archduke Lucas was born into special circumstances, where he had no choice but to master magic. Adrian clarified that the circumstances were so special that there was no other choice. Chester, about to tell him something, said that there was no reason to hide it, and Chester told him that Archduke Lucas had been a wizard since birth, which surprised Adrian greatly. He did not understand how he could have been a wizard from the very beginning, since Archduke Lucas was from Earth. Chester replied that magicians existed on Earth too, but they had weakened and become less powerful, and only a minority remained to live the lives of ordinary people. He said that Archduke Lucas was the eldest son of a family of wizards in decline. Even as a magician, he could barely conjure a small flame at his fingertips, and he devoted himself to researching ways to increase mana in the hope of reviving the family business. Adrian realized that the Archduke had not come here by chance. Chester said that was exactly the case, and smiling, asked Adrian if he thought he had been hit by a passing truck. During his research, an accident occurred, and he was transported to this world by a powerful explosion of magic, which concentrated the Archmage's mana within him. Adrian had gone through fire and water with only his own fists, while the Archduke had started out with the powers of an Archmage, so comparing their situations was pointless. He understood why he was so obsessed with returning home, because he had been transported to this world, almost by accident, with abilities that could help him return. Adrian thought that if he were in his place, he would not be able to give up easily either, and would do everything he could to return. Chester said that Adrian's path meant more than that of the Archduke, who was considered the best, so he had many reasons to be proud of himself. Looking at Chester, Adrian smiled and thanked him for his words. Adrian wondered if the Archduke could return home after passing away. Chester replied that there was a chance, but only he knew. Bag asked how long he was going to sit around doing nothing, and when they would start rocking. Arcia gave her another blow, telling her to talk to Sir Adrian. They began to argue, and Adrian, looking at them, said that Bug Isabella was restless and couldn't keep quiet for a second. Adrian asked if Chester could explain the meaning of the words of the goddess Sepia. He replied that these words were understood by the people of the sacred land. Smiling, Adrian said that judging by his reaction, Chester already knew everything. Chester replied that he couldn't say for sure, but he had some understanding, and when speaking of the goddess's words, one cannot be too careful. But he thought it would be better if Adrian figured it all out for himself. He gave him the materials, saying that they were already within his access, so no administrative rights were required. These materials explained why the inhabitants of Rondell had not ventured into outer space, despite their level of technological development. Adrian thought that until now, he had only been trying to survive, so he had not had time to think much about space or anything like that. He read that Rondell, unlike Earth, had special conditions that made it easier to go into space, but no one had ever done so. The Archduke wrote that his investigation had led him to the goddess Sepia, which might mean that there were other inhabited planets in space. But as he continued his research, he came to the conclusion that apart from Rondell, the Moon, and the Sun, there was nothing else in the vast universe. He wrote that the Milky Way and the other stars that can be seen in the sky of Rondell are just illusion. Adrian was very surprised by this, but it is unclear why demons constantly attack Rondell, and perhaps they are periodically sent here as a kind of show for the goddess's amusement. The Archduke wrote that this is a world full of magic, and cannot be approached with traditional ideas, and that one must rid oneself of earthly prejudices. He equipped his ship with a mana detection device, and since planets must accumulate mana, he hoped to uncover the truth of this universe. After a while, he wrote that his assumptions were correct, and that he had successfully observed the true night sky. But it ended with the saint and his knights arresting him. They said that he had gone against the goddess's prohibition and committed blasphemy. The Emperor of Brigham Empire rescued him from this predicament, but he did not give up, and created a device capable of observing the true essence of the universe. He concluded that there were two planets with similar conditions for life, the worlds of angels and demons, but the goddess forbade travel between them. He also wrote that he knew most of the local constellations. Adrian was surprised that the constellations matched. He thought about what Archduke Lucas had written, that the night skies of Earth and Rondel were similar. In addition, he wrote that he had been observing the night sky for a long time and had felt some discomfort all this time. From the Archduke's observations, it was clear that the constellations of Rondel's sky were a reflection of Earth's constellations from left to right. Adrian thought that this world was connected to his homeland, and that it was possible that it was the other side of Earth, and that he had once known this. He remembered Chester's words that one cannot be too careful with the words of a goddess. And now, Adrian understood what he meant. Could the Black Star be a planet on the other side of this world? That is, Earth? But he had begun to think about this even before Chester gave him the book. If this world was indeed the other side of Earth, then it meant that a problem was brewing between the worlds. But Adrian didn't understand why the goddess had been so vague. Looking up at the sky, he shouted questioningly what she wanted from him, and whether she could just explain what was going on. Adrian became sad, knowing that he couldn't talk about it, and not understanding what to do at all. Later, they were in the virtual world because they still needed to level up. But Adrian kept thinking that if the prophecy was just about demons, it would be much easier, although that would be serious in its own way. Arcia pulled him out of his thoughts, calling his name as a monster approached him. Seeing it approaching, Adrian thought it was too late to retreat. He created a magical bond and activated the deadly shield of friendship. At the same time, he apologized to the bug because he couldn't lose EXP. The mission was successful, and Adrian reached the new level of 250. After that, they were transported to a secret location created by the god Ariel. Adrian thought that the bug's contribution had not been counted, and that it would be good if she could participate in the quest. Arcia said that it would not work because she had died. Finally, the time had come for the first raid, which Adrian had been waiting for 6 months. For this, a monster named Valok Tarnis was summoned. Looking at it, Adrian thought that no matter what happened, all he could do was continue. Realizing that his path was already determined, they set off. Meanwhile, Princess Xia Lin cried and screamed that she would take revenge no matter what. The battle between Adrian and Valok Tarnis began. Arcia covered them both with her shield. They attacked from both sides, but the damage they inflicted was very slow, and he shouted that they were pathetic insects. With the help of the funnel, Adrian activated his shared vision and saw that Tarnis was definitely a powerful monster. It was a raid boss with a danger level higher than the knight they had faced before, but Adrian had no doubt about their victory. They hit the monster a few more times, and then he declared his surrender. Adrian was very surprised. The system announced that they had successfully subdued the monster Valok Tarnis. Adrian did not understand why it had surrendered. Perhaps it had been programmed that way. A passage to the 9th floor of Manuel Lucas's magic tower was opened. Chester appeared and said that Adrian had done a great job. Adrian said that it seemed like he had been following them. Chester said that this was true, and that Tarnis was no match for them. He thought it would be a difficult battle, but he said that next time it would not be so easy. The last path was filled with the misdeeds of Archduke Lucas. Chester also warned that Arcia's growth would stop at this stage. Adrian replied that he didn't particularly care. Chester was a little surprised. In the last battle, Adrian realized that their team was honed to perfection, and that the day would never come when he would consider Arcia useless. Chester told him that she was no different from a human being, and that her potential for development was limitless. But she would continue to grow, watching the air grow, filling him with a strange sadness mixed with a pinch of joy. Adrian was given 5 uses of the administrative rights of the Hollywood system, 200 trillion loot, and a few more additions. When he took off his virtual reality glasses, there were people in his room who greeted him as the Lord of the Blue Moon. After a while, he and Arcia were welcomed in the capital of the kingdom of Reinhardt Lionel, where he had an appointment with His Majesty. He asked Gregory, who was accompanying them, if the interest of the aristocrats made him feel uncomfortable. He replied that the thing was, he hadn't expected to be suddenly thrust into the limelight like this. Adrian said that he should get used to it, and that one of the reasons they had come here was to appoint him to an official position. They entered the king's presence, knelt, and greeted the golden lion of the kingdom of Reinhardt. The king asked why Comet Reinhardt wished for an audience, and it was not a matter of reporting something to Crown Prince Michael standing next to him. The Crown Prince said His Majesty was too harsh. Adrian knew that he was showing his disapproval of him, as grief for his lost son, but he said that he was obliged to report the birth of the Aura Master in the kingdom. At that moment, something strange began to happen at the kingdom's emergency teleportation gate. One of the knights burst into the king's presence and reported that Princess Xia Lin of the kingdom of Roberto had just appeared. Adrian turned around when he heard this, and the knight said that she had appeared at the emergency teleportation gate in an extremely wounded state. Everyone rushed to the gate. Adrian sat down next to Princess Xia Lin and asked everyone else to step back. As he began the healing process, he wondered who could have done such a terrible thing. He realized that she had barely half of her internal organs left, and that simple healing magic would not be enough. Then, Princess Xia Lin called his name, and he was very surprised that she was conscious. She asked him for help. Taking her in his arms, Adrian said he would take Princess Xia Lin with him. One of the knights tried to object, but the Crown Prince stopped him and said that, after all, she was his guest. He added that he understood everything and gave Adrian permission to do as he saw fit. Adrian thanked him. He realized that she did not need healing magic, but rather the magic of the eighth circle, resurrection, and began to use it. Princess Xia Lin was in a state of limbo at that moment, calling out for her father and mother, and realizing in tears that no one was there. She begged for help, and at some point, she saw a light and heard a voice calling her name, and she reached out her hand toward that light. She woke up, and Adriano greeted her and told her that she was in the central city of Marinko, sitting in a chair and watching her. He clarified that she was on his property. It turned out that after the fall of President Ferman's regime in the Republic of Prius, cracks had appeared in the barrier protecting the royal family. All of this ultimately led to Emperor Da usurping the throne. Adrian thought that in the kingdom of Roberto, the nobility had more influence than the royal family, which is why they were unable to stop the rebellion. And apparently, her desperate attempts to win the competition of saints were also undertaken in order to restore the influence of the royal family. He told the princess that he would help her regain her kingdom. She was surprised. The princess said she couldn't cause him any more trouble. But Adrian replied that he wasn't saying he would do it for free. He asked if she knew about Ophelia, a small island in the Sea of Storm. If she gave him the right to use it for 50 years, he would stop the rebellion. Princess Xia Lin was amazed that this was all he asked for in exchange for putting out the fire of rebellion in her country. He said that his goal was the tourmaline in the bowels of this island, which had the largest deposits in the world. She said that this mineral was not particularly valuable. He replied that most people think so, but it should not be underestimated. Moreover, he needed much more than was available on the market. Adrian asked Princess Xia Lin what she thought, and whether she agreed to his proposal. She asked if he was capable of stopping this incident without starting a big battle. He said he was capable, because it would also be energy-consuming for him. Princess Xia Lin made up her mind, and said that if he really did it, she would transfer the rights of use as he wished, and asked for his help. Adrian replied that he understood the princess, and promised to do everything possible. She asked what his plan was. Adrian was going to bring everyone to fight each other. First of all, he was going to push the Republic of Prius into action. The leader of the revolutionary movement in the country was Emperor Dalan, and Adrian decided to start by scaring the old man. The president of the Republic of Prius said that it seemed as if Duke Lawrence was extremely interested in meddling in the affairs of other states. Adrian apologized for his late congratulations, and congratulated him on officially becoming president. Israel said that, come to think of it, Adrian had ripped him off on a 50-year lease of a tourmaline mine, and asked where Adrian was going to use it. At that moment, His Excellency was informed that the kingdom's advisor, Roberto, was requesting an audience. Adrian said that they were acting rather quickly. The advisor entered and said that it was a great honor for him to see His Excellency. He introduced himself as the great feudal lord Wen Du Yin. Adrian asked him again, calling him Wen Tu Ping, and he corrected him and asked if he was His Highness Duke Lawrence of the Kingdom of Reinhardt. Turning to the princess, he said that she was disappointing him by trying to use foreign powers to win this lottery. Princess Xia Lin replied to Mr. Wen that it was not for him to say. Adrian asked His Excellency the President of the Republic what he thought this gentleman was doing here. Israel replied that he could not be sure, and asked what His Excellency considered to be a foreign power, Duke Lawrence of the Kingdom of Reinhardt. The advisor said that he had come to ask His Excellency to support the new royal power of their kingdom of Roberto, and he gave the president a letter sent to him by His Majesty Da Lian. After reading the letter, they understood that Emperor Da Lian had promised the president to transfer 500 trillion loot so that he would not interfere. Israel said that these figures were practically equal to the national budget of the Kingdom of Roberto. The advisor replied that, thinking about the future, such expenses were inevitable. He asked that if anything was insufficient, they should let him know. At that moment, Adrian thought that this was nonsense, and that money did not solve everything in this world. But then something unexpected happened, and Israel agreed. Adrian even choked on this, and the advisor said it was a wise decision. Israel clarified that he would decide how to use the money. The advisor replied that of course the money would belong to the Republic of Prius. Then the president said that in that case, they needed to transfer the money directly to Princess Xia Lin. The advisor asked him again, and Israel said that they should transfer the money to her, and then their republic would not interfere in the affairs of the Kingdom of Roberto. Adrian smiled and thought it was interesting that Israel had suddenly started this. It was a truly innovative way to mock him, and advisor Wen Duoyin was angry. He left empty-handed, while Adrian, standing on the balcony with Israel, said that he had almost misunderstood. Israel said that he had decided to live for his people, and could not allow himself to pick on the nobility of another nation in this case. He asked Adrian if he would take immediate action. Adrian replied that of course he would, and that this comrade seemed very useful. Smiling at Adrian, President Israel said that Duke Lawrence was like a typhoon, and Adrian, already preparing to jump off the balcony with Arcia, said that he was flattering him. Adrian replied that he was afraid it was not a compliment. Soon, the three of them were standing next to a huge estate, examining it. Adrian realized that this was the residence of Van Tuppen, as he called it. Princess Xia Lin asked what he was planning. He replied that for now, he was just going to explain the situation, because a rebellion carried out for personal gain lacked credibility. According to him, trust could not be formed within a group formed for the sake of betrayal, and the slightest spark would ignite conflict. And they had the perfect talent to create such discord. Adrian waved his hand, and August appeared. He asked if he had been summoned, and Adrian explained that Sir August possessed mental techniques. He added that brainwashing anyone was a piece of cake for him, and that it was time to stop wasting time and get it over with. His Majesty was informed that advisor Wen had declared this an act of rebellion. Augustus impressed upon him that he had been told that advisor Wen was in favor of Princess Xia Lin inheriting the throne. In addition, 9 feudal houses supported him, using the media to incite the people to revolt as well. Emperor Dalian got mad and said they were all crazy. He was told that they might want independence if you think about where the huge amount of money went to appease the Republic of Prius, and who exactly was in charge of this money. After hearing this, Emperor Dalian sighed. Sir Michael said that it was not worth analyzing everything. He suggested simply getting rid of the traitor. Then the common people would have no choice but to submit to the authority of the strongest. It so happened that he had a new technology that he wanted to test and offered to demonstrate it. Emperor Dalian said that this was to be expected from Sir Michael, and that his generosity was commendable. This man's name was Michael Gale. He did not resemble a resident of the Kingdom of Roberto, and it was said that he was a wizard from the island of Reset. He was a 6th circle mage, and 2 years after entering the service of Emperor Da, they launched the production of equipment for the vanguard troops. Adrian wondered how this unknown mage had appeared out of nowhere, and was now producing armor for the vanguard. Adrian said that he was extremely suspicious. Xia Lin replied that the government had investigated the criminal records of the island of Reset. They found nothing suspicious, but only Emperor Da confirmed this, so the reliability of the statement is questionable. Princess Xia Lin asked Duke Lawrence to allow her to personally send Emperor Dalian to the afterlife. He asked if she really wanted to cut off his head with her own hands. She replied that she did. Adrian replied that he understood her and said that they would do so. The plan he devised was as simple as possible. He wanted to create turmoil and chaos, and then take advantage of it to strike at the top. He said that depending on the situation, the princess might have to act on her own, and she needed to be ready. She replied that she would do everything. In addition, Sir Gregory, who listened attentively to Adrian, was also assigned a role in this operation. Soon, the people of the Kingdom of Roberto were chanting in the streets to end the persecution of Princess Xia Lin, and that there should be a royal family. The emperor's commander, Da Lian, ordered that all those who advocated for the restoration of the princess to the throne be sent to their deaths, saying that they were rebels. The guards began to arrest people in the streets, but then Princess Xia Lin appeared and ordered them to stop. She said how could those who had sworn to protect this nation turn their weapons on their own people? When they saw her, they decided that if they simply took her prisoner, the enemy would lose all legitimacy for their actions. One of the soldiers tried to approach the princess, but Gregory immediately came to her defense, striking him with his weapon. He stood in front of Princess Xia Lin in white clothes, protecting her, and no one understood who this man was. Before that, Adrian had told him that this was a major event, and that appearance was as important as their ideology. He wasn't going to stand next to the princess looking like a villain. Emperor Dalian was informed that the princess had appeared in front of the palace, and was being helped by an unknown aura master, which complicated the situation. He then ordered that the girl be captured immediately, using as many fighters as necessary to carry out the order. Hearing the noise, Emperor Dalian could not understand what the hell was going on. Michael told His Majesty that it seemed they had uninvited guests. There was an explosion, and Adrian appeared, saying that it was immediately clear who the main villain was. He asked if the emperor was the old man. Emperor Dalian was surprised to see Duke Lawrence. Adrian said that only 3 days had passed, and hoped he had enjoyed his pleasant dreams. Dalian said that this was insolent, because he was not only the emperor, but also the king of the kingdom of Roberto. Adrian said that soon he would no longer be either. He said that there must be a limit to his arrogance, and he was wrong to think that the whole world was at his feet, because he had earned the title of Duke at a young age. Looking around, Adrian asked how many soldiers he had left. Emperor Dalian gave the order to send him to the other world, but Adrian caused a fiery explosion, and his fighters scattered in all directions. Princess Xia Lin arrived, and Adrian said that the battle was over the moment they entered the palace. Emperor Dalian sat and watched in horror as Princess Xia Lin appeared. She told him that she had warned him that she would definitely take revenge. Adrian ordered his men to make sure no one escaped, for every aristocrat here was an enemy. Dalian asked General Qi Yi why they were not attacking. He promised to reward those who sent these scoundrels to the other world with the title of feudal lord. He shouted that even if they were sent to the other world, their families would receive appropriate compensation, and ordered the attack. Adrian told them not to listen to him, and that now they had one last chance to survive, to lay down their arms. Otherwise, they would all be sent to the other world. The emperor's men laid down their arms, and Adrian said he understood that he was stunned to see people who had nothing to do with this sticking their noses into his affairs. He added that Emperor Dalian might think he was just unlucky, which would make it easier for him to accept the situation. And when he said that if Princess Xia had not come to him covered in blood, he would have been able to hold on to the throne, the emperor broke out in a cold sweat. Then Adrian looked at Michael and asked who he was. But Michael replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about. Without thinking twice, he activated his magical weapon and attacked Michael. Michael repelled the attack and said that he had been attacked for no reason, then asked Adrian how he had guessed. Adrian realized that Michael was a dark magician. He had considered him a mere extra, but he turned out to be a real puppet master. Michael Gale was a 7th circle dark mage, which was common in games, but Adrian thought there should be a limit to everything. He stood with his magical weapon pointed at him, and thought that he would never have guessed that a dark mage would suddenly appear. Smirking, Michael Gale asked Adrian where he had slipped up. He replied that he would have to give up his title of Archmage if he hadn't sensed this sinister dark magic. Michael said that he had never met anyone who could sense his energy. Adrian replied that this was because no one was worthy of him. Arcia was about to rush into the attack, but Adrian stopped her with a gesture. He thought that this had to be dealt with quickly and without delay. Meanwhile, the dark mage began to attack them, but they successfully dodged his blows. Adrian managed to hold Michael back for a moment, and Arcia immediately appeared next to him and severed his arm with her weapon. Holding the place where his arm had been, Michael said that he had to think about all the evil people he had met here. Adrian replied that if he was going to talk, why didn't he just offer them his head, and they would finish quickly? Michael grinned and said that obviously he couldn't agree to that. He added that he still had a lot to do, and Adrian and Arcia heard a noise. They were attacked from above by fighters with implanted enhanced armor. Through his glasses, Adrian saw that the advance guard's equipment had been implanted with the brain, spine, and aura system of a high-ranking knight. Michael did all this so that he could instantly convert pure aura into power and achieve exceptional reflexes and agility. Falling after the fighter's attack, Adrian asked if he had cut people into pieces and inserted them into the advanced equipment. Michael asked Adrian in surprise how he had even noticed this. He asked what Adrian thought, and said that, unlike armor worn on the body, the integration was very remarkable, and that this must be the final form of the fighter. Laughing, he said that with 2 such guys, it would be easy to defeat the Aura Masters, and that the paradigm of battle would soon change. Adrian replied that whether it changed or not, he now understood why it was necessary to get rid of dark magicians like him. When his knight attacked again, Michael said that his hands were already itching. He was already anticipating what a masterpiece would come out of the brain and spine of the Archmage and Aura Master. Stones flew around, even hitting Emperor Dalian, who flew away with a cry. But Adrian told him to freeze, and the Emperor hung in the air. Adrian didn't care whether he went to the other world or not, but he had promised something to the princess. After another attack, looking at the fighter, Adrian said that they were definitely stronger and faster than the usual fighters of the advance guard. But at the same time, he noticed that they hardly moved regularly, which was unique for humans, and their reactions were too simple. And he asked the Dark Mage if he really expected this to replace humans. He himself replied that this would never happen, and at that moment, Arcia struck Michael. Together with Arcia, they began to attack him again, landing several more blows. Then Adrian's magic point system began to warn of mana overload. The Dark Mage said that since they had come this far, they could join hands and pass into another world. Everyone expected a powerful explosion, but something incredible happened, and even Michael said that this could not be. Adrian managed to turn the shield in the opposite direction, to suppress the explosion. Michael did not understand how he suppressed an explosion that exceeded the power of the seventh circle. Sending the Dark Magician to the other world, Adrian said that he seemed to really like his own voice. The Emperor's minions were happy to be alive, but Adrian said that there was nothing remarkable about that, because there was a Dark Magician in their faction. Slowly crawling away, Emperor Da Lian thought that he needed to run, but he didn't have time to do so, as Princess Xia Lin caught up with him and swung her weapon. However, she said that she would not send him to the other world, as that would be an act of mercy. The members of his faction were bound, and she said that the Holy Land knew no mercy for those associated with dark magicians. Princess Xia Lin advised them to prepare themselves, as something worse than death awaited them. When it was all over, she thanked Adrian profusely, because if it weren't for him, she could have forgotten about the throne. Besides, she would have had to watch as a dark mage took over the country. Adrian said that he also benefited from the situation. The princess was glad that there were no traces of other dark magicians, but Adrian thought that wherever the dark magician appeared, disaster always followed. He turned to leave, thinking that this might be related to the goddess's prophecy, so he still had to investigate. The princess asked if he planned to return to the kingdom of Reinhardt. Adrian replied as he left that he wanted to see the island of Ophelia and return immediately. Xia Lin said that the world was in a panic, trying to understand which faction the Dark Mage belonged to. But she also considered Adrian to be full of secrets. As he was about to teleport away, he said he was sure she would keep his little secret. Bowing in farewell, she said that she would certainly keep all the kindness that His Highness had shown her, only as pleasant memories. They teleported away, and Princess Xia Lin smiled as she watched them go. After a while, one of the developers asked His Highness if he was sure he wanted to do this. Adrian smiled and told the employee that he could start the machine. He pressed the lever, and several people watched as the tourmaline was pierced by rays of light. But in an instant, the tourmaline shattered into pieces, and Adrian said it didn't work. The developer shouted that 1 billion loot had just evaporated. Ignoring their disappointment, Adrian told them to continue. Adrian discovered in the Archduke's notes a suggestion that tourmaline could partially replace diamonds as a material for the core of a power engine. This would help reduce costs and bring in profit. But the most important thing was to find the right ratio of diamonds to tourmaline. The developer wanted to say something to His Highness, but Adrian told him to stop whining and continue the experiment because he believed it was definitely possible. Watching hundreds of billions disappear every day, the developers experienced a lot of stress, and some even began to lose their hair. But at some point, they succeeded. The ratio was 210 carats of diamonds to 852 carats of tourmaline. Adrian thought that they had successfully reduced the cost of producing the power engine to about 20% of the original cost. He thought that the previous fencer was popular despite its poor performance, and that this new model would fly off the shelves. After a while, the king summoned them to the palace and said that he wanted them to raise the price of the recently released fencer. He believed that at this rate, they would monopolize the domestic equipment market, and that monopoly was poisonous to progress in any industry. But Adrian believed that the development department would only feel the crisis approaching if they gave up their position, and he believed that he was fueling the flames of competition. The king objected that this could only be said if there was at least some competition. After all, the number of their contracts had fallen this month. Meanwhile, the Lawrence family's magic tower had seen a more than 150-fold increase in profit. Adrian realized that with such figures, the king had to intervene. Adrian said he would raise prices by 10%, and in return asked for permission to export equipment and its key components. The king understood that he wanted to offer an increase in profits through exports in exchange for reducing domestic sales, and gave his permission. When they left, the king told his son that he was going to clean up all the elements that could cause problems after the transfer of the throne. But the Duke was still a troublemaker. The Crown Prince said that he was a great person who had elevated the status of their nation. The king replied that the more power the nobility had, the more difficult it was for the royal family. To this, he replied that they were capable of simply growing, and he did not want to become a ruler who hindered the development of his subjects. The king said that they did not know what would happen in the future, and that aristocrats tended to side with those who had more power. The Crown Prince asked if everything would be fine, as long as he was the target of his demonstration of strength and power. The king did not understand what this meant. He explained that the world is vast, and there are many directions in which he can direct his thirst for power and desire to show strength beyond the royal family. For example, a problematic neighbor who nitpicks their every move and stirs up controversy, or the vast uncultivated lands behind him. He believed that the king should hasten his abdication from the throne, because, even though he was king, he still underestimated the power of the kingdom of Reinhardt. At that moment, the Grand Master pointed his weapon at him and said that His Highness the Crown Prince was overstepping his bounds. The Crown Prince smiled and said that this was who he was, and that he was his father's shadow. The Grand Master said that he was not even surprised, and that Duke Lawrence had apparently told him about him. Michael said that this was true, and that they were quite close. He replied that nevertheless, Duke Lawrence was apparently quite cautious with His Highness. The king grew tired of listening to them and ordered them to be silent. Clutching his head, he said that he finally understood everything, and that was why the Crown Prince had silently watched the rise of the Second Prince's faction. He added that if he wanted to put his plan into action, he first had to defeat his internal opponents, and so he got rid of any opposition in advance. The Crown Prince replied that everything was correct. He asked him to stop pressuring Duke Lawrence and forcing him to turn his back on the royal family. He also asked him to leave the future of the kingdom to the younger generation and promised to turn this kingdom into an empire. Late at night, a man ran through the forest in terror, a phone in his hands. Suddenly, he came to a hill and saw a city with a fairly well-developed infrastructure in front of him. He did not understand where he was and tried to call 911, but the phone was out of service. Meanwhile, Isabella sat in the castle, listening to music on her smartphone. Adrian and Arcia appeared, and he invited her to dinner at a restaurant, which Arcia gladly accepted. Then Adrian noticed the bug and asked what she had just been holding in her hands. She replied that it was nothing and that his eyesight was failing him because of the games. Arcia then grabbed the bag, and Isabella screamed that she would give everything back. Adrian was very surprised when she gave him the smartphone and said she had found it recently at the market. There was an inscription on the back, most likely in English. She said she was going to give it to Adrian, but since she found it first, she wanted to play with it a little longer. Adrian shouted, asking the bug where exactly she had found the phone. Meanwhile, the man was at the Marquis of Otis's estate, sitting in a chair and staring thoughtfully out the window. Michelle entered and asked how he was feeling, thinking that he was thinking about his homeland. He said that everything was fine and thanked her for taking him in. She replied that he was there because he spoke a language she had never heard before. At that moment, a maid entered and told the young lady that she had visitors. Michelle was curious to know who could have come without even notifying her. The maid replied that it was Duke Adrian Lawrence and Marquise Arcia Klein. Michelle exclaimed that they should have started with that. When they entered, Adrian bowed and apologized for his rudeness, as they had arrived without warning. She said it was an honor for her and asked what had brought them there. Adrian replied that he had heard that a rather interesting person had recently appeared in her company. Michelle realized that by interesting person, he meant the man standing behind her, who introduced himself as Benjamin Theo. Then Adrian told Benjamin Theo that he had one question for him and reached into his jacket pocket. Taking out a smartphone, Adrian asked if it was his, and Benjamin hesitated a little. Then he said that it was his, and that he had sold it to a street vendor when he desperately needed money, even before Michelle took him under her wing. Adrian was delighted with this news and snapped his fingers. Benjamin didn't understand what was going on. He looked around and saw that Miss Michelle was frozen in place, which surprised him even more. Adrian said that he had stopped time for everyone except them, and asked them to understand that what he was about to say was very important. He asked Benjamin what country he was from, meaning Earth. Benjamin was very surprised that Adrian knew about Earth, but he asked him to just answer his question, and asked again what country he was from. Benjamin replied that he was from Singapore. He said that his ship had crashed, he had fallen overboard, and when he woke up, he was already in this world. Michelle said that magic existed in this world. Adrian realized that he knew nothing about magic and skills. He thought that he had also been brought here by a magical explosion like Archduke Lucas, but that didn't make sense. Then Adrian asked him to tell him what had happened on Earth after the year 2020. He replied that not much time had passed since then. He said that only 2 years had passed, but a lot had happened during that time. Adrian moved to Rondell in the year 2020, but he had lived here for 21 years, while only 2 years had passed on Earth during that time, and the time difference was about 10-1. Benjamin said that the year 2020 turned out to be special for Earth. All he could say was that an apocalypse had occurred, and natural disasters had engulfed the entire world. There were earthquakes, tsunamis, and tornadoes. In addition, there were volcanic eruptions, and these cataclysms tormented the world for 10 days, killing many people. When the situation calmed down, unusual phenomena began to appear that plunged the world into chaos, as he described it. A contagious disease spread that could kill people. In 2022, the virus had not yet been completely localized. In addition, toxic zones filled with mutants appeared, and a huge number of mutated creatures were discovered, and these zones were burned. Finally, new natural formations began to appear all over the Earth, such as mountains in the middle of empty fields, and islands rising from the bottom of the sea in a single day. Adrian thought about how much had happened in those 2 years. He remembered Korea and his family, wondering what had become of them. He thought that this could be related to the goddess's prophecy. Adrian thanked Benjamin and said that, thanks to him, he had received important information. Benjamin wanted to ask if he was from Earth, but Adrian said that he was born here, and that his family was here, and that only memories remained from his past life. And Adrian confessed that all this time, he had wanted to say that in his past life on Earth, he had lived in Korea, which surprised Benjamin. Adrian suggested that they stop there and go with him, because at least no one else in this world would understand him as he did. And if he could, he would gladly take him back to Earth. But traveling between dimensions was not yet possible. Benjamin asked if it was possible to return. Adrian was the only one who had any idea how to return. In the meantime, he would help him adapt to this world and provide him with a place to live. In return, he asked Benjamin not to share his secret and other knowledge about Earth. Benjamin replied that he would do his best to follow the instructions. Benjamin said he hoped he would not overstep the boundaries of what was permitted, but he wanted to know something. Adrian allowed him to do so. He asked if Rondel's magic could solve the problem of toxic areas on Earth. Adrian replied that all of this could be easily dealt with using magic. Then Benjamin said that perhaps he had come to this world to meet their savior. With a snap of his fingers, Adrian made time start moving again, and Michelle also began to move. Looking at the table, she couldn't understand where all the cakes had gone. Adrian told Miss Otis that he would take Sir Benjamin with him. She wanted to object, but Adrian said that she should go with him too. She was surprised by the offer to go to his lordship's palace. He said he would be delighted if she spent some time in the Duchy of Lawrence. Michelle was very happy. She said she understood everything and would pack her things and prepare for departure right away. Adrian looked at Michelle Otis and thought that this woman had come closer to destiny than anyone else except him. And if Blue Moon had found Benjamin a little later, she would have already learned the English alphabet. He believed that such coincidences were called fate. He believed that until something unexpected happened, it was worth keeping this mad genius around. But Arcia believed that she had to be dealt with. At the meeting, they discussed allowing Lawrence's magic tower to behave as it pleased, and their sales amounted to 60%. The Crown Prince of the Kreutz Empire spoke, and he believed that sanctions should be imposed. Otherwise, the international market would collapse because of one person. He was asked if the Kreutz Empire had any clear ideas, and Andre de Kreutz said that anti-dumping duties should be introduced. The decision to introduce anti-dumping duties was made by the country purchasing the product, and they might not agree. The Crown Prince said that they could be forced to do so. He said that these countries did not have much power anyway, and if those present worked together and put pressure on them, the issue would be easily resolved. Duchess Riverdale thought that he was asking them to pressure them in order to extort money. She said that it was unbecoming of the Crown Prince to behave in such an undignified manner. He said that seeing their sister in faith take the side of strangers, he could not help but think that the Duchess of Riverdale did not belong here. She asked on what basis His Highness believed he had the right to make such decisions, and whether he really thought he was in charge of the meeting. The second in command of the Empire's magical tower, Marquis Cordelia Winfred of Brigham, asked them both to stop. She found it difficult to accept the Crown Prince's proposal, but they could raise the issue of dumping and request voluntary measures. Putting pressure on other countries to impose sanctions was morally unacceptable and illegal, and it was too much. Later, the Crown Prince angrily shouted that it was none of their business, and that was why they were behaving this way, and that they were the only ones suffering losses. He considered the kingdom of Reinhardt and Duke Adrian L. Lawrence to be insolent, and they were wrong to think that he would sit quietly and not respond. He ordered his servant to contact Count Triss immediately, and Prince André de Cruzen maliciously said that he would show them what happens when they approach the Cruzen Empire from the wrong side. Later, at a meeting, the Crown Prince announced that the Viscount of Payerne had fallen, and that the aggressor was Count Triss of the Kreutz Empire, who had captured the castle. The Kreutz Empire denied its involvement. Those present began to discuss how the Margrave could command soldiers without the Emperor's orders. Adrian knew that the Kreutz Empire's illegal actions had already become an annual event, but this time it was much worse. He thought that the soldiers would most likely be sent to recapture the seized territory, but his thoughts were interrupted by the Crown Prince addressing him. He told Adrian to take control of Margrave Triss's possessions. Adrian did not understand why, and the Crown Prince said that it was an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He added that they were just returning a debt, and he asked what the problem was. Adrian realized that his attitude was very different from that of previous king, but he did not expect such a reaction. He replied that he understood the Crown Prince, and promised that Margrave Triss would pay for his crime. One of the members of the assembly tried to stop the crown prince, but Michael said from now on, their kingdom of Reinhardt would no longer simply laugh off the threats of the Kreutz Empire. He said that if they continued to provoke them, they would have to pay the price. Marquis Otis asked what would happen if this led to a full-scale conflict. The crown prince replied that in that case, they would simply have to accept it, which gave the other members of the assembly pause for thought. He added that they could not afford to create problems, so he asked permission to introduce one person to them. The Crown Prince introduced the 6th Grandmaster Rondel, formerly Marquis Gabriel James, who had entered the room. He wanted to reveal that a Grand Master lived in their kingdom. Everyone was surprised, and Adrian thought that this was how he was coming out. The invaders of the Viscountcy of Piarin told the people that from now on, the land belonged to the Kreutz Empire, and that they should behave themselves. The fighters discussed how surprising it was that there was almost no reaction after what they had done here. One of them said that such were the cowards of Reinhardt. Then one of the invaders, looking into the distance, said that someone was approaching. Looking closer, he said that it was some old man approaching, and it was the Grand Master. Everyone laughed because they had expected crowds to come after them, but all they had sent was one old man, and the Reinhardt fighters clearly lacked talent. Turning to the Grand Master and calling him an old man, they told him to get lost while he was still in one piece, but he was already reaching for his weapon. In the domain of Margrave Triss, the son asked his father if everything would be all right after the capture of the feudal kingdom of Reinhardt. He replied that it was the Crown Prince's order. Count Triss said that the authorities of the Kingdom of Reinhardt would not want to provoke full-scale fighting and, as usual, would take half measures and everything would calm down. And if they wished to become weapons of His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince, they were obliged to do at least that. At that moment, a servant ran up to him. He said that the Viscount of Piarin had been defeated, and almost all of his forces had been destroyed. The Count thought that the enemy forces must have been quite large, but the servant reported that it was only one Grandmaster, and at these words, the Count's hand froze in the air. He jumped up and shouted that he had never heard of a Grandmaster in the Kingdom of Reinhardt. The servant replied that it was probably part of their secret forces. Count Triss said that this was absurd. At that moment, the security system announced that an intruder had been detected and that the advance guard had been teleported. It was said that among them were a man and a woman who were apparently part of a special task force. They broke through the defenses and entered the castle. The two intruders from the Special Forces unit were approaching the Lord's office at high speed, which frightened the Count and his son. Count Triss said they needed to evacuate. His son asked what would happen to his grandmother and mother-in-law, but he replied that there was no other choice and told him to follow him. But they did not have time to escape. There was an explosion, and Duke Lawrence appeared in the doorway with Arcia, who asked where they were going. The Count asked if they were attacking their castle, just because they had attacked the border territory. Adrian asked what he was talking about. He replied by asking if the Kingdom of Reinhardt had decided to wage war against the Empire of Kreutz. Adrian said why not, but asked if he knew any facts more accurate than questions about whether there would be a battle or not. And with a smile, he said that they would be sent to the other world before anything even started. The news reported that no one expected a firm response from the Kingdom of Reinhardt to the Kreutz Empire's provocation, and that nothing remained of Triss's possessions. It was also reported that the Kingdom of Reinhardt had appointed a Grand Master, and that Duke Gabriel James was now the commander on the eastern border. The Crown Prince of the Kreutz Empire was furious, shouting that these Reinhardt scoundrels had completely lost their minds. He was informed that the first prince of the Kingdom of Reinhardt had taken responsibility for conducting state affairs. He thought that while he was fighting for the throne with the second prince, he did not attach any importance to him, and he would not have thought that he would turn out to be such a vicious person. He understood that it was too early to think about everything else, but this combination of Adrian Lawrence and the first prince was dangerous, and André de Kreutz decided that it was necessary to act before the crown prince became the official king. Soon, reports began to circulate that the Kreutz Empire was concentrating its military forces on the border with the Kingdom of Reinhardt, and relations between the countries were heating up. Watching the news, Adrian said that the more time passed, the worse it got. The Crown Prince said that this was probably due to the conflict with Margrave Triss. He believed that they were boiling with rage because they themselves had given Count Triss the order to capture Piarin. As a result, they took some rather interesting actions, and he asked Adrian and Arcia with a smile what had brought them to the royal palace today. Adrian replied to the Crown Prince that he and Arcia were planning their wedding. The Crown Prince said that when he asked Adrian about it, Adrian insisted that he was not going to get married. Adrian replied that now they had reasons to do so. He added that, to be honest, Arcia had recently overcome her limitations. He used his abilities, and the Crown Prince realized that it was the realm of telekinetic weapons. Adrian could not reveal that he had reached the 8th circle because of Archduke Lucas, but Arcia was a different matter, and when she received the title of Duchess, he would marry her. He whispered to the Crown Prince that, otherwise, various fools would try to sow discord. The prince replied that it was a good idea, and an excellent way to consolidate power. Arcia looked unhappy, and Adrian asked what was wrong, to which she replied, "What about the proposal?" He replied that it was a transfer of their relationship status to marriage, which was already in the plans. But seeing that she had become sad, he said that everything would definitely happen. The Crown Prince said that the proposal prepared by Duke Lawrence with great zeal would have to be truly extravagant. And laughing, he said that when he made it, he should call him, and the Crown Prince would applaud from the corner. He wanted to hold the ceremony after he ascended the throne, which would apparently be an honor for them, and it would be wonderful if Miss Everil would bless them. Adrian said that he would be busy with the upcoming coronation, and they would not allow themselves to take up his time, but the other replied that he would definitely take part. He did not give Adrian the right to have the last word, and he thought that if you put a finger in his mouth, he would bite off your arm. Changing the subject, Adrian asked when he planned to deal with the dirty worms that had infiltrated. He replied that for now, he was going to observe. He said that if he started acting rashly, they would disappear. Besides, it would be rude to spoil the surprise they were carefully preparing for him. Then, raising his glass, Adrian said that he was looking forward to the coronation ceremony. Finally, the day of the Crown Prince's coronation arrived, and the people gathered near the palace rejoiced at this event. The Crown Prince was accompanied to the coronation site by Duke Lawrence and Countess Klein. Meanwhile, the Emperor of the Kreutz Empire asked the mercenary what the chances were of successfully getting rid of Crown Prince Michael van Reinhardt. He replied that it was about 50%, and the Emperor said that this was enough. If they succeeded, it would be wonderful, and if not, they would be feared. He said that provoking their empire was the same as attacking him, the Emperor, and he would destroy everything that stood in his way. The mercenaries were given the order to get rid of the Crown Prince, and they went on the attack. Throwing themselves at Crown Prince Michael with their weapons, they believed they could not fail. But the mercenaries were unable to get close to the Crown Prince, because Adrian and Arcia stood up to defend him. One of them, lying on the floor, did not understand how it had happened so suddenly. One of the knights accompanying the Crown Prince bent down in front of him, and it turned out to be Adrian Lawrence. When this was reported to the Crown Prince of the Kreutz Empire, he did not understand how the attempt to send Michael to the other world could have failed. He said he had been promised a 50% chance of success. The knight replied that they had apparently predicted the presence of mercenaries. He said that the squad had been destroyed by Duke Lawrence. The Crown Prince was angry because all the students he had personally recruited had been defeated. The knight told him that it would be better if he stayed in the palace instead of the magic tower, and kept a low profile. The prince asked what he meant. He replied that considering how Duke Lawrence had behaved all this time, they could not predict what he would do next, and should be more cautious. André de Crossen clarified that he was advising the Crown Prince of the Crossen Empire to hide from some pathetic nobleman from an insignificant kingdom. He added that he now knew for sure that in the upcoming battle, he had to send Duke Lawrence to the other world. But then, watching him through the window, the Raven spoke with Adrian's voice and said that he personally had no intention of quietly passing away on this side. Before André de Crossen could react, there was an explosion and he was thrown aside. Knights rushed into the room and were ordered to protect His Highness. A black eagle flew into the room and said that it was a pity, but from now on it would be wise to look around more often. He disappeared, and the knights told the Crown Prince, who was sitting on the floor in horror, that he needed to evacuate immediately. André de Crossen, in a rage, shouted Adrian's name, who at that moment was sitting calmly in his palace, drinking tea.